I'm swinging around the cooler like a nigga trying to get away, but I'm all good. I'm just trying to get to my place. Husband to be old, you should see the grand up in my face, and girls hit me. Baby, can we go to that? You know I told them, yeah, 'cause they exotic and they rare, and all of them only wear they own damn hair. I'm good in my hood, but it's the jungle like the woods. I'd help you if I could, but I won't 'cause I should. And all you niggas lame if you still out here shooting. I'd rather throw these hands and beat a bitch, nigga stupid, than ride up with my dog to the goddamn mall. But just to get some food, 'cause I don't shop for shit at all. Most I'll buy some draws, black or white tee, but that's all. I ain't trying to take no photos, bitch, don't bother me. And all you niggas lame if you still out here shooting. I'd rather throw these hands and beat a bitch, nigga stupid, than yeah ho, yeah bitch, we with the shit. Lollipop ass niggas, y'all just a bunch of niggas. Everywhere I go, niggas always tryna snitch some shit. Quarter ounce ass nigga claiming you gon' get your face. Yeah ho, yeah ho, yeah ho, yeah ho. That they hit the yeah ho. Always acting yeah ho. That they hit the yeah ho. Fighting down the yeah ho. Nigga owe you yeah ho. High off his yeah ho. Now this tip from yeah ho. Playing that chap yeah ho.
Playing that chap yeah ho. I'm swinging around the cooler like a nigga trying to get away. Husband to be old, you should see the grand up in my face, and girls hit me like
Phantastic Realism, Predestination, Coincidence, and the Law of Liberation. 10 seconds to lift off. 6 seconds to lift off. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, lift off. The tension mounts, then the mighty rocket engine belches flames and lifts the spacecraft into the sky. The crew has to struggle for breath because of the almost fourfold acceleration due to gravity. After the first stage burns out, the speed indicator approaches the 5,000 meter per second mark. Then the middle stage is also jettisoned and the last one ignited. The speed continues to increase towards 9,000 meters per second. The astronauts struggle with the onset of unconsciousness due to the sustained high acceleration. When the spacecraft reaches the necessary escape velocity of 11,200 meters per second, the exhausted commander can finally reduce the thrust to a tolerable level and successfully complete the launch phase. Half a day later, he writes in the logbook, 227,000 kilometers from Earth, shutting down the last of the thrusters. Now traveling without propulsion. Zero gravity on board. The crew gets used to the weightlessness and plays around. Some look back wistfully at the Earth, which lies far behind them as a small, shimmering blue ball. After a few days, the spaceship then turns onto its intended orbit around the Moon and finally lands on its far side. These scenes are taken from Fritz Lang's silent film The Woman in the Moon, which premiered at the UFA-Palast in Berlin in 1929. In it, a small crew flies to the Moon, led by a courageous rocket engineer. He is accompanied by a misjudged scientist who discovers the huge gold deposits he alone suspected were there, and a female astronaut who, at the end, embraces the engineer, who has been unhappily in love with her until now. She is called Fried Welten, an anagram of Weltfrieden, world peace, and the moon rocket is named Fried in her honor. So, in addition to presenting highly innovative technical concepts, the film mainly reproduces dull cliches. Siegfried Kracauer dismissed it as disinterested and succinctly. The Woman in the Moon is set in the era of the airship and in astronomical distances. The other German films, especially the social films, also take place on the moon. When will we finally come down to Earth? In Germany, as in America, there are millions of workers and employees, and examining their existence would be more important than gazing into the stars through a telescope. Of course, this would require conscience. The countdown was invented for The Woman on the Moon, anticipating many of the technical details of the moon landing that rocket pioneer Hermann Oberth contributed as scientific advisor. The film, typical of optimistic science fiction, combined contemporary yearning with a new and exciting technology. The horrors of the First World War had apparently been suppressed to such an extent that a futuristic technology could once again promise the realization of prosperity and happiness. Before the material battles, no one could imagine the murderous effect of modern technology, and afterwards no one wanted to imagine it anymore, as Karl Kraus soberly noted in The Last Days of Mankind. During the Golden Twenties, hope was kindled again that technical progress alone could still eliminate social competition and scarcity and make peace possible. The Woman in the Moon serves this dishonest utopia and lets the main characters catch peace, wealth, and love on the moon with their crazy machine. Hermann Oberth's pioneering liquid propellant rocket brought the film attention, but he was probably not particularly interested in its plot. If doomsday movies had been as popular as they are today, he would have advised the scriptwriters just the same. He presented his rocket concept to the Prussian Ministry of War as early as 1917. At the time, however, nobody could do anything with his theoretical innovation, and his studies on space travel were also initially met with disinterest. He therefore published his book, Die Rakete zu den Planeten, The Rocket into Planetary Space, at his own expense in 1923, thereby reaching a wide audience despite the technically demanding content. Wernher von Braun devoured the book as a teenager and was obsessed with the conquest of space ever since. At the age of 18, he wrote a short fantasy story in which two polar explorers whose plane crashes in the Arctic are rescued with the help of a rocket and brought to an impressive space station. His first-person narrator describes his feelings. Up here, we felt unspeakably small and insignificant in front of these people. At first, we didn't want to believe it completely, but observations soon taught us not to consider anything as impossible up here on Luneta. As a student, he joined the Private Rocket Association, which Oberth was now leading. But all of his enthusiasm and initial successes with small models could not change the fact that the association lacked the funds to develop a real rocket. It so happened that in 1932 the Reichswehr wanted to develop new weapons for the secret rearmament and was looking for experienced engineers. Several members of the association welcomed the military as a cash cow and continued their research for the German artillery. During the long development phase, von Braun rose to become the leading mind in rocket research because he combined competence with charisma. He had practical ideas, was able to motivate his team of engineers, and often kept them in good humor with fantasies about life in space. And at the same time, he made the rocket program palatable to the military leaders and the Führer. The development of the rocket lived from the megalomania of the Germans. The military dreamed of its earthly destructive potential, and the engineers dreamed of future German power in space. When the German armed forces were finally able to use the first V-2 rockets * in 1944, they only hit their targets roughly and were used primarily as weapons of terror. Due to their high flight path, they hit the targeted cities without warning, killing 8,000 residents of London and Antwerp. Due to the relatively small number of missiles produced and their low payload, they had a much smaller military effect than the Germans had hoped for. However, 1/3 of the approximately 60,000 forced laborers deployed in the construction of the underground production facilities and their production died. Most of them were deported to the Mittelbau-Dora concentration camp, which was specially set up for this purpose. Many died there of malnutrition or disease due to the intentionally miserable conditions. When there was suspicion of sabotage or resistance, the Camp SS hung the incriminated workers to serve as a deterrent to the others. They drove the prisoners mercilessly to work, and many died of abuse or total exhaustion. When Germany's defeat was finally sealed, the Allies competed for the technical knowledge of the engineers. Von Braun's group deliberately surrendered to the U.S. Army, which took them prisoner with such exceptional kindness and courtesy that von Braun fearlessly and proudly reported in his first public interview for an Army magazine that the V-2 would have won victory for Germany if it had had only 2 more years to perfect. The intelligence officer responsible for interviewing and evaluating the engineers noted that hardly any of them were even remotely aware of any guilt, and that all of them wanted to be deployed immediately to defend against the Asian hordes, because that was the best way for them to support Germany. Many of them were allowed to immigrate to the United States as part of Operation Paperclip. There, however, the joy over the end of World War II was so great that no one thought about new weapons programs at first. Von Braun turned his attention back to his space obsession. He projected plans for a wheel-shaped space station, a permanent moon base, and a gigantic expedition to Mars. His texts describe the planned course of his completely oversized expeditions like adventure reports, constantly going into technical details and quantifying them as precisely as possible to suggest that with the appropriate will, everything could be put into practice immediately. He considered the exploration of space to be a scientific adventure, but he also speculated about new raw materials. Without this motive, space travel still cannot be done today. The linguistic reminiscences of seafaring also allude to the phase of discoveries that ushered in mercantilism and the rise of capital. Just as great explorers ventured out onto the oceans to find treasures and new lands, so Astro, and soon also takenauts, nauts is the ancient Greek word for sailor, are supposed to tap into new sources of wealth in their spaceships. The yearning for such expeditions arises not simply from a naive thirst for knowledge, but rather from the hope of a new primitive accumulation. The Korean War, which began in 1950, awakened fear of the communist superpowers, and the U.S. Army urgently wanted a medium-range missile. The resulting first American development of the V-2 was already capable of carrying a nuclear warhead. The deterrent power of the new weapon calmed the American public, but they were less concerned with its military mission and increasingly began to rave about conquering space. The weapon was seen more as a necessary evil, and hopes were pinned on the constructive side of rocketry. Von Braun made repeated appearances in Walt Disney's infotainment series Tomorrowland, which combined entertaining and informative animation with technical explanations by experts. His articles were printed in top magazines, and the leading American developer of military-guided missiles rose to become the most important prophet of the space age in the West. In a chapter of his book, von Braun also deals with the human side of the problem and explains how he imagines ideal astronauts. In addition to good physical fitness and military discipline, they must have social skills. They will be men who are calm and talented, have excellent learning and adaptation skills, and enjoy working together. They must have a sense of humor and combine practical views with unlimited imagination. Astronauts need team spirit, humor, and an unlimited imagination so that they can conscientiously fulfill their tasks, even in a vacuum. Like the military, space travel requires many qualities in a concentrated form, which late capitalism demands of the human factor. Modern industry presupposes instrumental thinking and extensive technical skills. However, their mostly boring tasks hardly motivate them, so the subjects have to compensate for this in their daydreams. In addition to their pragmatic sense of reality, they therefore like to cling to a utopian world of dreams for a change, which supposedly emerges on the horizon of what is technically possible. These dreams are often infantile and are served by the culture industry, since such self-deception supports both the inner balance of individuals and that of society. Because the Red Army had continued to research the development of rockets without interruption after the end of the Second World War, also with the help of German engineers, the Soviet Union was the first nation to launch a satellite into space in the fall of 1957. This was the first stage victory in the race into space. Sputnik shocked the West because the launch of the essentially useless satellite into space had demonstrated that the Soviet Union could reach any target on Earth with its missiles. The USA therefore wanted to follow suit as quickly as possible. When they succeeded a year later, Wernher von Braun's fame grew further. After the Soviet cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin became the first human to orbit the Earth in 1961, John F. Kennedy raised the bar in a landmark Speech 6, announcing that the United States would put a man on the moon and back safely by the end of the decade. In the meantime, the importance of space had been completely overestimated worldwide, and so a kind of sporting test of strength between the two superpowers in terms of technological performance was established in this field. In 1969, after more than 40 years of development, 3 men actually did take off in a small capsule at the tip of a gigantic rocket and land on the moon. About 1/5 of the Earth's population saw Neil Armstrong, wearing his bulky space suit, laboriously climb onto the moon's surface. As he himself proclaimed, this was a giant leap for mankind. 600 million people in 49 countries watched the event live, making the moon landing the most watched event in history. Hermann Oberth's plans and Wernher von Braun's childhood dream had come true, and the USA had won the space race in spectacular style. And that was basically it. During this and the following lunar missions, the astronauts carried out experiments that were not particularly important, took soil samples, and drove around in a lunar buggy. They found no natural resources, and everyone could see live that the moon is a terribly monotonous place. The footprints and tire tracks from the landings are still clearly visible today, as if they were made yesterday. Because since then, absolutely nothing has happened there. NASA recently took extra pictures of it to counter conspiracy theories about a mere staged moon landing. The astronauts hopping and tumbling on the moon due to the low gravity provided the only entertainment. With taped laughter in the background, the slapstick would have been perfect. Viewership dropped steadily, and after a few missions, contrary to the original planning, it was already over. No sooner had the age of manned interplanetary space travel begun than it was already over. The landing gear frames left behind on the moon bear the inscription, "We came in peace for all mankind." At least no one is guaranteed to read the nonsense there anymore. The moon landings may well be the greatest historical event without any direct consequences. Although real, they nevertheless took place primarily in and for television. The enthusiastic departure into space gave science fiction its greatest flowering. The infinite vastness of space, with its seemingly unlimited possibilities, inspired works filled with great hope for a more rational future. Just a few years earlier, in his brilliant satire Dr. Strangelove, director Stanley Kubrick had ridiculed the frightening logic of nuclear deterrence. In it, the character of Dr. Strangelove embodies the spirit of the sinister German engineers. When, towards the end of the film, a nuclear bomb inevitably sets in motion the complete nuclear contamination of the Earth's surface for a century, he is at his best in the U.S. Command Center, feverishly planning the underground survival of a fascist-organized elite, who are to prepare there for the later repopulation and reconquest of the Earth. The repeated gesture of his crippled arm, which stretches out against his will to the Nazi salute, and his half-accidental jawl, Mein Führer, to the U.S. president leave no doubt about his attitude. But as if Kubrick wanted to forget all that, he was fascinated by space travel and the possibility of extraterrestrial intelligence. He brought the impressive and influential science fiction film 2001, A Space Odyssey to cinemas in the year of the moon landing. Although Kubrick reflects on the origin and relationship of man to technology in it, the film ultimately reproduces its ideological perception. His famous cut from a prehistoric bone tool to a modern satellite hopes for a future world in which the murderous use of technology will simply be eliminated by its progress. Spacecraft from different nations glide aesthetically and peacefully through space. A space station modeled on one of von Braun's sketches rotates majestically to waltz music, and everything runs in calm, harmonious orbits. With the editing, the film begins to repress social violence, the prehistoric origins of which it had initially brought to light in the struggle for survival of a horde of apes. Technology, reaching out into the cosmos, suddenly seems to be detached from social conditions, without which it would not exist at all. The essential ideological element of the entire genre is to continue the development of productive forces, as if by automatic means, and thus to perpetuate the relations of production that inaugurated this blind automatism as a quasi-metaphysical task of humanity. Supposedly independent of social conditions, technical progress is considered a certainty and at the same time supposedly advances them as if by magic. The repressed social violence only returns in the fear that the technology could emancipate itself completely from its original creators and pursue independent goals like a subject. In 2001, a suddenly murderous onboard computer strikes, but its intentions, like those of the extraterrestrial intelligence, remain unclear as Kubrick avoids kitsch and platitudes. The protagonist and only surviving astronaut defeats the artificial intelligence by remaining disciplined despite mortal fear and finding a way to outsmart it. He then encounters the extraterrestrial intelligence for which the space mission was planned. However, he does not meet it in person, only indirectly, and experiences things that exceed his comprehension. Stanley Kubrick uses a surreal storm of colors and shapes to ensure that the viewer understands this feeling. In the end, the protagonist experiences his own mortality and is ultimately reborn as an enlightened star child. No one has dared to make a science fiction film this profound in a good way since Kubrick. Nowadays, they usually revolve only around technology. Whether it's optimistic or pessimistic, whether it's about developing a cuddly relationship with cute EDS or about nasty aliens attacking the Earth and wanting to wipe out their current masters, utopian technology makes it possible. The power of such utopia has noticeably diminished since the moon landing because the world-shaking discoveries in space, like the aliens, are taking a long time to materialize. Like Kubrick's 2001, well-known images from other successful classics are quoted until they have lost all their power. The last major creative effort to date is the film Avatar. It condemns interstellar colonialism and its military henchmen, who want to drive out the indigenous population of an exoplanet because of its valuable natural resources. It takes a strikingly moral stand against violence in the history of modern civilization, but then it extols an atavistically organized tribal society that is ruthless towards the weak as an ideal. The indigenous people, who are physically superior, are both archaic and totally modern because they can connect to the nature of their planet and its inherent pantheistic deity via a kind of natural digital interface. The regressive fusion of the indigenous people's distinctly natural existence with elements of modern network technology fulfills the longing for genuine immediacy that virtual space and its avatars on the internet merely promise. At the end of the film, the hero, who is crippled as a soldier in the war, is resurrected as a healthy, strong indigenous person. His avatar, constructed from the most modern genetic and neurotechnology, is reunited with his real body through an esoteric tribal ritual. The story of Avatar ultimately develops into a dream of a natural technology that defies the artificial technology and its devastation that is actually necessary. In the current socially critical blockbuster Elysium, utopia is basically completely absent. The island of the blessed is simply wherever people can afford health insurance. After the obligatory CGI fireworks, the pimped-out, exoskeleton-wearing champion of the underinsured, the avenger of the underinsured, makes the perfect medical facilities of the rich space station Elysium available to everyone on the impoverished Earth, thus ironing out the planetary failure of the social security system. The weakness of utopia goes hand in hand with the stagnation of manned space travel. The only major project currently in progress is the International Space Station, ISS. It orbits the Earth monotonously on a fixed orbit, and its crew carries out scientific work in an unspectacular way. Nevertheless, the space agencies and their astronauts leave no stone unturned in their efforts to give their work a higher meaning. In 2011, the Italian Space Agency and the Vatican organized a video conference. Pope Benedict spoke live with the ISS, and the Italians sold it as a historic event. His Holiness, as the astronauts called him, never tired of emphasizing the importance of the ISS and described its crew as our representatives exploring new spaces and possibilities for our future for humanity. However, his laudatory description of pushing the boundaries of our everyday existence was counteracted by several references to the enormous intensity of their daily work. They emphasized that they only had time to look out into space before going to bed. The Pope opened the exchange of ideas with the following consideration. From the space station, you have a completely different view of the Earth. You fly over different continents and nations several times a day. I think it is obvious to you how we all live together on one Earth and how absurd it is that we fight and kill each other. The Pope is undoubtedly right about that, but you don't need to go into space to realize that. If this contradiction doesn't bother you here, it won't seriously make you think up there either. And for the rather simple question, when you look at the Earth from up there, do you sometimes wonder how nations and people live together down here and how science could contribute to peace? He promptly received the reply. Normally, people fight over resources. On Earth, people fight over energy, but in space we have solar energy and fuel cells. We have packed so much science and technology into the space station that we have an unlimited supply of energy. If these techniques were adopted more on Earth, it could reduce violence. In space, science and technology apparently grow on trees and just need to be collected to bring peace to Earth. The fact that all this stuff was developed here and, like the crew, launched from here is ignored. Nevertheless, the Pope thanked him for the hollow talk. You have helped me and many others to reflect on important issues concerning humanity. Being there was everything for the Church. It hopes to gain something from the hope placed in space for its fading theology. In return, the astronauts received Benedict's apostolic blessing. They were happy to be given a little transcendental charge, but left no doubt as to who owns the future. In their final contribution, they stated, "We can look down at the wonderful Earth that God made, and it is the most beautiful planet in the solar system. But when we look up, we see the rest of the universe waiting for us to discover it. And the International Space Station is just one example, a symbol of what people can achieve when they work together. So, one of our most important messages is that we should explore the rest of the universe, and that nothing is impossible if we work together. The convulsive and, for space enthusiasts, much too philosophical exchange was not well received at all, and the PR campaign fizzled out completely. The video was viewed a mere 15,000 times, although the media reported favorably. Astronaut Chris Hadfield, who until recently worked as commander of the ISS, had more success with a song. His cover version of the melancholy song Space Oddity, which David Bowie had released just in time for the moon landing, received almost 20 million clicks. In it, he lends his space work a higher meaning with an embarrassing tremolo and the pathos of the mentally dependent employee. But to do that, he has to bend the lyrics quite a bit, which in the original come much too close to the truth. Bowie's Major Tom sings, "Planet Earth is blue, and there's nothing I can do" in his capsule, and then, despite constant attempts by the ground control to contact him, loses himself in the void of space. Commander Hadfield, on the other hand, is mourning "Planet Earth is blue, and there's nothing left to do" on the ISS, merely the imminent end of his long shift. Despite such PR, the fact that manned space travel is currently only underway in the vicinity of Earth is a huge annoyance to its fans. They suspect that despite constant insinuations, the adventure of space will never open the gateway to the universe for humanity. But they cannot do without this uplifting fascination. After Neil Armstrong's death, Gideon Boss sarcastically summed up their desire. In his satire Moon Landing, now more than ever, he writes, "I only know the recordings from documentaries and YouTube, the US flag, and the bouncing over the Earth satellite. It's all great. It's just a shame that there haven't been any further landings up there for decades. It's a shame. I'd also love to see something like that live on now. HDTV. It's nice to see some remote-controlled vehicles driving around on Mars, but nothing beats the entertainment factor of a human. So, sorry curiosity, but these are two very different things. Moon landings should be conducted every 4 years, like the Football World Cup, as a celebration of human ingenuity, creativity, and, as I said, pure entertainment. If our inventiveness is limited to the development of new consumer electronics, then even the most unyielding technophiles are in danger of disillusionment. One of the great promises of capitalism is that technological progress will make us happy, and this promise serves as its own justification. And those who believe in capitalism as firmly as the liberal boss wants to see their convictions confirmed from time to time. On HD television, authentic heroes of technology are supposed to demonstrate progress to him. The fact that even an intellectual can only think of the constant repetition of a notoriously boring project to celebrate human creativity, and that he defiantly insists on being entertained in case of doubt, is a testament to insecurity. Because the creative sector can think of nothing more than the universe, astrophysics has been increasingly taking the reins into its own hands again and projecting scientific utopias. Because our solar system has been largely explored in this regard, they dream of life on exoplanets. In doing so, it comes into enormous contradictions with its own cosmology, because it concludes on the basis of the proven theory of relativity on the so-called Big Bang. To do this, it extrapolates this theory of space-time to the beginning of time. The cosmological postulates, which allow the development of the universe to be modeled back to the Big Bang, assume isotropy and homogeneity throughout the universe. However, these geometric symmetry properties can hardly, or not at all, be verified in the whole cosmos and in its past. But only in this way can the phenomena of redshift and background radiation be considered as evidence for the Big Bang 14 billion years ago, in which our present universe is said to have been created in principle. Astrophysics takes the theory of relativity absolutely at its word for this. But as soon as it comes to supposedly habitable or even inhabited planets outside our solar system and constantly rambles about discovering a second Earth soon, it displaces the basic idea of the theory of relativity. According to it, the speed of light is not only a natural constant, but also an absolute limit for any kind of effect over a distance, so even more so for interstellar long-distance travel. But that means that the rest of the universe is beyond the reach of humanity. Science must actually be content with observing the universe, but its distortion is complete. where its theories can only be applied with speculative assumptions and a naive trust in the absoluteness of human knowledge. As with the Big Bang, it passes them off as absolute certainty and a contribution to a supposedly mathematical code of creation. And just where it has also been proven experimentally, but limits human possibilities, it suppresses them. It seems to want to hold on to the delusion of living space in space at any cost. Thus, the astrophysical search for exoplanets, which are rather irrelevant to us, has become one of its most publicly known branches of research. Astrophysicist Lisa Kaltenegger, for example, is successfully involved in the international search for habitable or even inhabited exoplanets and is specifically looking for evidence of liquid water. After all, water is an essential prerequisite for, mind you, terrestrial organisms. In the Taz interview, she paints a colorful picture of life on a planet 1,200 light-years away. However, information reaching us from that distance is already at least 1,200 years old. So, as I said, flying there is out of the question. In answer to the tongue-in-cheek question, assuming you were to move there, what on earth would you miss? Kaltenegger replies shrewdly, in particular, I'm afraid I couldn't possibly fit all my friends into a spaceship. And when the interviewer presses the point a little more seriously towards the end, do you think we'll live on another planet at some point? She replies evasively, we still have a few billion years before it gets too hot. But, of course, we have to leave here sometime. In terms of cost, the smart thing to do would be to find a planet somewhere in our solar system. The difficult question of financing is the first thing that comes to mind when saving humanity, of course, even if the deadline in terms of physics is still far off, and the plans are still somewhat half-baked. Because ultimately everything always depends on investments. That is immediately obvious to everyone. What can't be done with money can only be done with more money. But the good taxpayer has to generate that first, which is why Kaltenegger addresses the down-to-earth skeptics in more detail. Mars would be an option. But of course you can also imagine huge spaceships in which we then live. Even such supposedly cost-effective projects are pipe dreams. Even the selected elite who can travel to other planets would not be able to sustain self-sufficient reproduction on barren planets or on board large spaceships. We cannot copy the natural world. We did not create it, and we cannot understand it as a whole. However, society must reproduce and develop in metabolism with it. Our technology can only reshape nature and thus create new possibilities for us. It presupposes the laws of nature, which it skillfully uses. For example, to make a rocket take off despite gravity by using the force of recoil to compensate for the force of attraction. However, our technology can never completely rearrange nature or ignore its rules. What hardliners propagate as the next evolutionary step for humanity, its expansion into space, is, as we know, impossible. The increasingly pale utopia of outer space has secretly come to terms with this by coming to terms with earthly conditions, under which technological progress is increasingly detached from social progress, and it seems only a matter of time before barbaric rackets with modern means of destruction once again destroy all progress. The unleashing of the productive forces as a consequence of capitalist production relations was certainly progressive in many respects well into the 19th century. However, the idea that this alone should be considered as progress was already an ideology in the early days of capitalism. Today, it finds its ultimate refuge in the belief that technology and progress are synonyms and that the expansion of capital can be continued forever. No one seriously dares to believe in the possibility of true progress, which would lie in peaceful conditions on Earth, in an end to scarcity and forced competition. A possible self-imposed end of earthly civilization is even considered a further argument for the departure into space. No wonder this utopian vision, which is fueled more by stubborn optimism than conviction, goes so well with dystopias. They arise under the same ideological conditions, when boredom takes over and even the apocalypse promises some variety. Our social second nature seems more impenetrable and unstoppable than any sprawling jungle. Even the parts of the cosmos that are obviously beyond our influence appear, against better judgment, before their imagined power only as hurdles that they will be able to overcome in time. In the face of this megalomania, a more pronounced sense of the impossible for humans as an index of what is really possible would then be at least a small step forward. In a 1981 interview with the French-American writer Raymond Federman at his home in Krakow, Stanislav Lem explained his rejection of the genre label science fiction as follows. For me personally, the term science fiction has something offensive about it because it suggests a connection to science, when in reality, it has nothing to do with science. For many years, I read science fiction in the hope of finding something interesting in this huge quantity of works. But I didn't find anything interesting, so I stopped reading science fiction altogether a few years ago. It seems strange that Lem, who is still routinely categorized as a science fiction author, describes the genre as something alien to him, from which he could not even draw inspiration for his own work. It becomes more understandable in light of the biographical background that connected Lem with Fetterman. Fetterman, born in 1928 in Montrouge near Paris, came from a Jewish family, as did Lem. In July 1942, the French police, acting on behalf of the German occupying forces, stormed and searched his family's apartment. Fetterman's mother hid her 14-year-old son in the closet. Fetterman's parents and 2 sisters were deported and murdered in Auschwitz. He survived in various hiding places and emigrated to the United States in 1947, where he made a living as a jazz saxophonist, a soldier in the U.S. Army, and finally as an author. 7 years older, Lem was the son of a Jewish-Polish family of doctors and studied medicine in Lemberg until the German occupation. He managed to conceal his Jewish background with the help of forged identity papers and worked under the German occupation as a mechanic and welder, while secretly supporting the Polish resistance. Almost all of his family members were murdered in the Shoah, and even after 1945, although he was able to resume his studies and work as a journalist, his life story remained shaped by the virulent anti-Semitism that continued to exist in Poland. This was now overlaid by the new political divisions in the wake of the confrontation between the two blocs. In 1945, Lem moved from Lviv, which had fallen to the Soviet Union after its liberation by the Red Army, to Krakow, where he lived from then on. In his early novel, The Hospital of the Transfiguration, published in 1955, which describes the everyday lives of doctors and patients in a psychiatric hospital in Poland during the German occupation, Lem for the first and last time made the historical biographical foundations of his writing the immediate subject of his own literary work. The novel's protagonist, the young Dr. Stefan Trzynecki, witnesses human experiments, systematic euthanasia, and sadistic torture being carried out by German and collaborating Polish colleagues carry out on patients, and as a result, he develops an ever-sharper awareness that technological and medical progress not only carries the seed for the improvement of human conditions, but also for their destruction. As a clinical and at the same time developmental novel, The Hospital of Transfiguration was something of a Polish-Jewish answer to Thomas Mann's novel, The Magic Mountain, published in 1924, whose late bourgeois decadent scenario seemed like the testimony of a completely different epoch 30 years later. While working on it, he realized that the bourgeois Bildungsroman was not suitable for expressing the historical experience that was its subject, so from then on Lem resorted to forms of trivial literature that he had experimented with before. In his early dime novels, The Man from Mars, 1946, and The Planet of Death, 1951, he had already practiced adapting narrative forms from utopian and dystopian literature. The childlike, experimental joy in astronautics, not scientifically or metaphysically grounded, that characterizes these early books has remained with Lem ever since and has become the source of a writing that cannot be adequately described using the traditional terms of high and popular literature. This is especially true because Lem has always conveyed the playful, childlike aspect of his writing with a deep, historically grounded seriousness. This is most evident in his 1961 novel Solaris, which has been made into several films. In it, elements of the space pulp fiction familiar from Lem's early work are used to reflect on the problems of memory and forgetting in the then-present. The planet Solaris, the exploration of which is narrated in the novel in multiple interwoven layers of time and action, is inhabited by a seemingly living and rational substance, a vast ocean that is capable of producing a wide variety of beings and replicas of early humans. The human reincarnations it produces seem to embody repressed guilt, forgotten atrocities, and buried historical events of human history. The protagonist Chris Kelvin, who inspects a research station on Solaris and encounters such reincarnations there, also meets a re-embodiment of his deceased girlfriend Haley. In Human, as she is, She presents herself as capable of self-recognition and reflection on the basis of a replica, and harbors a plan to destroy the world of post-human revenants that inhabit Solaris. Kelvin initially stands in the way of her plan, but ultimately allows her to carry out the replicant's attempt at self-destruction. Although, compared to the historical realism of the Hospital of the Transfiguration, Solaris represented a return to Lem's trivial literature-inspired beginnings. These are transcended in the novel, as are the forms of narrative realism. Solaris can be read as a fictional reflection on the ideas of idealistic and materialistic philosophy, as a parable of the contradictory and yet necessary connection between substance and appearance, being and seeming, matter and spirit. At the same time, the book remains incomprehensible if it is not related to the historical experiences that it has absorbed without thematizing them. The planet Solaris is not simply an incommensurable manifestation of cosmic life to the human mind, but this incommensurability expresses itself in a human way that has a contemporary historical index. The history of human civilization is so interwoven with self-mutilation, self-denial, and the mutual subjugation of people that they externalize their accumulated guilty conscience, their life lies, and their hopes buried during their lifetime, as it were, and exclude them from humanity, piling them up elsewhere. In this respect, the planet Solaris represents an ocean of repressed human knowledge that has sunk into the historical unconscious, the knowledge that they betray and corrupt their own concept every day. The eeriness of the replicants that populate Solaris consists in this familiar unfamiliarity. Whether Haley's plan to make the destructive element she discovers in herself as a revenant of the repressed human disappear is seen as an intensification of barbarism or as a possibility for human beings to civilize themselves remains unclear in Lem's work. His fantastic novels, from The Sternage Butcher, Star Diaries, published in 1957, to the late novel Fiasco, 1987, are characterized by this dual refusal of both the utopian and dystopian genres. The fact that Lem's series protagonists, such as the astronauts Ijan Tichy and Perks, who appear in many of his works, have their origins in the tradition of the rogue and the jester in literary history, points to this ambiguity. The leading figure of utopian science fiction, a genre that is optimistic about progress and technology, is the space traveler as a new form of ruler of nature, explorer and engineer, who expands the possibilities of humans beyond their terrestrial sphere of influence and thus in turn benefits humans. The leading figure of dystopia is the dark adventurer who, in the foreign lands he explores, encounters his own dark sides, fears and repressed urges, which are unleashed instead of civilized in the fantastic world. In contrast, the prankster is a liminal figure. He combines the childlike optimism of the explorer with the darkness of the adventurer, who is confronted with his own limits and abysses. He is neither an optimist nor an existentialist, but a doubter and ironist. In Lem's work, irony can only be understood in the sense of early romantic irony, whose self-distancing and self-relativization is not an empty game, but one that is serious and only through this seriousness a game in the literal sense. His astronauts and space travelers have something in common with the detectives in his crime novels. They negate and renew the whodunit genre in much the same way that his fantastic novels renew science fiction. The investigative work of Lems's astronauts and space travelers leads to insights that transcend the epistemological framework of the positive sciences, without thereby becoming mere speculation or metaphysics. Lem's first crime novel, The Investigation, written in 1958, is about mysterious events in English cemeteries where corpses disappear one after the other, only to reappear in other places. The Cold, published 16 years later, tells of a series of unexplained deaths in Italy, where a number of tourists, all of whom had pre-existing allergic conditions, appear to be dying of an unknown disease. In both novels, it is unclear until the very end whether any crimes have been committed at all. In both, the investigative work of the authorities leads to an inextricable tangle of correlations, coincidences, suspicions, statistical speculations, and hypotheses, from which there is no escape in the end. The attempt at enlightenment potentiates the riddle precisely by offering answers to all possible sub-questions, all of which contradict each other and intensify doubts as to whether there is a riddle at all. The fact that Lem, in everything he has written, has refused to trust the promise of enlightenment of modern science just as he has refused to give credence to its opponents, testifies to a reflected childlike and thus adult skepticism regarding the possibility of positive knowledge at all. In the Hospital of the Transfiguration, he spelled out the historical basis for this skepticism, the self-denial of the sciences of man in the face of humanity's betrayal of its own concept. Since this early book, he has hardly ever spoken about this basis for experience, at least in his role as an author, but he has nevertheless brought it to bear. The silence speaks of what it is silent about. Where this context is not present, Lem's fantastic literature is robbed of its realistic core and thus really becomes an empty game. Celebrated as a science fiction author, Stanislaw Lem was born on September 12, 1921 in Lwów, Lemberg, Orly, in today's Ukraine. On the occasion of his 100th birthday, the writer was the subject of all kinds of press publications, from the FAZ to the TAZ, from internet blogs to weekly newspapers. A number of feature writers devoted article after article to the author, who died in 2006. On top of that, a biography was published to mark the anniversary. His sharp comments on contemporary debates were occasionally mentioned in it, as was his examination of the extermination of European Jews, as published in the two-part newspaper article Prowakacja 3 in the Polish magazine Ordra in 1980. As in the essay reprinted here, the experience of uncompromising mass murder, meaning the German mania for destruction, which, after the enemy had been determined and identified, tolerated no mercy whatsoever, runs through his entire work. The fact that he wrote primarily fictitiously and rarely biographically has its origin in the doctrine of socialist realism and develops further in accordance with everyday experience in communist Poland. In The Voice of the Lord, Lem has an exiled Polish doctor of philosophy discuss. Although he, a German officer, spoke to us, we were not human. He knew that we understood human language in principle, but were not human. The simpler people among his people were not in possession of this higher secret. Our bodies made us appear human on the outside, and this appearance confused them somewhat, so they were forced to massacre these bodies so that they no longer resembled human bodies. And the Germans had behaved like fate, which does not necessarily need to be interpreted. End of quote. In one of the numerous interviews conducted with him, Lem interrupts his conversation partner on the phone. "Allow me to kill the dog." This seemingly joking question to the editor Adolf Stock, after Lem had previously explained that he had no need to read horror novels by the likes of Stephen King, speaks volumes. He may have laughed, but this anecdote encapsulates the cumulative experience of his life. As one who escaped the German death industry, death accompanied him throughout his life, dominating his thinking and guiding his reflections on philosophy and current affairs. The looming destruction is and remains a recurring theme in his prose, whether very clearly in relation to National Socialism in the early novels, as the vanishing point of the history of civilization in his fantastic stories, or, sometimes more, sometimes less hidden, in the late reviews of never-written books and their fictitious forewords. The leitmotif of his literary works can be seen as a never-ending interplay between the telos of predetermined development and complete randomness. At one extreme is chance, at the other the order that shapes life. Although he was a scientist by profession, this calculable predestination did not really appeal to him. Hence, and for that reason, chance fascinated him. A fascination that went so far that it seemed a bit spooky to him. In the autobiographical essay My Life, Lem writes about a belletristic image of a skull neatly dissected from a corpse. "My uncle was murdered about 2 days after the Wehrmacht marched into Lviv. What kind of objective connection, i.e. not imagined by me alone, not consisting solely of associations, can there be between these parts of the human skeleton and the time of the genocide? Is this connection based solely on series of coincidences? I believe that it was pure coincidence. I do not believe in providence or predestination." However, he adds, almost like a disclaimer, "At most, I could imagine a predetermined disharmony in place of the predetermined harmony, based on my life experience, which leads to chaos and madness." End of quote. That is probably why he declared his theoretical considerations about chance to have failed, at least in literature. "My philosophy of chance is an unsuccessful attempt to formulate an empirically based theory of the literary work, but it has been successful as an attempt in that I have taught myself with this book what factors determine the rise and fall of literary works." End of quote. Curiously, it was precisely this failure that, in his typical style of biting irony and sarcasm about progress, led him to cross the genre boundaries of contemporary science fiction in his late work. He writes, "The source of innovation was gradually exhausted. This resulted in the formation of hybrids, science fantasy, and in the mechanical adherence to predefined patterns and schematics in the literary game. In order to create something new, it was necessary to venture into a different realm of possibilities." And further, no, the idea, initially conceived more as a joke, of writing the critiques and reviews of non-existent books or forewords to them, the complete void and imaginary grandeur, is not used by me now primarily to publish texts, but to create my own knowledge about a world, serving only me, to sketch it out in first drafts and to bring it to fruition afterwards. Quote end. His work is characterized by an early love of technical devices of all kinds and the technical reproduction possible with them, as well as a pronounced tendency towards order. I learned the meaning of the categories, order, and coincidence for human life in a purely practical, instinctive way, so to speak, during the war years, like a hunted animal and not like a thinking human being. I was able to grasp in a practical way that the difference between life and death depended on tiny, inconsequential, very small decisions. In connection with this, he writes about his work as a writer. "I believe that this was the case, that it is no coincidence that I have attributed such an important role to chance as a shaper of the fate of my works. I have experienced how fragile social systems are, how people behave under extreme conditions, how unpredictable these people become under enormous pressure, so that their decisions can never, or almost never, be foreseen." The Third Reich's order seemed all the more brutal to him. In his writings, the disappointed humanist speaks without ceasing, but he does not allow himself to be robbed of his hope. Lem's heroes are strangers to existing society. They behave almost externally to it. Only coercion keeps them there, so they are unable to escape it. Lem's probably most popular anti-hero, Ijan Tichy, for example, finds himself trapped in the most impossible situations, always as a result of a chain of unfortunate circumstances and with unavoidable inevitability. The bulk of Tichy's adventures are initiated with a general agreement on his irreplaceability in the face of the challenge at hand. Lem makes it clear that what befalls the protagonist must befall him. Tichy's role as a recurring representative of human reason is exemplary when he attends the Futurological Congress to observe the general madness of rational future planning with a sullen attitude, or even participates as an active part in genre-preserving research in the flop. It is remarkable how far Lem allows the individual to resist even in these absurd scenarios, not only by depicting it but also by explicitly emphasizing it. In the stories mentioned, for example, it happens again and again that Tichy poisons himself or deliberately inflicts injuries in order to escape the pitfalls of his own perception. At the beginning of the Congress, for example, he repeatedly hits himself because he feels too happy. It can hardly be a coincidence that Ijan Tichy deals with many of these conflicts in an auto-aggressive way. Again and again, his literary creations rebel, but the unbearable tension always prevails, wanting to escape their own destiny, but unable to leave their total doom. Lem attempts to formulate this tension in a separate aesthetic theory, often woven into the reflections of his novel characters. It makes him oscillate between utopia and the simple negation of the existing. This oscillation is particularly challenging and provocative due to the unyielding consistency with which he spells out his fictions. People take pills for mood disorders, so the future must become a chemocracy. The provocative character of the essay with a similar title is not the result of contempt for an entire profession and a single central thesis, final solution as salvation, as the historian Wolfgang Benz attempts to show, but rather is provoked by the fact that the combination of satire and fiction hits the nail on the head more sharply than 50 seminar papers on the mass slaughter on the Eastern Front and beyond would challenge the guilds to comment on, should be recognizable as par pro toto after reading the provocation. Furthermore, it is provocative that Lem always deals with the respective matter meticulously and polemically, without shying away from formulating the most extreme factual consequences. Here, for example, spelling out the favorable procedures of mass murder. Cybernetics is finding its way into product design and technical optimization. Weapons will inevitably be modeled on the simplest, most complex, and fittest organisms. Does medicine promise a life free of disease and death? Horrific things will happen to the human body. Thus, the essayistic attempts by Lem to anticipate and warn against the rapid course of events run through his work. The undying enthusiasm for technology of all kinds cannot simply be maintained unbrokenly against social reality. It is significant, however, that he prefers everyday objects to professional art, which he declares to be silly, kitschy, and simply a branch of industry. As he says in My Life, "It is not good for art when you can mistake a roll, a river stone, and a stove door for works of art. It is in a bad way if you can place the enlarged microphotograph of a crystal cut or a dyed tissue preparation, or even a virus colony dusted with silver ions, seen through an electron microscope, with equal justification between abstract to schist paintings." He continues, "By the way, if the backward trend is now binding and if Turpism turns out to be the most fashionable direction, then I will take the liberty, this time with pride, of reminding you of the peed-upon music box, which Lem had previously mentioned in the form of a childhood memory. Isn't that crippled creation, formed by filling the mechanism of a musical clock with a substance of bodily origin, isn't a result of the struggle of Newtonian thought? The clockwork of the heavenly bodies is its guiding principle, with the element of animal decomposition. In a word, does not the crossing of the idea with the excrement represent a true phenomenon in its forerunning, and even more so, in its prophesying of the catastrophic nihilism? I rejected deterministic melody after all as a 4-year-old through a truly existentialist act of choice, by openly declaring myself in favor of animalistic freedom, and thus, by simply unbuttoning the panties of entire millennia of industrious civilization, giving a slap in the face. And then there was the utter uselessness, and thus also the pure unselfishness of that spontaneous creation. He never failed to remind modernity of its achievements, not only in art, but also in its unfulfilled potential for the better and its turn for the worse. Finally, one of Lem's great talents is his precise forecasting of scientific and social development. The indisputable nature of this is eloquently demonstrated by the adventures of Ijan Tichy, or the serious treatises. In an interview, he explained how these came about. "How do I do it? Maybe I was a bit luckier with my predictions than others. You have to present something absolutely improbable, something incredible today, something impossible, and that will be the case in the future. The impossible will happen." End of quote. The essay Provocation provides an insight into the work of this extraordinary and, in his comments, quite controversial intellectual of the 20th century. Here, I would like to draw attention to the intelligent choice of name for the invented German historian Horst Spernicus, and the year of publication in the context of Holocaust research at the time. It is obvious that Lem was familiar with the writings of Raoul Hilberg, Leon Poliakov, and Hannah Arendt, which is particularly noticeable in the second part of his text, and that, in keeping with his habit as an autodidact, he followed these discussions and developments with interest and awareness. In the further course of Provocation, his review reads like an antithetical preliminary work to the works of Saul Friedlander. When reading Provocation, it is also important to bear in mind the final words of Lem's My Life. To put it in a nutshell, I am a disappointed do-gooder, a disappointed, but still not a desperate do-gooder, because I don't believe that humanity is a hopeless and incurable case forever. End of quote. Whether this, albeit skeptical, hope can still be justified is what his text addresses in the most impressive way. When a renowned science fiction author is celebrated by the international press, it is worth taking a closer look at the source of this sudden enthusiasm for a representative of a genre that is otherwise rather disparaged in educated middle-class circles. This is all the more true when the author in question has won multiple science fiction literature awards, including the internationally renowned Hugo Award in 2015 and, significantly, 9 times the Galaxy Award from the magazine Science Fiction World, which is closely linked to the Chinese state apparatus. Its world bestseller, the Trisolaris Trilogy, is recommended for reading by such diverse influencers as Barack Obama and Mark Zuckerberg of their followers. It is therefore hardly surprising that the streaming giant Netflix is still planning to release the series adaptation of the Trisolaris Trilogy, masterminded by David Benioff and D.B. Weiss, the creators of Game of Thrones, in 2023, especially since the 2019 cinematic adaptation of Cixin Liu's short story The Wandering Earth is one of the most internationally successful Chinese film productions ever. This economic success story of the complete work is closely related to the topics discussed in it, which Cixin Liu plays through on the futurological keyboard of classic science fiction. The relationship between science and religion, assumptions about the variance or invariance of internal and external natural laws, contemporary historical and social issues, and whether these can be resolved through technological or political developments, and ultimately the future of human civilization, projected into the distance in both time and space, oscillating between hope and doom. It is precisely this ostensibly critical reasoning about the right and wrong paths of human history that makes Cixin Liu's work, with its alternative interpretations, so appealing to feature-oriented contemporary diagnosticians. For example, the notorious Dietmar Dath, speaking pars pro toto, says of Cixin Liu that the Western American middle-class left-liberal solution, from Richard Rorty to Charles Taylor to Barack Obama, relies on postulating a proud we that stands for a robust human rights universalism that is constantly expanding its we, is rejected by Liu as an all-too voluntaristic silencing of the antagonistic dynamics in the generic reality that is not at home with itself. In short, there is eloquent unanimity on all fronts about Cixin Liu's narrative brilliance, which always prompts critics, who, as is well known, always offend against the taboo of unity to discuss the question of the reasons for this dubious popularity and its problems. This widespread popularity already implicitly points to the pop-cultural character of science fiction, which, as genre literature, shares certain generic characteristics. Cixin Liu's works are also written along the conventional formal laws of this genre, whose specific aesthetic functionality moves within the dialectic of pop between the promise of happiness, there should be more than what is, and the commodity, the cultural industrial reproduction of the same old thing. The nonconformist gesture is compromised by its conformist form. Its subversive content ultimately remains ideology. The relationship between conformism and nonconformism is articulated in two statements by Cixin Liu in his epilogue to the German-language edition of The Three Sons, which initially seem contradictory. Although he points to the utopian potential of science fiction, which, when set in certain hypothetical worlds, can transform what is evil and dark in our reality into something righteous and brightly shining, and vice versa. He rejects this potential in the same breath with his addendum that I do not use my stories as a camouflaging facade behind which I criticize contemporary reality. Through the medium of science fiction literature, I want to create my own worlds with the power of imagination alone and convey in them the poetry of nature, tell the romantic legends that unfold between man and the universe. Cixin Liu does not deny the unbreakable bond between his work and its historical social context of origin, but he consciously wants to make it an anathema. So when he writes about the physical possibility of interstellar travel using space-bending propulsion and planet-destroying superweapons, he does not want this to be understood as a normative commentary on the potentially utopian or destructive nature of modern technology, but simply as metahistorical speculation about what might still be possible in purely physical terms. The primary aesthetic principle from which all narrative structures and plot dynamics, as well as the reference to reality, arise here functions analogously to Brecht's dramaturgical alienation effect, which he defines as a modified representation of reality, which, while recognizing the object, at the same time makes it appear alien. In his discussion of Brecht, Adorno explains, by opposing empiricism, the works of art obey its forces, which, as it were, repel the intellectual construct and throw it back on itself. No content, no formal category of a work of literature, however unrecognizably modified and hidden from itself, does not originate from the empirical reality from which it emerges. Through this, as through the regrouping of moments by virtue of their formal law, the work of literature relates to reality. Quote end. In this way, the object is first to be deprived of its self-evidence in order to enable a subsequent process of recognition. In contrast to myth, which also operates with alienation effects, but which, on the other hand, aims at the essence of phenomena supposedly removed from history and thus ultimately engages in ontology, the literary theorist Darko Suvin defines the formal framework of science fiction as the interplay between realistic but not naturalistic alienation and historicized knowledge about the empirical present of work and author, which marks the starting point of alienation, in Suvin's terminology, the zero world. In his view, science fiction is therefore a literature of epistemic alienation, which, in contrast to fantasy and related epic genres, is in constant reference to the aforementioned Zero world and is therefore not indifferent to it. Suvin overlooks the fact that this cognitive alienation is complemented by genre-specific literary forms and represented in just such forms, whose genesis was subject to certain historical conditions, but which became independent in the course of an early popularization by the culture industry and hardened into the well-known genre clichés. The historical reference to the present, correctly attested by Suvin, is thwarted by narrative forms that no longer exhibit any kind of internal historicity and thus behave arbitrarily with respect to their content, but also with respect to their aesthetic function within the structure of the work. In other words, in its indifferent formal principles towards its own historical conditions, popular science fiction since the early 20th century, initially avant la lettre, and later with an explicit reference to the history of ideas, has proven to be a postmodern playground of either utopian or dystopian visions of the future, where the author can combine narrative forms that have become reified as genre clichés with each other as he or she wishes, limited only by the ideologically determined bounds of their own inventiveness. It is precisely this arbitrariness in the ideological charge by politically committed authors that, reinforced by the corresponding tradition within the genre, Nolan's Volans suggests the reception of a work as the author's definite commentary on current events. Examples of this can be found in such fundamentally different works as Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, George Orwell's 1984, or Ernst Junger's science fiction novel Glass Bees, as well as in the tech phantasmagorias currently enjoying some popularity, such as Neil Stephenson's Snow Crash or, in German-speaking countries, Leif Rant's Planet Magnon. The plot of the Trisolaris trilogy is not unaffected by this, consisting as it does of a permutation of well-known topoi firmly established in the canon of science fiction at the latest by H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds from 1898. Humanity is threatened in its existence by the invasion of an extraterrestrial civilization and must unite to avert the threat of annihilation and ensure its own survival. Cixin Liu emphasizes that he does not want to write a critical or anti-critical work, but in his writing, which is completely indifferent to any formal problems and even free of reflection, the commentary character takes on a life of its own as a formal element in relation to the author's alleged or actual intention. At second glance, this reveals a more subtle but all the more powerful topos in his works, China's prospective role in world politics as an alternative to Western hegemony. Against the background of the knowledge-related alienation effect, it is not difficult to recognize that any fictional contact between humanity and an extraterrestrial civilization is modeled on existing theories of international relations, since these models are the only possible point of reference for the author. Analogous to the frequently used metaphor for the description of the arrest of utopia in the existing, that the land of milk and honey undoubtedly represents the utopian fantasy of someone who is really hungry, interstellar communication in fictional works is only possible as an image of real communication models. Stanislav Lem is one of the few authors to reflect on this tacit premise of his own genre in his novel essay The Voice of the Lord. The universe is a dark forest, says the cosmosociologist Luo Ji in the second volume of the trilogy of the same name, paraphrasing Sartre. In this forest, the others are hell. The unwritten law is that any life that reveals itself to another must be eliminated immediately. The dark forest model is based on two fundamental axioms from which all relationships and dynamics between civilizations in the universe can be derived. First, survival is the first commandment of every civilization. Second, civilizations grow and expand continuously, but the matter available in the cosmos remains constant. Since the mutual urge for expansion in its exponential growth must logically come up against the limit of the constant mass of matter at some point, the absolute necessity to destroy all known civilizations in order to forestall one's own destruction by those very civilizations arises from this, which represents the actual motivation for the Trisolarier's attack. Ultimately, the existence of the universe in its known form turns out to be the result of the intervention of technologically far superior entities for the purpose of securing their own existence, with the laws of nature as their artificial byproduct. That in this bellum omnium contra omnes, hypostasized as the cosmic original state, in which the history of everything so far is the history of intergalactic struggles for civilization, humanity ultimately fails and, together with the rest of the universe, falls prey to extinction at the hands of one of those unknown civilizations, is negligible in this context as a footnote in the overarching history of the universe. Because the aesthetic effect of the model of the Dark Forest is aimed at the question of how order could be brought to the current earthly war of all states against all. Anyway, this is exemplified by the scene from a special session of the United Nations General Assembly, in which the limited socialization of technology for the purpose of joint development of space technology in response to the Trisolar attack is discussed at the suggestion of China and Russia. However, this proposal for open access to technology as a gesture of responsibility on the part of the industrialized nations towards the Earth is vetoed by the United States and Great Britain, which insist on the primacy of national security, second only to planetary defense. In Cixin Liu's debut novel Supernova, it is an aggressiveness and infatuation with weapons that is sometimes inscribed in the cultural essence of the USA that ultimately causes a Third World War in a post-apocalyptic scenario in which a pacifist China is portrayed as a moral counterweight. This short sequence illustrates, like a burning glass, the dynamics imagined by Cixin Liu within international relations, which run along the hardened front between private property and bourgeois egoism on the one hand and cowardice and collective solidarity on the other. That this front also runs through real China is deliberately suppressed. The initial contact with Trisolaris was established by the Chinese scientist Yi Wenjie in reaction to the upheavals of the Chinese Cultural Revolution, in the course of which her father, an ideologically independent physicist, was murdered by fanatical junior Red Guard cadres under the battle cry. The general theory of relativity denies Marxist dialectics. Assuming that her experience compromises human civilization as such, she temporarily becomes the leader of the Trisolarians' fifth column, operating under the name Earth Trisolaris Organization, ETO. However, she later recognizes this view as a mistake and turns away from the ETO's nihilism in favor of saving humanity. Cixin Liu's criticism of the excesses of the Cultural Revolution as formulated here is strikingly close to the official party line. It should therefore not be misunderstood as the subtle criticism of a secret dissident, in the spirit of Stanislav Lem or the brothers Arkady and Boris Strugatsky, of the current state leadership, but rather serves only to affirmatively ennoble what already is, with a pseudo-critical gesture. Such a catharsis through a return to moral virtue, on the other hand, is not forthcoming from her American counterpart, who henceforth leads the ETO in its collaborative campaign against humanity, but can ultimately still be stopped by the intervention of Yi Wenjie. The same constellation, in which humanity is threatened by the solo efforts of a few mad scientists, can be found in the novella Spiegel, published in 2004. Here, the possibility of predicting the future using a superstring computer becomes a pawn in the game of various power interests and, as a result, a lesson in the corruptibility of the supposedly inherently amoral sciences, which must be stopped by a politically upright leadership. Once again, it is American scientists who, in contrast to their Chinese colleagues, are uninhibited by moral considerations, who actually use a superstring computer that they have also developed to determine the fate of humanity. Once again, Cixin Liu writes about corruption in a way that is entirely in line with the Chinese state line, something that even the author of the epilogue, who otherwise carefully avoids critical undertones, feels compelled to concede. The subliminal anti-American resentment contained in this story escalates noticeably in the 2002 first published story, Welton's Restorer, World Destroyer. In this story, humanity is once again threatened by an extraterrestrial civilization that travels from planet to planet in search of natural resources with a monumental ring construction, the eponymous World Destroyer, and leaves a trail of devastation in its wake. The intention behind the incursion into the solar system is openly stated by an ambassador sent to Earth, who is depicted as a coarse, scaly-armored lizard. The great World Destroyer Empire will devour the Earth so that it may continue its exalted journey. Under Chinese leadership, the United Nations is therefore developing a defense strategy in which the moon is to be used as a projectile to destroy the superstructure of the World Destroyer, which is not much more technologically advanced, but is much more brutal, although in this story, too, the efforts are to remain in vain. In this confrontation between two civilizations, one ruthlessly oriented towards exploitation and destruction for the sake of its own enrichment, and accordingly violent, the other peace-loving, willing to negotiate, and intent on higher values such as sophistication and morality. Not only does the post-colonial imago of the relationship between the colonial power and the colonized into the narrative schemes of classic science fiction, which are already prone to one-dimensional explanatory approaches, and in which humanity has to fend off an external threat that is diametrically opposed to the outgroup in all its characteristics. Significantly, it turns out in the epilogue and the prologue that the world destroyer empire, as the descendants of the dinosaurs, comes from Earth itself, but had to leave after plundering the local resources and driving both civilizations into ruin in an arms race with an ant empire. The threat is therefore not an external one in the strict sense, but an internal one. The alienation effect in World Destroyer most succinctly distorts the anti-American component of Cixin Liu's worldview, which Dan Diner describes as an ideologically charged rationalization attempt to make the realities and worlds of life, which have become confusing, more bearable by projectively blaming the definitive other, America. The USA, as a proxy for the West, brings the evil of the world as a symbol of world-destroying empire, and China, as the vanguard of the subaltern countries, is the spearhead in the seemingly hopeless defensive struggle. Cixin Liu's ideological core motif can easily be deciphered as the specifically literary figure of an idea that is constitutive of contemporary Chinese state ideology, namely the ancient model of rule of Tianxia, translated into the present by Zhao Tingyang. This is to be understood as an inclusive concept of global cooperation that breaks with the Western model of hegemony and selfish individualism and takes cultural diversity into account. Cixin Liu's invectives against the egoism and individualism that arise from the logic of the law of value, which, incidentally, is not mentioned to any significant extent in any of his works, and are primarily located in the West, turn out to be an undisguised advertisement for the Chinese countermodel to Western hegemony. Instead of unbridled market competition, it propagates material betterment and the free movement of goods, and instead of selfish utility maximization, it promotes the community's priority over the individual. The desideratum of this model is, on the outside, a political order in which all cultures and religions live together in harmony and without one-sided universalism and cultural imperialism under the umbrella of an unspecified world sovereignty in peace, and, on the inside, an authoritarian model of state totalitarianism to repressively secure the said political order within the state, whereby state totalitarianism is to be thought of as socialism with a Chinese character and the world sovereign, of course, in the guise of China. On the basis of an exegesis of Hobbes' Leviathan, Gerhard Scheidt locates the origin of such a yearning for the said world sovereign in the crisis of capital. In the correct feeling that one's own sovereign, the individual state, cannot overcome it, the false idea germinates that it would only take a sovereign, of whatever origin, that encompasses all states and citizens to control the processes of capital seamlessly and at all points on the earth. The idea of a world sovereign is delusional in that it projects the emancipation from immediate coercion and arbitrary use of force, which is only envisaged within the sovereign, onto the relationship between states, and thus creates the appearance that they could, of their own accord, as states, renounce immediate coercion and the arbitrary use of force in their relationship with one another. However, the sovereign necessarily requires an external enemy to legitimize, secure its own rule internally. This political attraction is accompanied by an aesthetic one, which explains the aesthetic functional organization of the various elements in Cixin Liu's work architecture. Quote, "The flourishing imagination in trivial literature and mass media, which, especially since the catastrophic wars of the 20th century, has produced ever new extraterrestrial beings and worlds, owes itself, as can easily be seen with Hobbes, to the longing for the world sovereign. A common enemy of the earth is dreamed up so that the citizens of the earth no longer wage war against each other." End of quote. In other words, the horror scenario of intergalactic anarchy in the dark forest as a contrasting foil to unity under heaven. In his lectures on aesthetics from 1958 to 59, Adorno remarks that the consuming behavior of the customer, who only experiences the world in categories of commodities, is so preformed by the principle of exchange that it expects primarily a sensual use value from the experienced object. It is precisely this selective reception of individual sensual moments that corresponds to the consumer's claim to affection that not only misses the whole of the context of the individual moments in relation to one another, but actually always perceives the wrong thing about the work of art in general, precisely because this attitude of enjoyment a priori disregards what is actually present in the work of art. The international reception of Cixin Liu's works is similar, which, incidentally symptomatic of the current view of art in the left liberal feuilleton, pronouncing verdicts on works on the basis of individual moments that suit subjective preference, ultimately allows itself to be blinded by the emphasis of the radiance of either technological and scientific innovations or the narratively quite skillful plot against the unity of the work, the specific overall context of these individual moments in relation to one another. The fact that Cixin Liu's oeuvre is permeated by the promise of salvation of an authoritarian restoration as an answer to the sense of crisis of his readership is not mentioned at all. At first seeming oddly out of place, the end of the world, which usually occurs in his works, has a cathartic effect as a symbolic end to the existing world order, including all its contradictions. It serves as a precondition for a future civilization of peace that has yet to be established, breaking with everything that exists. The ant motif, which recurs throughout the work and allows Cixin Liu's ideas about such a civilization to be explored, is emblematic of this. Although it is mentioned in almost all of his stories, the pathos-laden epilogue in World Destroyer is particularly revealing, in which the last survivors of humanity return to the desolate, completely exploited Earth in the form of a battalion of soldiers after the World Destroyer has withdrawn. In a final confrontation with the last remaining diplomat of the World Destroyer Empire, the human representative argues with consternation about the key moral question, which in a nutshell condenses the content of Cixin Liu's entire work, namely, whether the struggle for survival is really the only principle of biological and civilizational evolution in the universe. Can't we also build a civilization that is self-sufficient and introverted, in which different life forms coexist symbiotically? Faced with the choice of flying to the World Destroyer and becoming citizens of the Empire there, or finding certain death on the inhospitable Earth, the group of soldiers around their eloquent marshal decides on the second option when they see an ant. In a last heroic act, they choose their own destruction, and with it the destruction of humanity as it has existed so far, in order to serve as food for the otherwise starving ants and thus, in the most literal sense, to form the breeding ground for a future self-sufficient, peace-loving, and harmonious civilization on Earth. The motif of the ant colony, borrowed from Carl Schmitt, deserves special attention here as a desirable utopian, reconciled civilization of the future, as it contains the hoped-for transition from rebellious individualism to the ant colony, the release from the drive as the answer to all suffering, de-individualization by extinguishing the libidinal basis of all individuation, in which the individual can experience itself as non-identical to the whole. In the ant colony, the individual counts for nothing, the community for everything. Consequently, the duty of the former is to sacrifice itself unconditionally for the latter, as a last resort even by its own destruction. Thus, it is only logical that the last two people at the end of After Time, the third part of the Trisolaris trilogy, also decide against their own survival and sacrifice themselves for the rebirth of the universe, whose constant mass must be maintained down to the last atom. In his epilogue to the Three Sons, Cixin Liu names a human being called humanity as the protagonist of his trilogy. No individuals act as individuals, but as specimens of their species. In order to maintain their civilization, they must be willing to make sacrifices, even to the point of blind obedience, since only in this way can the problems caused by humanity's selfishness and pursuit of profit maximization be eliminated. Incidentally, this motif corresponds very closely with the political views of Cixin Liu, the private individual on democracy, freedom, and individualism, which he revealed in a much-publicized 2019 conversation with the New Yorker magazine. Contrary to his stated intention of not wanting to write political stories, in this epilogue the author ultimately opens up a politicized reading of his work by emphasizing its reference to social reality. In view of the horror scenario of a world order of totalitarian ant states repressively pacified by Tianxia, his final words can also be understood as an undisguised threat of what will happen to humanity in the future in the face of continued Chinese aggression. Science fiction often deals with a time when humanity forms a harmonious whole, and I don't think we have to wait for the emergence of aliens for that day to come. End quote. The verdict that Dietmar Dath is a Leninist by conviction in postmodern garb truly requires no in-depth critical analysis of ideology. It is all the more surprising, therefore, that Dath, despite, or perhaps precisely because of, his ideological castle in the air, which has been hopelessly overtaken by current events and history, has achieved a certain reputation as a serious science fiction writer, even beyond the boundaries of his genre. The eerie quality that gives the book its title should therefore be understood in two ways. In a quantitative sense, the former FAZ columnist and SPX editor-in-chief, whose opulent oeuvre is published by well-known houses and has already received several prizes, is eerily popular. In a qualitative sense, however, Dath's popularity is uncanny in view of the sublimate authoritarian longings that break new ground in his work, which are misunderstood as liberal and either largely ignored or affirmed by the effusive reception in the arts and culture sections of the press. It is by no means purely for reasons of individual biographical contingency that Dath's own literary work, as well as the theoretical and pop-cultural references in his nonfiction texts, revolve around the genre of science fiction, for which he has had a penchant since his adolescence and to which he himself ascribes his literary work. What makes this genre so attractive for Dath is the fact that it is particularly well-suited to taking a stance, which Dath considers the most important category of politicized art. To answer the question of the truth of an art, one must understand what the statement of an art is. The statement of an art is not, this and that is so, but the statement of an art is, one can take this or that position on these things, Dath said in a conversation with Martin Hatzius, in which he further elaborates. If a work of art says, a socialist society is great, then the message is not, a socialist society is great, but you can obviously have this attitude. Of course, at that moment you are promoting this attitude. End quote. It is only from this perspective of a concept of art that is, by its very nature, engaged that Dath's work can be adequately understood. In the subtitle of his 2019 nonfiction book Niegeschicht, Dath defines science fiction as an art and thinking machine that can be used first to enjoy art and secondly, and this is the far more important point, to think things and relationships that would otherwise remain unthought. In contrast to realism and naturalism, which both reflect the existing world but do not go beyond it in this reflection, science fiction, in Dath's view, is able to project worlds from reality that move in a vector between possibility and probability, but which nevertheless exist solely within the respective science fiction work. This gives it an unreal moment that, as with any fantastic text, in addition to science fiction, these include in particular supernatural horror and fantasy, requires an aesthetic treatment that allows the recipient of the work to suspend their fundamental mistrust of the unreal and therefore unverifiable. This willing suspension of disbelief during reception, borrowed by Dath from the English romantic Samuel Taylor Coleridge, is thus the basic prerequisite for the effectiveness of any fantastic narrative. The basic aesthetic principle that builds on this and, as it were, the literary core convention of fantasy, is the so-called suspension factor, composed of the deliberate suspension of disbelief, which enables the recipient to engage with the unreal narrative element as a valid principle within the work's own logic, and the factor borrowed from mathematical category theory. The latter describes a mapping as a function or morphism between categories. Without being able to discuss category theory in more detail at this point, its epistemological value in relation to the subject of science fiction for Dath consists in the fact that it does not pose the question of individual objects and their properties. Thus, it does not operate in terms of set theory, but rather of their relationships to one another and mappings of one object to another. For example, the number 2 in the function f(x) equals 2x maps the number 4. For her, it is not about what something belongs to, but when, how, where, and in what way something can be made into something else. In other words, which mental operations can be carried out in which way, and for what purpose. End of quote. What is constitutive for the suspension factor, however, is that it not only makes the existing structures, which Dath calls world experience expectations, forgotten, and produces a narrative-logical anarchy, as intended by the free chains of association of surrealist écriture automatique intended, but rather gives the destructured elements, which initially meander in a disorderly vacuum, a new order through the inherent logic of SF experience expectations. The structure of reality is thus mapped via the suspension factor in the morphism of an unreal structure. The enlightened audience's expectations of natural laws are forgotten and can therefore be replaced by something else that generates new expectations and reduces the chaos of the pure set of knowledge by structuring the artwork's own complexity. End of quote. This expectation-generating other, the narrative logic that suspends the laws of reality, is the decisive moment that fundamentally sets science fiction apart from the other subgenres of fantasy. While the suspension factor as an abstract basic structure is common to all fantastic genres, its concrete mode of operation and manifestation differs significantly along genre boundaries, according to Dath. While fantasy works primarily with a vocabulary of fairy tales, legends, religious, myths and sagas, and supernatural horror deals with existential feelings of fear and panic, but also libidinous urges, which always point back to the corporeality of the human being, science fiction proceeds by means of a special case of deduction, whose speculative moment he defines as negative induction, or niche-induction, from laws which one can choose almost at will, but then must follow, one derives chains of events that can be narrated. So, you arrange a chain of conclusions for the purpose of obtaining cause and effect narratives that are permissible within the postulated legal framework. End of quote. I end this interpretation. Science fiction is the only genre of fantasy that not only refers back to extra-literary reality, but also goes beyond it, thereby possessing a transcendent quality, which can be used to express political opinions. Against this background, the aforementioned distinction of science fiction from realism and naturalism can be explained by the different relationship to reality. While the meaning of the latter two can, in principle, be supplemented by comparing experiences with the real world, to what extent Paul Auster's descriptions of New York correspond to reality can be determined by visiting the city. This is not the case with science fiction. The world-building of a science fiction text exists only within it and is therefore inaccessible to non-artistic experience. The world in a Robert A. Heinlein novel can only be experienced in this novel. Dath describes this science fiction viewpoint, which is still related to reality but cannot be verified by empirical experience, as the Tau Zero viewpoint, in reference to Poul Anderson's novel Tau Zero. If you want to construct this, it is enough to calculate one human experience with another human experience in such a way that something comes out that is reliably inaccessible to the actual experience of the respective audience. In its aesthetic effect, the Tau Zero point of view is simply the positive that is implicit in a negative, namely the specific, instead of abstractly fantastic, abstractly skeptical of experience, or simply irrational, negation of realistic naturalistic storytelling by science fiction. End of quote. At this point, it becomes clear what speculative, added value Dath sees in this understanding of the genre in science fiction. As the side of the coin of knowledge that is opposed to science, art in general and science fiction in particular is given the proper function of being a machine for tapping into both modes of knowledge and the results of knowledge, which could not be thought otherwise than with and through it. End of quote. Applied to Dath's aesthetic model, this means that the arrangement of the individual narrative elements under the premise of a morphizing logic allows access to insights whose contents consequently point beyond a representation in the categories of the exact sciences, because instead of positively ascertainable facts, they include speculation about what is possible in the future and thus are simply not empirically provable, but that does not make them impossible in principle. The fictional reality augments the empirical one and points beyond it. It is precisely that which is possible but not, yet, real that Dath seeks to depict with the suspension factor in his own novels, and this is reflected in the attitude towards the whole, which is crucial for the aesthetic effect. But a detailed presentation of Dath's conceptual toolbox for fantastic storytelling would be redundant if it did not shed light on his ideas of utopia, liberation, and socialism. From the point of view of attitude, Dath's literary texts are to be read both formally and in terms of content as a consequent extension of his nonfiction texts, and vice versa. For Dath, literature, which as a mode of knowledge, is always also to be understood as a form of social practice, in general and science fiction in particular, are in direct line with Marx's second Feuerbach thesis, according to which the question of whether objective truth can be attributed to human thought is not a question of theory, but a practical question. Dath interprets this to mean that a proper philosophical text must describe practice, and thus tell stories. The Tau Zero standpoint serves here as the unprecedented vanishing point, the construction of which marks the ideal telos that gives the narrative its structure. Dath declares this idea as the signpost of history, in the dual sense of both history and narrative, to be the unifying premise of socialist politics and speculative aesthetic practice. End of quote. Dath then also has a character in the novel object that the artwork as such is not mechanically taken from the bad world, but rather designed. Socialism has in common with the work of art that it is not natural, but made by people with will and consciousness. The work of art, therefore, has the chance, even where it is disharmonious, torn, negative, to resemble socialism, because its disharmony has a meaning, because it is intentional. End of quote. Dath's understanding of art shows striking parallels to Russian constructivism, just as constructivism sought to anticipate the new world by means of a detached, reality-detached logic of its own, which it followed through geometric abstractions. Dath attempts to transfer the same principle to the narrative techniques of literature by means of mathematical theories. However, emphasizing the speculative vanishing point as a central narrative principle should not be misconstrued as meaning that Dath writes utopian stories in line with his own self-image. In Dath's pejorative reading, utopia and its counterpart, dystopia, are philosophical terms in the sense of the Feuerbach theses, which can at best be used to interpret the world, but not to change it. Accordingly, utopias serve as the subjective points of view of the authors, from whose limited perspective contemporary society can be criticized, but not the path from it to a better one. For this reason, Dath would like to see the philosophical conceptual apparatus of utopian narrative, in which there is an unbridgeable hiatus between being and ought, replaced by a scientific one. His aim is to use narrative literature not to examine the existing but the possible, and consequently to explore spaces of possibility and probabilities that have been borrowed as categories from the exact natural sciences. To do this, he regularly draws on corresponding models from probability theory, such as complexity theory and Andrei Kolmogorov's axioms or Thomas Bayes' theorem. Dath's departure from utopia, which also entails a departure from utopian socialism, inevitably raises the question of the relationship between his concept of science fiction and scientific socialism. He himself sees the decisive connection in the process-like character between the negative-inducing logic of narration on the one hand and the dissolution of the rigid categories of natural and historical science through the dialectical concept of progress, which Friedrich Engels develops in his fundamental text The Development of Socialism from Utopia to Science, on the other. The result of this extrapolation of utopian socialism into a scientific methodology, which, as a vulgar Marxist distortion of Marx's critique into a rigid doctrinal system, will only differ from the bourgeois sciences in terms of its attitude, but not in the form of its production of knowledge, is a recalibration of the task of socialism. This no longer consists of creating the most perfect economic system for society, as the utopian socialists and, in their wake, the utopian writers with their idealized social blueprints did, but to examine the historical process from which these classes, meaning the bourgeoisie and the proletariat and their antagonism, necessarily arise, and to discover the means of resolving the conflict in the economic situation that this has created. End of quote. The conceptual parallels between Engels's view of scientific socialism as a departure from utopian socialism and Dath's understanding of the probabilistic moment of science fiction in contrast to utopian literature are obvious at this point. Where Engels defines nature as the test of dialectics by scientifically proving that in nature, in the last instance, things happen dialectically and not metaphysically, that it does not move in the eternal monotony of a constantly repeated circle, but undergoes a real history. Dath translates this idea into a fictional social practice in his novel Neptunation, in which ultimately even the laws of nature, such as gravitation or the speed of light, are subject to historical change and can be controlled by a voluntaristic intervention. The same applies to human nature, which can be adapted to the respective circumstances by means of cybernetic interventions, such as the addition of extra limbs or a complete reorganization of the human organism, as practiced extensively by the proto-social space society that appears in the novel, which consists of communists who fled the Earth after the collapse of earthly real socialism. The metaphorical expression of the socialist new man becomes biofuturistic reality here. From this fundamentally human capacity to change all the conditions surrounding them, a normatively impregnated potential for progress arises, to set up the conditions in a humane way. In their book of the same name, Dath and his co-author Barbara Kirchner call this productive potential in the womb of the old society, the new society implicitly contained in it, the implex, a term borrowed from Paul Valery. The potential for progress inherent in the implex, in turn, has two stages. First, optimizing production according to the possibilities of available technology and with the aim of securing people's livelihoods and freedom, and building on this material basis for the development of productive forces. Organizing the relationships of all people grouped around this production as little hierarchically as the state of production allows. In contrast to the dull histomat of party communism, in which a social stage arises with logical historical necessity from the contradictions of the previous one, Dath and Kirchner represent here, at first glance, a much more elaborate model of progress, but at second glance, no less teleological. In Dath's mathematical terms, progress no longer appears scaled as a fixed sequence of distinct stages, but vectorially as a space of possibility limited by the objective state of the development of productive forces. The possibility of establishing a freer society ultimately depends on this technical level as a material prerequisite for the abolition of want. In this, the long obsolete vulgar Marxist dialectic of the productive forces exploding the relations of production returns in a more sophisticated form. Against this background, Dath's apotheosis of technological progress as a prerequisite for social progress seems only logical. For him, such an engineering eye is the quintessential aesthetic quality of science fiction. The complete computerization is the telos of socialist planning, whose past failure, in addition to the external cause of the competitive pressure of neighboring countries with capitalist economies, is also rooted in the internal cause of the lack of availability for the needs-based production and distribution of elementary information and its algorithmic processing. Modern automaton and algorithm theory, on the other hand, provides precisely the tool that has been missing so far for the social implementation of the idea that in principle every process, whether organized by humans and other subjects with purposes and means or autonomously and naturally, can be described as a calculation given the current state of technology, that is, as the execution of a computer program. End quote. Some of this comes back when Dath tries to tell a joke about the objectivity of a scientific point of view. What's the difference between a pessimist, an optimist, and an engineer? The pessimist says, the glass is half empty. The optimist says, the glass is half full. The engineer says, the glass is exactly twice as big as it needs to be to hold all the liquid. End of quote. It is therefore not surprising that Dath's novels are generally overloaded with corresponding phantasms. In Pulsarnacht, 2012, for example, human consciousness is stored on a computer-like chip in the head called a tlaloc, which creates a human-machine totality in which human action is supported by the tlaloc, but can also be controlled. Neptunation, 2019, on the other hand, is populated by human-machine hybrids that border on the bizarre and androids made of organic material, all of which were created in the service of socialism. In Venus Seat, 2016, the development of autonomous technology has progressed so far that robots, which here, true to the actual origin of the word, operate as proletarians, and algorithms have their own consciousness and as discrete and continuous respectively, together with the biotic, humans, form the three social classes of Venusian socialism. What these have in common, like all the other technical ideas in Dath's work, is that they are all iterations of Engels' idea that the productive forces can be transformed from demonic rulers into willing servants in the hands of the associated producers, a thought to which Dath devotes an entire volume of essays called Masculine Winter, Machine Winter. There he defines the essence of technology, which can be equated with the productive forces at this point as a social one, namely as the relationship between freedom and necessity, between purpose and means in the production and reproduction of social life, put into social practice. It should be noted, however, that the existing productive forces cannot be adopted for socialism without further ado. As the process of making things whose nature consists in having a purpose, technology is never neutral to its social conditions, whereby under the conditions of capital its purpose in production consists not in the production of use values as useful things, but solely as a vehicle of exchange value. The reorganization of society therefore touches not only the political question of ownership and distribution of social wealth, but also the technical question of retooling the machinery from the production of use value to the production of useful things. Only when the production and reproduction of social life is organized in the hands of the freely associated in such a way that the machines, as useful productive forces in already existing production relations, produce for actual social needs and not for the exchange of commodities, can one speak of actual human-made history. In this context, the significance of Datha's science fiction concept for his construct of scientific socialism can be more closely defined. Inspired by scientific experiments, Datha's novels can be understood as literary experimental setups in which certain thoughts are spelled out in morphing constellations under laboratory conditions. In an analogous application of the corresponding methods of knowledge, it is therefore no coincidence that a mathematical theory, the concept of the suspension factor, is at the center of Datha's literary model. Literary calculations of possibility and probability are used to produce statements about the implicit potential for progress in the current state of history that are not exhausted in the subjective arbitrariness of utopian narratives. However, because these cannot be proven by the means of a scientific investigation, but can only be conceived as an artistic position, Dath sees the task of his own engaged science fiction literature as the production of the corresponding consciousness. From the realization that the world as it is currently constituted is not based on an idea, but that this does not mean that people cannot decide, individually, but also collectively, socially, to base themselves on such an idea for their own benefit, he concludes that necessity to prepare a revolutionary subject that is aware of its historical possibilities using the narrative forms at his disposal. My job is to ensure that this spirit, prepared for a revolutionary upheaval, is not just mine, but that of many people. End quote. Is scientific socialism, in the words of Engels, the theoretical expression of the proletarian movement? And does Dath conceive of his science fiction as its artistic expression, agitation by aesthetic means? The essential point of reference for Datha's thinking and writing in the course of history so far, which does not necessarily have to be identical with progress, is the downfall of real socialism, especially of the Soviet Union, and the related question of how the idea of socialism could still be saved under the conditions of its historical failure. His fantastic stories absorb the victories and defeats of real political struggles by transferring them into an imagined world with its own conditions of possibility and evoke the buried social imaginary, wishes, hopes, etc. in the reader. So the affirmative reading of a program that should be turned critical, so to speak. Not only does Dath not even consider the historical caesura of National Socialist extermination anti-Semitism and its continued existence in the recent constellations of post-Nazism from a strategic point of view, or that the persistence of the German crisis consciousness could possibly have a negative influence on his model of agitation, let alone pausing, in the sense of Horkheimer and Adorno, over the follow-up question, why humanity, instead of entering into a truly human condition, is sinking into a new kind of barbarism. Anti-Semitism and National Socialism are mentioned only marginally by Dath. There are only a few isolated statements in which, for example, the National Socialist state as an apparatus of completely crazed petty bourgeois who are supposed to represent an imagined blood-related overall interest of a particularly repulsive gene pool, is reviled in a vulgar Marxist way. Elsewhere, the anti-Semitism analysis of the dialectic of enlightenment is perhorseared in such a way that Auschwitz ultimately becomes a mere operational accident of the history of progress, in Datha's diction of the term. The chapter Rasenwan in Implex also deals first and foremost with anti-colonial resistance movements and the Soviet Union, and merely attempts to objectify racism, under which anti-Semitism is also apparently subsumed, as capitalist or rather colonialist and imperialist exploitation, without subjectivist vivisection of the guts, that is, without the instruments of psychoanalysis. He immediately reverses the paradigm shift that critical theory, which is already distasteful due to its supposed defeatism, has made from the question of the lack of revolution to the question of the lack of civilization by replacing both with the third question of why it currently seems more important to strengthen these historical stages. He is referring to the previous attempts to realize socialism against pure theory. In other words, why Engels seems more interesting to me than Marx? Agitation instead of critique. The answer to this question is that although the fundamental possibility of trying again with a chance of better success exists, there could also be the annoying case that what went wrong then was possible but is no longer possible today, because in addition to the reasons for failure that can be abolished, there could also have been conditions for success that were transitory. End of quote. Datha's entire thought and writing is driven by the intention to create a revolutionary situation before such a historical kairos is missed, to which he clings with manic determination despite all contemporary social objections. Consequently, Datha's novels are always written from a Tau Zero point of view that tells history, again understood in both senses of the word, from the perspective of the resolved riddle of history. What the solution to the riddle should look like according to Datha's ideas can be illustrated by a few passages from his novels. His ideological source and literary incarnation of his ideals, Cordelis Spath, who appears in a large number of the novels, wears a tattoo in Neptunation of the abbreviation KISS, the meaning of which, constructive, irenic, synthetic, and solidary, she explains as follows, quote, "Firstly, a society that builds up instead of breaking down. Secondly, an irenic society, that is, one without the use of force to ensure social cohesion. Thirdly, one that knows that it must constantly lead contradictions to new syntheses and then turn them into new contradictions. And fourthly, one that does not abandon, let down, screw over, or exploit anyone." End of quote. Despite all the fine-sounding provisions of the political-economic conditions of an apparently liberated society, there is a glaring omission in this definition. The relationship between the individual and society is characteristically left out. There are no more fixed identities, no more garbage, and money only in exceptional cases, writes Philip Leonard about society in Datha's novel The Abolition of Species, which is probably her most important because it is most influential. Instead, there is a free agreement between individuals who, on closer inspection, are no longer individuals at all because they are constructed in a postmodern manner as flexible and fluid identities, whose character traits all the more have something natural and instinctive about them, exorcising the contradiction between ego and it in favor of complete emptiness. As a manifestation of dissolution as well as a form of decay of subjectivity, these fluid identities are at the same time a prerequisite for a resolution of the fundamental contradiction between the individual and society in favor of the latter. What is depicted in The Abolition of Species as the result of evolutionary development in the post-human animal kingdom after the self-inflicted demise of humanity is described in particular in Neptune and Venus Triumphant with a thought of Stanislaw Lem as a process of autoevolution, that is, the guided evolution of rational beings by means of technology. While in the former novel the individual characters can freely dispose of their bioorganic furnishings and cybernetically develop beyond the evolutionary stage of Homo sapiens, in the latter novel this newly won freedom turns into a de-individualized form of bondage. Humans and machines are permanently connected through a centrally controlled neural network. Their identities dissolve into those of specimens. Individuality is not realized in this supposedly free society, but abolished. Where Lem, as a sharp-witted critic of Soviet socialism, still sees the justified danger of a potential splitting of the previously homogeneous biological species in such an autoevolution, in the consequence of which the unique, universal form of the human being under the influence of such changes become a relic of a dead past, and that humans would effectively transform their own society into the psychozoic variant of an anthill. However, such a postmodern variant of a socialist anthill seems to represent Datha's desideratum. While critical theory has always advocated that the critique of the suffering of the individual, never referring to the ominous common good instead of the individual, must be at the center, Datha's social criticism, packaged in novel form, contains something strangely technocratic that goes beyond the degree of coldness and hardening necessary for a critique of society. And ultimately, it goes perfectly with Datha's enthusiasm for revolutionaries of the ilk of Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov. The communist author seems to have resigned himself to the fact that you can't make an omelet without breaking eggs. When an omelet is made, Datha writes the corresponding passages in a way that leaves no room for misunderstanding as to how the recipient should feel. In Neptunation, for example, the rebellion of some rebels against the hostile usurpers of Neptune, Americans, of course, turns into an orgy of cathartic revenge, whose bloodthirsty carnage knows no bounds. The later, equally bloodthirsty end of the attempted rebellion at the hands of the enemy's superior forces, on the other hand, is aestheticized into a heroic sacrifice in which the individual figures give up their lives for the sake of a higher cause. This unambiguity about the moral impetus of the slaughter leaves no room for ambivalence, in which reasoning about the fundamental horror of killing, which should not be and which, despite its occasional necessity, must remain unbearable, could take place. For a socialist who, by his own account, is interested in the abolition of suffering, Dath's depictions of revolutionary and counter-revolutionary violence are strangely lacking in empathy for individuals. When asked about his relationship to the Chinese state and the reasons for his interest in Chinese science fiction, Dath gives two complementary answers. The first is, the governments in the West, which I think are completely crap, are afraid of China, and I like that. He concedes that China is an incredibly complicated society with diverse political currents that cannot be counted on in a strong political sense as an antagonist to the hegemony of the West, which is equated here with the hegemony of the worldwide capital relationship. His second answer is linked to this future-oriented approach, which, according to Dath's premises, must always be thought of as a technological one. The Western left has always rejected technological progress because it could only see threats and the coming apocalypse in it. In the sense of, the stupid white coats have destroyed our world, now we have the atomic bomb and surveillance. Skepticism of technology is always the cheapest ideology for settling into the status quo. End of quote. What characterizes contemporary Chinese science fiction, on the other hand, is a differentiated optimism of progress, born by China's move to the technological fast lane, which, despite everything, does not deny social contradictions. Dath completely excludes the fact that the invoked pluralistic discussions may only take place within the narrow confines of a repressive tolerance, Herbert Marcuse, and that the rapid technological development as a dialectic of progress necessitates the transformation from the world's workbench to a neo-colonial, imperialist aggressor. This enthusiasm cannot be explained in political terms alone, but leads back to the aesthetics of science fiction and the central category for the effect of its recipients. Once disbelief has been deliberately set aside and everything is conceivable, a sense of wonder sets in, understood as the amazement at the re-enchantment of the world in the pathways of thought, the exploration of which by modern science has supposedly disenchanted this world. While the positivism of modern science commits thought to that which is re-enchantment, which should not be misunderstood as mystical, suggests that more and something other than that which is possible. Dath believes that this difficult-to-understand, but not fundamentally unknowable, is expressed in Chinese science fiction and in particular in its figurehead Cixin Liu, whose Trisolaris trilogy is one of the most important works in the contemporary genre canon in terms of its scientific sophistication. The aesthetic appeal of Cixin Liu's scientific and technological visions of the future, however, does not lie in their abstract literary creativity, but in the concrete suggestion that progress, which has led to a highly developed surveillance and security apparatus, is simultaneously accompanied by a solutionist promise of salvation, that this technical potential, once used sensibly, represents the salvation of humanity, which, in Dath's view, can easily be translated as a development towards socialism. The Chinese path of a technological development that is contained under a socialist banner, but is rapid and purposeful, appears here as the antipode to the unbridled, value-driven, and therefore potentially destructive growth of the capitalist West. In this context, it is only logical that Dath vehemently distances himself from another project that instrumentalizes technical progress for emancipatory purposes. He describes the Californian ideology, which emerged from the anarchist hippie movement, as the insidious poison of techno-idealism, precisely because it initially conceives of progress outside of state regulation, which, however, at this point he is correct, did not lead to emancipation and freedom, but rather produced questionable technocrats of the caliber of Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, and Peter Thiel. In this diction, the world spirit, which according to Hegel had its starting point in the East, returns to China, and the science fiction there appears as its contemporary aesthetic expression, in which tech-utopianism and anti-Western hegemonic claims are reflected. While Moritz Rudolph reconstructs the return of the world spirit to its origin in China with a critical intention, it is precisely these critical aspects, the dissolution of Western hegemony, the resolution of social crises through authoritarian technocratic measures, exemplified by China's state measures against the COVID pandemic, that Dath interprets in an anti-Western affirmation. The parallels to Datha's own work are obvious, although it must be said in his favor that at no point does it degenerate into trivial revolutionary kitsch. Socialism never appears as an immediate, here-and-now reality, not even in contemporary China, but always as a potential that is present but still to be realized, in the sense of the implex. In Datha's novels, the socialist experiments remain just that, namely attempts accompanied by tragic failure and disappointed hopes, put forward from the perspective of the tonal point of view of communism as the telos of history that has not yet been reached, but is not unattainable, as something that has never existed before and possibly never will, as the never history that gave the nonfiction book mentioned at the beginning its name. The fact that the manic pursuit of the realization of socialism, which quickly turns into a delusional treading on the spot, is accompanied by the quiet suspicion that it could be in vain and, in accordance with Rosa Luxemburg's alternative, barbarism could be more likely than socialism, is probably the most realistic thought in Dietmar Datha's Leninist Castle in the Air. However, the more uncertain the historical situation appears to be, which truly no longer warrants revolutionary, jingoistic optimism, which has degenerated anyway into the mere perversion of a motive that once saw different days, the motif of not being able to wait, the more doggedly Dath clings to the old certainties of his Marxist doctrine of salvation. Herein lies the subtle difference between the dictum handed down by Max Horkheimer, according to which the more improbable communism appears, the more desperately it must be advocated, and Adorno's diagnosis in the same aphorism. However, the more the rational expectation disappears that the disaster of society will really be averted, the more reverently they pray for it the old names: mass, solidarity, party, class struggle. Where the first preserves the reasoning hope of maintaining the unjust, the second gives way to the blind fury of now more than ever. Instead of pausing to find out what is wrong in Marxist terms, he moves forward doubting, in order to enrich history with his political experiments, with new, better mistakes, which, however, are neither new nor better. The assertion that the natural sciences gain their results from experience is hardly disputed. But even representatives of the thesis that science is free of ideology admit that the conception of the natural process and the worldview before the Copernican revolution was essentially ideologically determined. The contradiction between the definition of the natural sciences as ideology-free empirical sciences on the one hand and as an ideologically determined view of natural objects on the other seems to be resolved by the idea of a development from the ideology of theological philosophical speculation to positive science, which investigates how it really is. Apart from the fact that the thesis of theory and ideology-free experience is anything but unproblematic, it remains to be noted that both the Ptolemaic and the Copernican worldviews were based on the same data, that they are two coordinate systems that can be transformed into one another, and that from a purely kinematic point of view, neither of the two systems is superior to the other. And yet the one, the Ptolemaic, is considered the epitome of scholastic ideology, and the other, the Copernican, is considered the one with which the new ideology-free science began. Yet the Ptolemaic view of the world is more plausibly connected to our immediate experience. For us, too, the sun rises every morning. It is the sun that is regarded as moving, whereas the Copernican model is a highly artificial construction that requires the transformation of observational data into a system that rotates twice against the observational system, in which the sun remains stationary. The Church had no objection to the formal construction of such a system as a computational hypothesis at the time. It merely asserted that this construction represented the real situation. The physical arguments that were available at the time, based on experience, spoke against the Copernican view and supported that of the Church. This should be enough to explain why the dispute at the time about the worldview was based on something other than the field of astronomy. Quote, "The different cosmological outlines only come into play because a system of conventional signs of rank, preferences of place, and processional sequences is implied in the ceremonies of society. Which place in a ceremonial indicates a precedence cannot be determined generally and from the outside. The cosmological imagery must therefore be based on a heterogeneous symbolism." Blumenberg, The Copernican Revolution, page 161f. According to Marx, People become aware of their real social struggles in ideological forms and fight these struggles in those forms. The Church's fight against the Copernican worldview, fought with political power, makes the function of the Ptolemaic clear. In the historical epoch of the transition to modern times, it is the attempt to metaphysically secure the hierarchy of the feudal system of rule, which has been theologically blessed but is already shaken in reality. Quote, "The elevation of the Earth from the dregs of the universe to a star," the formula with which Galilei repeatedly describes his part in the triumph of Copernicanism, has its significance precisely as an expression of metaphysical and not just physical homogeneity. Blumenberg, page 39. This elevation of the Earth can be deciphered as the political claim of a class that, concerned with highly earthly matters, nevertheless, and this against the entire previous tradition, claimed a theoretically based self-confidence for itself. The claim of the lower classes to a theory of their objects was revolutionary. It broke through the radical separation of mental and manual labor that had been in force for thousands of years, according to which cognitive ability was only attributed to the mind, free of all material interests, and the Philistines, the craftsmen, necessarily had to remain trapped in thoughtless empiricism, blind experience. The assertion that their objects, and not only those of theology, were accessible to theory, as before only the higher spheres were, the model on which theory developed, could only be asserted under the postulate of the homogeneity of the supra- and sublunar spheres. The theory, which was based on practical activity in terms of its claim, if not yet in reality, had a disruptive effect on the traditional power structure, which relied on transcendental legitimation, as long as the theory was also the transcendental legitimation of the power structure. The transcendental legitimation of the inner-worldly hierarchy was destroyed with the thesis of the homogeneity of the natural process, and at the same time the principle of transcendental legitimation was paralyzed, because power relationships could be just as well justified as the right of the strongest from the mere natural process as the demand for equality from the lack of theoretically justifiable criteria for the distinction of individual specimens of a species. The presentation of the ideological content and function of the new science could reinforce the view that, because it can be explained as a paradigm of social dynamics, it is exhausted by this explanation, and that the pathos with which Kepler claims the objectivity of his astronomy, without hypotheses for the new science, is rooted in the hubris of the emerging bourgeois class. If the Copernican system were only a paradigm as the basis of a computing technique, the attitude of the Church against Galilei would be justified in retrospect because it was only directed against the claim to truth. Quote, "This makes the return to Ptolemy's point of view of the resting Earth optional. It would mean using a reference system firmly connected to the Earth. Seen from Einstein's high vantage point, Ptolemy and Copernicus have the same right. Both points of view provide the same natural laws. Which point of view one chooses is not decidable on principle, but is a matter of convenience. For the mechanics of the planetary system, however, the Copernican view is the more convenient." Born, Die Relativitätstheorie Einsteins, page 251. So the Church would have known better, and Galileo would have been the victim of his limitations, not of the Inquisition. If the new natural science were only the manifestation of the social dynamics of that time, and if it did not also have a truth beyond this dynamic, then its claim to truth would itself be ideological. But then the difference between truth and ideology would also fall away, and our ideology-free science would be ideology-free only because there would be no truth. Two arguments can be adduced against this view: the systematic development of science and the practical applicability of its results. For an ideology would become obsolete with the epoch of which it is a reflex. A systematic course of science is inconceivable if the principles on which it is based are abandoned in the course of historical development. Nor would it be possible to think of a practical application of its results if false assumptions had been incorporated into them. The objection to the last argument would be that the practically usable results are invariant to their theoretical justification, but this presupposes that these results could have been obtained independently of the theoretical justification. Such results could then only come from experience, but from the experience of individual persons. If they remained restricted to these individuals, then the practical use of the results derived from such experience would also remain restricted. They would be abilities and skills of these particular individuals that would perish with them. On this basis, it would not even be possible to develop a primitive technical tradition, because that can only take place when experiences and their results can be handed down. But if experiences and their results can be handed down, then they are no longer tied to special individuals, but are accessible to a plurality of individuals. This presupposes the homogeneity of the subject matter for this plurality of individuals. The transmission of experiences over generations, their transferability between individuals who do not have immediate contact with each other, implies the generality of the experiences of a plurality of individuals in a subject area that is homogeneous for all of them. This finds its first conscious expression in the formulation of judgments about objects from this domain, whereby these judgments already claim universal validity. The attempt to systematically link these judgments by means of conclusions provokes the logical substantiation of the individual judgments from principles. The systematization of experience, by justifying judgments about the objects of experience from principles, marks the beginning of every science. The study of the motions of inanimate bodies began with the division into infinite, periodic, and finite, into natural and force motion. Only the force motions are obviously caused by a mover. Only they have a cause that is empirically comprehensible like the motion itself, and which therefore does not need to be inferred. The problem of a reason for the cause, even of the constrained motion, arises when the mover is no longer connected to the moved body. According to this somewhat speculative argument, it may indeed already be destroyed, while the motion it has constrained is still continuing. This problem motivates the justification of the judgments about the motion of the body, which must then necessarily go beyond the mere statement of what is. In Aristotle and in scholasticism, the justifications for the judgments on natural movements are limited to the presentation of a cosmological context in which each of these movements had its place, just as every body was by nature assigned a place to which it aspired. But only the constrained motions, which arose from the arbitrariness of a mover, provided the unequivocal model of causality. However, this model was plausible only as long as the mobile was united with its motor coniunctus. Aristotle came up with the explanation that the movement of the mobile continued after it was separated from the original motor coniunctus by the initial movement. Then, when the mobile was still connected to the original motor coniunctus, the medium would be imparted the moving force, which, after the separation of original motor coniunctus and mobile, would continue to weaken in the medium, emitting the motor coniunctus. Only through this argumentation could the principle of movement of Eliade, which underlay the model of causality derived from experience, be saved. According to this explanation, however, no immediate contact between the original motor coniunctus and the mobile would be necessary. The original motor coniunctus would only have to impart the moving force directly to the medium, not to the mobile, in order to cause its movement. This conclusion from the reasoning shows its logical fragility. In order to be able to adhere to the principle of movement of Eliade, the medium had to be motor coniunctus. But if the medium alone could be the motor coniunctus, then the empirically comprehensible cause of the movement, the original motor coniunctus, which provided the model for a movement of Eliade, was not absolutely necessary. On the other hand, if the medium was attributed the ability not only to sustain a movement but also to initiate it of its own accord, then the model of explanation would be completely detached from experience and would no longer be able to say anything about it. If the model is to remain linked to experience, then the contradiction arises that the medium can be motor coniunctus to maintain the movement and cannot be motor coniunctus to start a new movement. The contradiction was only resolved in late scholasticism by the impetus theory. In Occam's version, the mobile, after it has been separated from its original motor coniunctus, is its own motor coniunctus. This idea of the effect becoming independent of the one who originally caused it was already applied by Buridan to the movement of the heavenly spheres. Once set in motion by God, they could continue to move automatically without the constant assistance of God, by virtue of their impetus. But this would also have explained heavenly and earthly movements according to the same principle. The separation of the cause of the movement from the principle accompanying the movement amounts to the autonomy of the mobile, which went hand in hand with the emancipation of the cosmos from God, of natural science from theology. At the same time, after the separation of the mover and the moved, the motor coniunctus is also thought of as inherent to the violent movement, as a principium intrinsicum, which used to be attributed only to natural movements, and which was said to have been imprinted on the bodies that followed the natural movement by their creator. Now people, who set objects in motion at will, could themselves be the originators of such a principle and thus, in principle, imprint their desired motion on the world instead of God. Only under this condition is the practical technical application of the results of science even conceivable. The possibility of applying the results of science in the real-life process of society is not independent of theory, but is only opened up by theory. It seems obvious to understand the impetus theory of late scholasticism as the predecessor of the principle of inertia, and Duhem has done so, but Anneliese Meyer, who applied the labor of life, has refuted this notion with meticulousness that cannot be surpassed. Two arguments show the difference. According to the impetus theory, the moving body has the tendency to return to its resting state and therefore permanently opposes the movement, and the impetus theory recognizes both rectilinear and circular moving forces. The first argument, in which what is later called frictional force is not taken into account, leads to the problem of why the movement of a forcibly moved body slows down and eventually stops altogether. The original cause of the movement must correspond inversely to another cause for the cessation of the movement, which, however, cannot be understood according to the same model of causality that stems from immediate experience, because the mobile is then, when its motive power has weakened, already separated from the original mover. The effort to set a body in motion does not necessarily correspond to an effort to break it, and yet, as experience shows, every movement on Earth comes to an end. This problem was only solved by the principle of inertia, which was no longer covered by any experience. Galilei argues as follows: every ball that runs down an inclined plane gains speed. Any that runs up an inclined plane loses speed, so there must be a possibility between the downward and upward running ball by which the ball maintains its speed, because otherwise the sentences about the upward and downward running balls could not be unified in a consistent system. The horizontal plane is postulated as this possibility. The principle of inertia is the result of the attempt to link judgments about experiences in a consistent and systematic way, and is therefore beyond all possible experiences. Because only judgments, not facts, can contradict each other, Aristotle's demand for consistency can only be fulfilled in theory. Thus, a theoretical moment enters into the conceptualization of experience that cannot originate from the realm of experience. The conceptualization of experience, as given by the impetus theory, results, on the one hand, from the contradictions that are rooted in the Aristotelian theory. On the other hand, these contradictions could only arise in a social context in which the hierarchy was shaken by the attempt of individual feudal lords to gain independence from the feudal system by regarding their fiefs as their inheritance and property. The impetus theory represents the state of transition in which the feudal individuals tended to emancipate themselves from the hierarchical structures prescribed by tradition, and thereby shook the feudal system to such an extent that it had to make room for the independent development of a new estate. The impetus theory posed theoretical difficulties that were solved by the principle of inertia, and this only represents the principle of individuality purely. Thus, the arch-bourgeois principle of the independence of individuals, foreshadowed in the Christian doctrine of the individual immortal soul, was adopted as a constitutive element in the new natural science, because its further development depended on the principle of inertia. Only on the assumption of the principle of inertia is the logically sharp definition of the concept of force possible through the second Newtonian axiom, which then allowed the transfer of an idea of force gained from the experience of the effort to set a body in motion to the planetary system, which was no longer accessible to such experience. With the explanation of all mechanical movements in the sky and on Earth from a unified principle, the systematic connection of judgments about the objects of experience was also established. From the unified system of judgments about the objects of experience, a unified system of the objects of experience was inferred, not without plausibility, because according to Newton's law of attraction, all heavy bodies are in constant interaction with each other. This has led mechanists to reconstruct a universal world system in which strict determination should prevail. Quote, "In a dust whirlwind stirred up by a violent storm, which presents our eyes with a picture of utter confusion, in the most terrible storm, in which adverse winds stir up the floods, there is not a single sand or water molecule that is in its place by chance, that has no sufficient cause to occupy the place where it is, and that has not worked strictly according to the way it must work." Dalbach, System of Nature, or the Laws of the Physical and Moral World, page 47. While the worldview was previously implicitly based on the earthly power relations, the socially strengthened bourgeoisie now interprets earthly conditions according to the model of a universalized mechanics. Otherwise, everything remains the same. The order willed by God or nature, or rather the lawful disorder, prevails. Quote, during the terrible convulsions that occasionally afflict the body politic and that often bring about the overthrow of an empire, there is not a single action, word, not a single thought, not a single desire, not a single passion that is not necessary, that does not act as it must act, that does not infallibly produce the effects that it must produce. Given the place occupied by these active forces in this moral maelstrom. Dalbach, page 47. Whatever happens, the self-confidence of the bourgeoisie has made its peace with the world as it is and exposed the soul, which was promised the hope of salvation from this vale of tears, as an old wives' tale. In doing so, it had lost sight of the fact that the laws of mechanics only unambiguously determine the behavior of those bodies that are independent of each other, and thus of the overall context of all heavy bodies. Occam had formulated the theoretical premise explicitly, nullum universal est extra animum. The system of judgments about the objects of experience is no proof for an analogous system about the objects of experience. And Hobbes, having transferred the principle of individuality to society, realistically concluded that if individuals were left to their natural impulses, perfect chaos, bellum omnium contra omnes, all-pervasive competition would ensue, precisely what Marx later called the anarchy of commodity production. This has retained its truth for the natural sciences. The formal generality and systematic unity of the theory has a fundamentum in re only to the extent that the residential consists of particular isolated individual systems that are well isolated from each other and from the overall context. The scientific method, conceived according to the model of the natural sciences, has only particular things as its object. It insists that the general, the theory, corresponds to no reality and relegates theories that ascribe reality to the general to the realm of a supposedly long obsolete metaphysics. As far as the theory is limited to a mere explanatory principle for the given facts, the separation of the theoretical context of experience and the factual isolation of the objects of experience would be justified. However, this separation becomes problematic when the theory itself has become a constitutive element of the objects of experience. Newton's law of motion and the law of attraction can be used to represent the oscillations of a mathematical pendulum. However, its period is only approximately independent of the amplitude. In order to force the period to remain constant even for larger amplitudes, it must be guaranteed that the restoring force is proportional to the angle of deflection. The conditions under which this requirement is to be fulfilled can only be developed mathematically from the basic laws of mechanics, and only then realized. In the cycloidal pendulum as an object of experience, theory has then entered as a constitutive moment. But if theory became constitutive for the objects of experience, then the generality of the theory does not remain formal, but this generality is materially present as a moment in the facts. The objects of the theory are themselves constituted by the objective activity mediated by theory. But then there is a moment of generality in the empirical objects of experience that is not accessible to the immediate experience of these objects, but must first be opened up theoretically by recourse to the historically developed process of constitution of the objects of experience. Because there is a general aspect to the objects of immediate activity, the objective activity itself becomes a function of a general aspect that exists outside the subjects. The objectivity of this general aspect is mediated by a theory that is instrumentalized for the objective activity of the individual, and if this general aspect is not brought under the control of the subjects, it implies the blind instrumentalization of the subjects. In the terms of the Frankfurt School, the instrumentalization of reason turns into domination over people. The practical success of science, which was the most powerful argument for shaking the transcendent legitimation of domination, also serves the irrational domination of a blind general over individual subjects. Because this general is now materially anchored in the practical experience of the individual, it can no longer be destroyed by a mere ideological critique. Immediate experience, the activity of the subject, is a necessary moment of science. If this moment is absolutized, then the appropriation of the methods and results of science becomes a practice in an uncomprehended function, which can then no longer be understood as the result of a historically developed process that can be changed by people. The recognition of the conditions and implications is the prerequisite for self-conscious action, the possibility of which depends on the appropriation of the tradition incorporated in the objects of activity. With the practical command of the principium intrinsicum, humans put themselves in the place of God. They can only achieve the self-awareness that corresponds to this practical command through the political appropriation of what they have technically created. Of the essence of principles, what Plato says of the soul applies. That knowledge of what it is in itself, in every way requires a divine and complex investigation, but in comparison to which it can be compared, this is a human and easier one. The finite capacity of human understanding forces divine science to speak of its object differently than it is, in allegories that resemble the truth, but at the same time conceal that truth. This paradox was already present in the still mythical form of the concept of truth. The Muses sang, "We know how to tell deceptive appearances in abundancy in a way that resembles reality, but we also know, when it suits us, to tell the truth." Hesiod, Thlogonidai theg saithe. The paradox of allegory, speaking of the unconditional as if it were conditional, manifests itself in the allegory itself as a catachresis, as a break in the allegorical speech. Origen writes, "If the usefulness of the legislation and the smooth, logical connection of the historical narrative were to be clearly evident everywhere without further ado, then we would not believe that one can find another meaning in the scriptures besides the obvious one." Therefore, the divine logos has, as it were, introduced some scandal, stumbling block, and impossibility into the midst of the law and the historical narratives, for we should not be completely enraptured by the unalloyed beauty of the wording and thereby, either because we do not learn anything worthy of God, fall away from the teachings altogether, or, if we do not let go of the letter, absorb nothing more divine. The insinuation that the biblical myth is an inevitably catacretical revelation of the divine logos is the basis of allegory, the rational exegesis of the biblical text, and with it theology as a rational science. But allegory suffers from a paradox that is complementary to allegory. In the interpretation of Scripture, it makes the constitutive contradiction between the unconditioned and its analogous representation of the conditioned disappear, thus transforming theology into idealistic philosophy. Instead of hiding the scandal of theology and with it itself, it is necessary to get to the bottom of it. The Platonic myth that tells how immortal souls come to harm provides a clue. Plato writes, "The rest, though all following after the heavenly, are unable and are driven about under the surface, treading and pushing each other, each seeking to forestall the other. Now turmoil arises, conflict and fierce sweat, whereby, through the fault of bad guides, many are maimed, many feathers are damaged, but all go to the contemplation of existing after much suffering, and so gone, they stick to illusory food. The damaged souls are left with the colorless, formless, truly existing essence, visible only to the soul's guide, reason, inaccessible, and only the philosophers, the rulers, and those who enjoy freedom in their wake are able to preserve a memory of the truly existing essence." Simply reversing the idealistic notion, according to which, rule follows only from the participation of reason, and declaring reason to be the idealized form of rule, would divest the idealistic notion of its material content, of its insight into the significance of the fixation of the relations of rule in the souls of the ruled for rule. Marx writes, "It is altogether a peculiar thing with such determinations by reflection. This man, for example, is king to us because other men relate to him as subjects. They believe, conversely, that they are subjects because he is king." Domination, which, in contrast to that based on actual or immediate threat of violence, is rooted in the souls of the dominated, is called power, which is always historically based on acts of violence, but without which it would not be maintained as domination by permanent violence, even if the threat and use of violence remain its means of choice. In Aeschylus' Prometheus Bound, power and violence are distinguished supporting roles. Violence has a mute role, but power speaks. It is difficult for a single individual to threaten many with violence, and so the power of the one is based on the allegiance of several, in the simplest case on that of his sons. Thus the aged patriarch, who has become powerless, becomes a metonym of power. The recognition of the primacy of the firstborn, of the primacy of the eldest son in the succession, becomes the condition for its transmissibility. See Genesis 48, verse 2. Power gives the powerful the freedom to act arbitrarily, even to violate the law of maintaining and passing on power. Jacob favors the firstborn of his late-won favorite over the legitimate heir Reuben, thereby destroying the coherence of the succession. The legitimate heirs enforce the law of power on the favored by inclination, and thus break it themselves, because selling one of their own as a slave because of the disadvantage they have suffered because of him contains the willingness to bend the ruling family under foreign rule for the sake of their own advantage. In the dream, the man sold as steward already sees himself in the role of the steward. In the favoring and selling of Joseph, the contradiction inherent in patriarchal power between the freedom of arbitrariness and the law of their preservation as myth is laid bare as a seemingly historical sequence of events. Joseph's power over his brothers, on the other hand, is based on his participation in an alien power that stands above him and which becomes the purely heteronymous power of the Pharaoh over the Israelite people, in comparison with which the past power, divided by arbitrariness, appears as freedom. And he said further, I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Exodus 3:6. The vocation of Moses begins with the remembrance of a past that promised a different future than this present, in the name of a future that is radically different from this miserable present. And God said to Moses, I will be who I will be, and said, Thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, I will be hath sent me. Exodus 3 verse 14. A tautology is not logically false, but only factually meaningless. This tautology set in the future tense is a logical impossibility, the determination of an unconditioned that is not, but will, and can only become from something other than it is thus conditioned by this other. The logical impossibility of the tautology set in the future not only intertwines the historical with the systematic, the myth with the logos, but also recapitulates the antinomy in the law of power, the unlimited freedom of arbitrariness based on contingent domination. And he said, I will make all my goodness pass before you, and will proclaim before you my name, the Lord. And I will be gracious to whom I will be gracious, and will show mercy on whom I will show mercy. Exodus 33:19. Such self-affirming omnipotence was not only given to the people of Israel, named after Jacob, who had wrestled with God and prevailed, it also contains antinomies of the kind. Can God create something greater than himself? The ontological proof of God's existence, which subordinates the absolute power of reason, is the only release from this. God is, beyond whom nothing greater can be conceived. The form of this proof of God's existence, the greatest is the greatest, is a tautology like that of the name, but in contrast to that of the name mentioned, it has the advantage of being freed from all content, through which alone the absolute can be meaningful to finite beings. In contrast to its empty form, the tautology set in the future has a character, that of promise. Its content is initially defined negatively as liberation from oppression. This itself is defined not only negatively, not only as a barrier that one will find against another, but positively as control over the will of another, forcing him to do something he would not do of his own accord. Such a disposition of the will of another requires the unity of the commanding and the designative word, or, for lovers of the jargon of the philosophy of science, the unity of prescriptive and descriptive sentences. Manifestations of the disposition of the will of others are monumental buildings, especially those of a sacred nature, that serve no empirically determinable purposes. Such buildings are at the same time manifestations of independence from natural conditions, proofs of the freedom of arbitrariness, of that which goes beyond the simple reproduction of this kind of natural being. But this is what makes domination so wrong. It uses free will, the ability to set one's self-realizable purposes, as its material, and excludes those whose freedom of arbitrariness it uses as its material from pursuing their own purposes, leaving them to vegetate at the lowest levels of reproduction. Any relief of their existence then appears not as the result of their own labor, but as the mercy of the ruler and the attempt to reappropriate one's own, practically existing freedom of arbitrariness as a crime against the rule. Pharaoh said, "You are idle. You are idle. That is why you say, 'Let us go and sacrifice to the Lord.' Go now and work. No straw will be given you, but you must still deliver the same number of bricks." The foremen of the people of Israel saw that they were in trouble when they said, "You shall by no means reduce your number of bricks, your daily task each day." They met Moses and Aaron, who were waiting for them, as they came out from Pharaoh, and they said to them, "The Lord look on you and judge, because you have made us stink in the sight of Pharaoh and his servants, and have put a sword in their hand to kill us. Exodus 5:17-21. Now there arose a new king over Egypt, who did not know Joseph. And he said to his people, Behold, the people of Israel are too many and too mighty for us. Come, let us deal shrewdly with them, lest they multiply, and if war breaks out, they join our enemies and fight against us and escape from the land. Exodus 1:8-10. The tactic was successful at the time, for the biblical myth of the liberation from the Egyptian house of bondage is not a tale of agitation and popular revolt, but first of all of the attempt to persuade the ruler to relinquish his sovereignty. But the oppressed people's appeal to the will of the Almighty God is unconvincing, and the empirical manifestations of the will of the transcendent God, the signs and wonders that Aaron is responsible for demonstrating, are not fundamentally different from the sacred sleight of hand of the Egyptian priests, but the magicians of Egypt did the same by their secret arts. So Pharaoh's heart remained hardened, and he would not listen to them, as the Lord had said. Exodus 7:22. It is unlikely that rulers will allow themselves to be talked out of ruling, and signs and wonders are only manifestations of the will of a transcendent God to those who want to take them for it. To the Egyptian ruler, the Egyptian plagues are only a collection of well-known adverse natural events. Natural phenomena have often been taken as the occasion for allegorical interpretation, but this interpretation always led only to the idea of nature as a power that itself remains mythical and therefore cannot prove the supremacy of the transcendent God of the Hebrew slaves. This superiority is only proven in the destruction of the power of the ruler through the paralysis of the principle of the transmission of power, through the strangulation of the firstborn. Then the people of Israel went and did so, as the Lord had commanded Moses and Aaron, so they did. At midnight the Lord struck down all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh who sat on his throne to the firstborn of the captive who was in the dungeon, and all the firstborn of the livestock. And Pharaoh rose up in the night, he and all his servants and all the Egyptians. And there was a great cry in Egypt, for there was not a house where someone was not dead. Exodus 12 verses 28-30. It is doubtful whether he was the same as the Lord, who would have done this, for he would have recognized his own without the external sign, the blood of the sacrificed Easter lamb on the posts, door, and threshold. The blood shall be a sign for you, on the houses where you are. And when I see the blood, I will pass over you, and no plague will befall you to destroy you, when I strike the land of Egypt. Exodus 12:13. The obvious supposition that the liberation from Egyptian captivity was historically the work of a clandestine terrorist organization does not yet reflect the content of this biblical myth, because the organization of the liberation was only possible as a disorganization of domination, and this disorganization presupposed the recognition, the distinction of the ruler from the law of the preservation of his power. But the law of the preservation of freedom is the law of the preservation of power. It is proclaimed long before the Decalogue. The Lord said to Moses, "Consecrate to me all the firstborn. Whatever is the first to open the womb among the people of Israel, both of man and of beast, is mine." Exodus 13:1-2. And in order to avoid any misunderstandings with his people, whose tendency to surrender to casuistry the Lord knows, the implementing provisions follow in Deuteronomy. If a man has 2 wives, one beloved and one hated, and they bear him children, both the beloved and the hated, if the firstborn is the son of the hated, then, when the time comes for him to share his property with his children, he may not make the son of the beloved firstborn to the son of the unworthy, but he shall recognize the son of the unworthy for the first son, that he may give him double of all that is available, for the same is the firstling of his strength, and the right of the firstborn is his. Deuteronomy 21:15-17. No deceptive confusion of form and no inclination should break the law of conservation of power. To recognize it presupposes the abstraction from all potentially deceptive perception of form and from all contingent inclination. As the law of the conservation of power, it is not bound to any empirical person and has no analogues at all. You shall not make for yourself a carved image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Exodus 20:4. And, due to its necessary abstractness, It is not limited to the one empirical succession of generations, but power is supposed to secure an existence at all times, and thus remove it from the succession of time. But time does not pass, but in it the existence of the changeable passes. Kant, Critique of Pure Reason, A 144. The temporal order is related to the changing content, retrospectively, as a memory of the past, as a visualization of history. I am the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, and, prospectively as a promise, I will be who I will be. Exodus 3 verse 14. A time content that is even more abstractly related to the order of time is the succession of genders, that which remains in the alternation of genders. If it remains, it is their traditional power that is autonomous as the disposition of the freedom of the arbitrariness of the subjugated, and can therefore also be usurped by a caste of priests, but which must heteronomously prescribe the law of its preservation from the conditions of its transmittability. The heteronymous basis of autonomy is the superior power that gives autonomy the law. This law, as a ritual prescription related to the empirical and therefore at the mercy of the widely ramified casuistry of its application, breaks the immanence of the empirical in itself. Its transcendental principle is the breaking of the continuous self-movement of the empirical. Remember the Sabbath day, to keep it holy. 6 days you shall labor, and do all your work, but the 7th day is a Sabbath to the Lord your God. On it you shall not do any work, you, or your son, or your daughter, your male servant, or your female servant, or your livestock, or the sojourner who is within your gates. Exodus 20, 8-10. In contrast to Greek antiquity, in which the Philistine, because he was concerned with empirical, necessary things, was considered eo ipso incapable of the free activity of his mind, here the transcendent mind is cited in the immanence. In Deuteronomy, a different justification from the one given in Exodus is given for this. You shall remember that you were a slave in the land of Egypt, and the Lord your God brought you out from there with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm. Therefore the Lord your God commanded you to keep the Sabbath day. Deuteronomy 5:15. The memory of bondage and liberation from it is supposed to invoke transcendence in the immanence, but in the very next chapter, the material basis of such invocation is revealed. And when the Lord your God brings you into the land that he swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give you, with great and good cities that you did not build, and houses full of all good things that you did not fill, and cisterns that you did not dig, and vineyards and olive trees that you did not plant, and when you eat and are full, then take care lest you forget the Lord, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. Deuteronomy 6 verses 10-12. The violent appropriation of the wealth created by others is the basis of the presence of the transcendent in the immanent, and thus also the basis of the law. This can appear as the lasting, transcendent order of the ephemeral empirical, in this fell and away itself, as writing. But the people, who saw in the law only another form of domination, had imagined the presence of God differently and longed for gods who walked before them. God himself had conjured up such a relapse into myth when he proclaimed his presence in immanence. I will make my dwelling among you, and my soul shall not abhor you. And I will walk among you, and will be your God, and you shall be my people. Leviticus 26, 11-12. Even if the ale were a metaphor, the incomparable made himself comparable through it. Moreover, every metaphor combines the incomparable, disrupts the order of being, and falls back into the ambiguity of myth, which is not just any old story, but the story of the arbitrariness of the rulers, which has not yet been tamed by the law of the tradability of power. The allegory is unambiguous, at least in intention, and the allegory is the attempt to interpret the myth, which is ambiguous, as an allegory. Ambiguity, however, only appears as ambiguity in the face of the unambiguousness of the idea. Only when unambiguousness is intended, and this is taken as the basis for the writing that reveals itself, does the writing take on a deeper meaning which, because it depends on the intention of making the myth unambiguous through allegory, is interpreted into the writing and is not just read into it. But if the writing were to be taken only literally, it would at best be a pretext for the intention of unambiguousness, which would no longer require its realization if it had become the self-explication of the pure idea. But this is, because of its lack of determination, the idea of nothing. For the development of the idea as that of something determined, it requires the traditional, in which it is not only its object but also its substance, and in order to be more than a mere duplication of the myth, it requires the difference between sense and underlying meaning. This difference appears only negatively as that in the myth which cannot be transposed into concepts by allegory, which does not submit to the law, and it appears thus doubly as the arbitrariness of the mighty. But to whom I am gracious, to him I am gracious, and Hittites, Canaanites, and other Turks may see where they get off, and as unbridled lust in play and song dance. Mythical violence and law agree that they demand human sacrifice. Mythical violence in the form of Moloch, who is an abomination to the Lord, and the law as just punishment for those who have misunderstood their liberation as license for unrestrained lust in the game and in the shouting of the singing dance. And when Moses saw that the people had broken loose, for Aaron had let them break loose, to the derision of their enemies, then Moses stood in the gate of the camp and said, "Who is on the Lord's side? Come to me." And all the sons of Levi gathered around him. And he said to them, "Thus says the Lord God of Israel, put your sword on your side each of you, and go to and fro from gate to gate throughout the camp, and each of you kill his brother and his companion and his neighbor." And the sons of Levi did according to the word of Moses. And that day about 3,000 men of the people fell. Exodus 32, 25-28. If materialistic theory does not want to resign itself to its practical ineffectiveness, it is forced to explain away even this ineffectiveness. If it succeeds in doing so, it has established itself as an autonomous, self-subsisting theory beyond all effectiveness and thus beyond all reality. It has returned to the spirit that once hovered over the waters and become metaphysics again. The truth of the spirit, so happily concerned with itself, is in itself ideological, a reflection of the development of social being that has become hopeless. Bourgeois ideology, the philosophical section of which has been tirelessly busy since Marx's time denouncing the objective concept of truth as unfounded and therefore unscientific, does truth too much honor when it still believes it must fear it. The argument directed against the objective concept of truth under the apt title, Problem of the Last Argument, is taken from Aristotle. Some people, due to lack of education, demand that this should also be proven, for it is a lack of education not to know what a proof is to be sought for and what not. For it is impossible that there should be a proof for everything, otherwise there would be progress ad infinitum and no proof would take place. Aristotle, Metaphysics 1006a. Since the ultimate founders only recognize the proofs that cannot exist, for them everything is ultimately unfounded and of dubious, at best hypothetical, existence. Because no truth is true enough for them, the breakfast egg that nourishes them remains, at least until the chicken and egg problem is solved, one of merely hypothetical existence, which makes it easier for them to answer the question of how it comes to their table in an unnecessary language game. The militancy of the defense may cast doubt on the tirelessly repeated claim that philosophy is obsolete, but it does not restore the significance of philosophical critique, of turning the world upside down. The secularized spirit of increasingly spiritless conditions became an ornament. No reasonable sentence could be written without remembering the past, which had a different future than this present, in which every memory of that past is denied. Even the theoretical expression of despair participates in the tradition from that past, which divides itself before it into its opposing historical presuppositions, that of this present and that of a future other than this present. If only this present followed from the precondition, then its history would be that of fatality, of fate unrolling itself. Even if it is only called by that name, it cannot be universal and inescapable because then it would not allow the distance to it that is needed to know its name. The inherent contradiction of the universal history of disaster, constructed according to the idea of doom, which, because it is constructed from a principle, deserves to be called idealistic, does not justify the in turn idealistic notion of a consciousness that has escaped history and could judge its sine ira et studio. Large portions of the dialectic of enlightenment, most of which can be found under the title, The Concept of Enlightenment, can be read as if they had been conceived according to this idea. To reject the concept of the dialectic of enlightenment as idealistic because of this would repeat the incriminated mistake of stylizing individual findings into a general idea instead of getting to the bottom of the inconsistency of the text. The opposing, albeit both idealistic, conceptions do not follow the scheme of idealistic dialectics, according to which each of these conceptions would have its truth in the opposing one, because they are different in content. The tertium compressionis of both conceptions is the concept of ideology according to which the content of consciousness is determined by history. If every content of consciousness were determined in this way, there could be no judgment for such a consciousness about the truth or untruth of ideas, because this judgment would in turn be determined, and there would be no reason to assume that the determination of the judgment establishes its factual correctness. But then every attempt to substantiate the thesis of the determination of the content of consciousness is absurd, unless it assumes the pre-established harmony of history and the content of consciousness, which could only be guaranteed if both were comparable attributes of a third entity, which, whether under the title of spirit or matter, resembled the substance of Spinoza. The resurrection of the older form of idealism in the concept of ideology reveals the latter's affirmation of reality, the doubling of which would make the consciousness that reflected it blind, because it would no longer be able to distinguish itself from its contents or these from reality. The concept of reflection is unthinkable without that of consciousness, which can have no other content than that of consciousness itself, which thus reflected itself in itself, and thereby distinguished itself as the form of consciousness from all its other contents. Through this reflection, the form of consciousness becomes for consciousness an object sui generis, which, in conjunction with the tautology that all contents of consciousness are subject to its form, results in the general thesis of subjective idealism. All contents of consciousness are sui generis. The proof that subjective idealism, if it were to become the immediate form of consciousness as a result of reflection, would make it impossible for the subjects whose consciousness had this form to meet even the simplest demands of everyday life, does not yet refute epistemological reflection, but only proves the incompatibility of the consequences of thought with the everyday life of the thinking subjects. The fulfillment of the demand that the consequences of thinking must be compatible with the everyday life of the thinking subjects would liquidate every reasoned judgment about this everyday life. In its immanence, sealed by such considerations, consciousness becomes an object that is transcendent of every other reality. The scientific form of the philosophy of origin was epistemology. It aimed to elevate the absolutely first to absolute consciousness by reflecting on the subject, which cannot be distinguished from any concept of the first. Theodore W. Adorno, on the metacriticism of epistemology. Studies on Husserl and the phenomenological antinomies. The appearance, established by nominalism, that all previous metaphysics is a form of epistemology that is opaque to itself, becomes transparent to the systematic reflection of the ontological prerequisites that consciousness, closed in its immanence, requires. Since I am nothing other than a thinking thing, or at least for now, only the part of me that is a thinking thing is under discussion, if such a power to maintain me as a thinking thing were within me, I would undoubtedly be aware of it. However, I have no experience of such a power, and it is precisely from this that I recognize most clearly that I depend on some being different from me.
René Descartes, Meditationen über die Grundlagen der Philosophie mit den sämtlichen Einwänden und Erwiderungen, 3.
3740. In a consciousness closed in on its own immanence, there could be no conception of lack and dependence, because if the reality of consciousness were the only reality for consciousness, then the conception that it suffers from this or that lack would already remedy that lack, because the conception of lack would contain the conception of what it lacks. Analogously, the idea of dependency would be reduced to dependency on its own idea, which would be immanent in consciousness as its reality, and thus document its absolute independence. The insight that consciousness is not the absolute itself plunges subjective idealism into the contradiction between absolute self-assurance and the realization of its dependency. All attempts to resolve this contradiction in epistemology, and thus in consciousness, have reproduced it in other forms until the one side of absolute self-assurance, exposed by the contradiction, succumbed for other reasons, and immediately the consciousness of lack and dependence turned into the affirmation of lack and dependence. The contradiction in the consciousness of subjective idealism not only shatters its self-assurance, but, since all certainty is based on this self-assurance, with it the trust in the truth of what could previously be considered certain. Based on the criticism of its own insufficiency, All criticism of the false ideas that consciousness has tends towards a generalization of suspicion against all ideas except that of its own insufficiency, and thus allows it to substitute the same general objection of the impossibility of justifying objective validity for factual objections. The liberation from the tutelage of ontology, as established by epistemology, rendered all representations indifferent, and criticism of these representations a game that epistemology had already won. This freedom of the mind subjected its specific forms, the ideas, to the laws of the market of free opinion, which were external to the content of these ideas. Kant explicitly separates the question of the thing quid facti from that of the legal claim quid juris, under which the thing is negotiated, and gives priority to the clarification of the legal claim, and with it to civil law, the regulative form of the market. See Immanuel Kant, Critique of Pure Reason, B. 117. This separation not only allows the sciences oriented towards the question of quid facti to develop without paternalism, it also deprives objective truth of the polemical edge that once characterized it as a refutation of a false conception of the universe. Consciousness achieves its liberation from the dependence of the ontologically prior by reflecting on itself. Analogously, the question quid juris, when posed to law itself, reveals that this freedom is based on the sediments of naked violence, for the one-sided connection of all other wills constitutes only the sphere of law, in which only the mutual connection of wills is then to be allowed. Violence, by its very concept speechless, it appears in Aeschylus' Prometheus bound as a mute figure, is alien to consciousness reflection on itself, appearing in it only in the guise of the freedom of consciousness. For I knew myself, thank God, in a situation that did not force me to turn science into a trade to improve my financial situation.
René Descartes, Discours de la méthode, is 13, 15.
Even the most extreme idealism is too worldly wise to fall back on the idea that the leisure required by the reflection of consciousness on itself is independent of the fact that everything necessary for the satisfaction of needs and for the enjoyment of life is provided to it out of nothing or by the gods. The surplus product on which the thinker feeds is not given to him by those who create it of their own free will, but is extracted from them by force. Reflection therefore arouses the suspicion of betraying itself by profiting from the fraud of the priests even where it undermines theology. The mere existence of consciousness reflecting on itself is based on sedimented violence. Thus, the freedom of consciousness, like the consciousness of freedom, is intertwined with violence. However, this insight does not fall into a third consciousness that is independent of violence and freedom, but rather it owes itself to the reflection of consciousness itself, which is intertwined with violence. In the presentation of the dependency of consciousness on reality, which is then ontologically preordained, consciousness, which recognizes this dependency, withdraws from it and remains opaque to itself. Such naivety provoked critical examinations of epistemology, which was not yet fixed on preparing factual knowledge as mere opinions for the market. The passages in which reflection proves to be not entirely in control of itself, the penetrating examination of the blind spot in the consciousness reflecting on itself, which show up in the systematic presentation as fractures in the immanence of consciousness, are not only the logical errors that every academic donkey prides himself on being able to demonstrate to Descartes or Kant. Rather, they are the points at which objectivity breaks into the immanence of subjective reflection. Each such break-in proves the idea that the reflecting consciousness has of itself to be false, inadequate to its own presuppositions, just as, on the other hand, the reality breaking into consciousness in this way presents itself to it as inverted reality, as one that is incompatible with reasonable self-awareness. Consciousness, when it turns to its conception of itself critically, i.e. distinguishing it, experiences itself as a being turned around, as one that is not what it is according to its consciousness. Kant conceived of this difference as a mere difference between determinations of consciousness, as that between sensibility and understanding, but then could no longer reconcile the two, because he was forced to abstract from that in which they coincide, the existing sensible, understanding being, for otherwise he would have been compelled to indicate ontological determinations of the subjects of knowledge, which his nominalism prohibited him from doing. This also becomes apparent in Kant's discussion of the anticipations of perception, according to which sensation, as the matter of perception, is supposed to authenticate the reality of appearances. For the sake of the objective universality of this reality, It is supposed to be able to exist below every possible stimulus threshold for sensory perceptions, whereby this kind of matter then becomes a thing in itself, the existence of which is necessarily thought even where it eludes possible perception. See Kant. Critique of Pure Reason, B207 FF. In particular, B214 FF, rational self-consciousness is not formed exclusively as negation of negation, as the other of the other, as Hegel's logic suggests, but just as much initially by what was analogous to it, thus objectively understandable, as then by what it had recognized by reflecting on already existing knowledge. CFG, W. F. Hegel, Science of Logic. Part 1. Objective Logic, page 132 FF. In the Critique of Ideology, the two discursive moments of self-consciousness, absolute negation and reflection on positive knowledge of being, appear in close proximity to one another. In this critique, the critique of the false conception of consciousness of itself and of reality is at the same time the positive science of the false presuppositions of consciousness, of the conceptions that consciousness forms of itself. On its premises, the consciousness of ideological criticism decomposes into its extremes: universal skepticism, in which it sacrifices itself to its negativity, and transcendental idealism, which asserts it as self-consciousness against all reality opposed to it. Both forms of subjective idealism, the latter of which is critical only to the extent that it concedes that the empirical conditions under which people are forced to live cannot be reconciled with reasonable self-awareness. But to conclude from this correct finding that what people suffer from under these conditions is that they prevent them from having a reasonable self-awareness is idealistic cynicism, in which the correct insight into the false relationship between means and ends still participates. The critical justification of philosophy, that only in it can the inhumanity of the real conditions be adequately grasped, uses these same conditions to prove its necessity, without being able to turn away from the necessity that it also thrives on, and thus becomes what the citizens who no longer want anything to do with it denounce it as a higher striving, which, according to Brecht, is a beautiful trait. Kant opens up the possibility of the concept of history with the systematic distinction between regressive and progressive synthesis. I will call the synthesis of a series on the side of the conditions, that is, from that which is closest to the given phenomenon, and so to the more distant conditions, the regressive one, but that which, on the side of the conditioned, proceeds from the next consequence to the more distant ones, the progressive synthesis. The first passes into antecedentia, the second into consequentia. The cosmological ideas, therefore, deal with the totality of regressive synthesis and pass into antecedentia, not into consequentia. When this latter happens, it is an arbitrary and unnecessary problem of pure reason, because we need reasons but not consequences for a complete understanding of what is given in appearance. This opening has two flaws. For one thing, the elements of progressive synthesis change every moment into those of regressive synthesis, and thus themselves represent the indifference of regressive and progressive synthesis. For another, the distinction between regressive and progressive synthesis falls within transcendental reflection, whose subject is in turn indifferent to this distinction, which it would not be able to grasp without this indifference. The material and formal conditions for the distinction between regressive and progressive synthesis presuppose their unconditional unity, which Kant sought to explode through the distinction. Reflection on the conditions of the possibility of the concept of history has left the concept of history behind. Its self-consciousness thus proves itself in the way in which, first in the dialectical movement of meaning, perception, and understanding, otherness proves itself as such, and then, in the movement through the autonomy of consciousness, in domination and bondage. Through the thought of freedom, skeptical liberation, and the struggle for the absolute liberation of consciousness, which is divided within itself, otherness disappears insofar as it is only for it, for itself. Two sides appeared one after the other. The one in which essence or truth had for consciousness the definiteness of being, the other the only being for it. But both are reduced to one truth, that which is, or what is in itself, only insofar as it is for consciousness, and what is for it is also in itself. Consciousness, which is this truth, has this path behind it and has forgotten it, in that it appears directly as reason, or this directly appearing reason appears only as the certainty of that truth. With that, the science of the experience of consciousness would have come to its end and, as Hegel notes, become incomprehensible to itself. It reason thus only asserts that it is all reality, but does not grasp this itself, for that forgotten path is the grasping of this immediately expressed assertion. Idealism, which does not represent that path but begins with this assertion, is therefore also pure assurance, which does not comprehend itself. The anamnesis of the path, the history of the problem, is constitutive for the comprehension of the result, before which it becomes a subaltern didactics, whose systematic function has its ground in the discrepancy between the history of the problem and its result. From this arises the cardinal difficulty of all didactics, that it is incapable of grasping its own ground, the discrepancy between the history of the problem and its result, within itself, but only in the relationship of positing, external and determining reflection, which alone can become thematic in the theory of absolute idealism. In the face of this theory, Carnap's correspondence postulates, which are supposed to mediate between autonomous mathematical theory and the experience to be fixed in an observational language, remain in mystagogical darkness. Now, it could be objected that physicists, without any philosophical considerations at all, have no difficulty in translating their abstract theories into models whose technical-practical realization not only promotes the progress of experimental physics, but also becomes the basis of industrial production, which, in its success, proves to be independent of any philosophical consideration. The technical-practical results prove to be indifferent to the history of the problem, the results of which they once were. They become blind to their prehistory, as Hegel described it. The form of development of the capitalist mode of production seems to be analogous to this. The conditions and presuppositions of the becoming, of the emergence of capital, presuppose that it is not yet, but is only becoming. They thus disappear with the real capital, with the capital that itself, proceeding from its reality, posits the conditions of its realization. These presuppositions, which originally appeared as conditions of its becoming, and therefore could not yet arise from its action as capital, now appear as results of its own realization, actuality, as posited by it, not as conditions of its arising, but as results of its existence. It no longer starts from presuppositions in order to become, but is itself presupposed, and starting from itself, it itself creates the conditions for its maintenance and growth. Science and the capitalist mode of production agree in the fact that, as a result, they become independent in opposition to their history. This agreement led the authors of the Dialectic of Enlightenment to conclude from it that they have a common ground. This common ground of science and the subject of political economy is domination, regardless of whether it manifests itself in the control of human beings over the natural conditions of their existence, or in the domination of human beings over human beings. The man of science knows things insofar as he can make them. This makes their essence accessible to him. In the transformation, the essence of things always reveals itself as the same as a substrate of domination. The superiors experience existence, with which they no longer need to deal, only as a substrate and solidify completely into the commanding self. The deaf ears that remain for the docile proletarians have no advantage over the immobility of the master. The overripeness of society thrives on the immaturity of the ruled. The more complicated and sophisticated the social, economic, and scientific apparatus that the production system has long since attuned the body to operate, the more impoverished the experiences it is capable of. Whereas Hegel still presented the results becoming independent in contrast to its genesis, the authors of Dialectic of Enlightenment present the result of domination as the reason for its genesis. According to Kant, such an explanation is teleological, where, therefore, not only the knowledge of an object, but the object itself, the form or existence of the latter, is conceived as an effect only possible through a concept of the latter, there one conceives an end. The representation of the effect is here the determining reason of its cause, and precedes the latter. In this reversal of the temporal sequence of cause and effect, time is suspended in the absolute concept. The subsumption of the factual, whether under the prehistory of myth or under mathematical formalism, the symbolic relationship of the present to the mythical process in ritual or to the abstract category in science, makes the new appear as predetermined, which is thus in truth the old. Thus, against the declared will of its authors, the Dialectic of Enlightenment becomes, in form, an absolute idealism, albeit without even mentioning the problems of this form, which Hegel has meticulously discussed. That absolute idealism is not the whole truth was presented by Hegel himself. It is the same as with the particular spheres of nature. Although the plant kingdom is the truth of the geological structure of nature, and the animal is the higher truth of the vegetable, the mountains and the puffy land nevertheless remain as the soil of the trees, bushes, and flowers, which in turn do not lose their existence alongside the animal kingdom. The materially and historically antecedent does not completely submit to the pull of its sublation into reflection, but the aspect of its unavailability first appears before reflection, which has become independent vis-a-vis it. Their break with what is unavailable makes their relation to what is unavailable appear as a mystery. Although the animal is the truth of the plant kingdom, the latter still remains as a beyond the animal. The old still remains, and a special way of this remaining is the one that is preserved in the mysteries. They were not secret. In more recent times, much effort has been made to research the content of the mysteries, but the mysteries are not a special wisdom, nor a depth of knowledge. Rather, they contain the old, the ground of the transformed. The ground of the transformed is that which has not yet been formed. It can only be articulated by means of its formation, without, however, being absorbed in this condition of its articulation. The secret of Carnap's correspondence postulates finds its explanation in Hegel. Neither anima vegetativa nor anima sensitiva have their concept in themselves, but in the intellect, in which they do not dissolve. This establishes the logical priority of the mind over that from which it arose in evolutionary terms. It is therefore hopeless to try to explain the mind itself, the medium of explanation, from that which is unformed. What is true about the dialectic of enlightenment is that the capacity for reflection developed historically in the slipstream of domination, in the enjoyment of which the traveling rhapsode Xenophanes arrived. What is false is that the actualization of the capacity for reflection was only a reflex of domination. A god, he explains, is the highest among the gods and men, not comparable to mortals in either form or thought. And he justifies this sentence with the consideration that none of the gods can rule over the others, for on the one hand it would be contrary to the nature and dignity of the gods to have a lord over them, and on the other hand, since they have no need, none of them needs a servant. However the possibility of reflecting on domination came about, in the slipstream of which it thrived historically, its reality is intellectual sabotage of the historical conditions of its possibility. The real powerlessness of the better argument, the skepticism about domination, turn this into a skepticism about the medium of argument, the mind, and the functional change of skepticism into recognition of domination was restored by history. Over 2 millennia, the status of domination remained precarious, rarely endangered by the revolt of the dominated, but always by the competition of the rulers for domination, who still knew how to make use of the uprisings against domination. Domination was first consolidated by the diachronic division of labor, of which the exact science is the model. In this science, the knowledge of the once objectified facts becomes a means of knowledge and objectification of other facts, so that the knowledge is interrelated in the system of science. The collective unity of all knowledge thus becomes the condition of each individual piece of knowledge. This content, in so far as it is completely isolated, is in its reality interwoven with the activity of all. The labor of the individual for his needs is as much a satisfaction of the needs of others as it is of his own, and just as he achieves satisfaction of his own needs only through the individual labor unconsciously accomplishes a general labor, so he also accomplishes the general labor as its conscious object. The whole becomes as a whole his work, for which he sacrifices himself, and, precisely by doing so, receives himself from it. Now, according to Kant, the whole, the collective unity of experience, is not an object of possible experience, but is inferred from real science as a condition of its possibility. If the conclusion were compelling, then the primacy of the whole over individuality, which is crushed by it, would be established, and the collective unity of the processes of the division of labor would be necessary as it is. There would be no difference between the unity of the mind and that of the processes of the division of labor. But these are organized by the rulers according to the relationship of command and obedience, and whoever renounces obedience would lose his bourgeois existence. This identification of the unity of the spirit with domination is the contus firmus of the dialectic of enlightenment, for which the state of the productive forces, the domination of nature, is inextricably linked with the relations of production, the modern form of domination. In this way, the autonomy of the mind has lost its critical momentum. According to the idealist thesis that reality is reasonable, the mind has degenerated into an instance of intellectual approval of domination, or it has not degenerated at all, because it has always been nothing else. Thus, the dialectic of enlightenment demolishes the spirit, the medium of rational argumentation, without which it would be incapable of being either theoretical or critical, and in doing so, it shows itself to be strangely in agreement with the bourgeois intellectuals who are otherwise the target of its critique. The relationship of the authors of Dialectic of Enlightenment to reason is contradictory in itself, because on the one hand reason is powerless and its manifestation, philosophy, vegetates on in a shadowy existence because the moment of its realization was missed. On the other hand, the principle of reason, its unity, is identical with the principle of totalitarian rule. This contradiction must be resolved. Even if the whole, which encompasses the conditions of existence of all individuals, were prior to these individuals and not an object of possible individual experience, reflection would still be able to balance out the discrepancy between the whole and the individual if the whole were rationally constituted. But if it is not, and if the whole is untrue, then its intellectual reconciliation with the individual becomes ideology, whose affirmation demands the sacrificium intellectus. Hegel concluded from the rationality of the division of labor to the rationality of the purpose of production based on the division of labor, as if it could not serve a purpose that is not rational at all. But in fact, when the narrow-minded bourgeois form is stripped away, what is wealth other than the universality of the needs, abilities, pleasures, productive forces, etc., of individuals, produced in universal exchange? The full development of man's domination over the forces of nature, of so-called nature, as well as of his own nature? The absolute elaboration of his creative potentialities, without any presupposition other than the preceding historical development, which makes this totality of development, i.e., the development of all human powers as such, not measured by a predetermined standard, an end in itself, where he does not reproduce himself in a particularity, but produces his totality, does not seek to remain as something that has become, but is in the absolute movement of becoming? In bourgeois economy, and the productive epoch to which it corresponds, this complete elaboration of the human interior appears as complete emptying, this universal objectification as total alienation, and the tearing down of all particular one-sided purposes as sacrifice of the self-purpose under a completely external purpose. Therefore, on the one hand, the childish old world appears as the higher. On the other hand, it is the higher in all that where closed form, shape, and given boundaries are sought. It is satisfaction from a narrow point of view, while the modern leaves unsatisfied, or where it appears to be self-satisfied, is vulgar. The fundamentally unsatisfied modern age creates the basis for perennial philosophy. When the power of unification disappears from human life, and the contradictions have lost their living relationship and interaction, and gain independence, the need for philosophy arises. The concept of the contradictions that have become independent is that of competition, in which the subjugation of all others becomes a condition for the self-preservation of each individual. And because of this mutual mistrust, there is no other way for anyone to secure themselves that is as reasonable as prevention, that is, to subjugate everyone to the best of one's ability, by force or cunning, and to do so until such time as they no longer see any power great enough to endanger them. And this is no more than their self-preservation demands, and is generally permitted. The mutual annihilation of all by all, threatened by universal competition of all against all, can only be stopped by the totalitarian state. Although it is supposed to guarantee the existence of all, it remains as heteronymous as the threat to their existence in competition was before. Under the conditions of universal competition, there is no room for the development of cooperation and the division of labor. In such a situation, there is no room for industry, since one cannot be sure of its fruits, and consequently, there is no agriculture, no shipping, no goods that can be imported by sea, no comparable buildings, no devices for moving things whose movement requires a lot of strength back and forth, no knowledge of the Earth's surface, no calendar, no arts, no literature, no social relationships. This series of privative negations makes absolute state power the condition of what is negated in it. As the series of privative negations shows, Hobbes makes absolute state power the necessary condition for cooperation and the division of labor, but not for its sufficient reason. In the dialectic of enlightenment, the difference between necessary condition and sufficient reason is liquidated. The difference between the necessary condition and the sufficient reason splits the concept of totality into the collective unity of cooperation and the division of labor, of which science is the model, and the absolute state power, which in turn is the negation of the competition of all against all. This competition of all against all, which is the basis of the negative unity of all, is then opposed both by the collective unity of cooperation and the division of labor and by absolute state power. If one moment were sufficiently determined by its opposition to the opposite moment, then absolute state power and the collective unity of cooperation and the division of labor and their model, science, as the opposite of universal competition, would be the same. The identification of state power with the collective unity of cooperation and the division of labor through the negation of universal competition is ratified by the dialectic of enlightenment. Hegel himself, for whom the substantiality of the state existed as subject apart from the particular will of the subject, had reservations about the completeness of the determination of the opposing moments through their juxtaposition, at least for art. Of course, there is still one aspect through which the work of art always remains foreign to us, because we have to admit and presuppose certain conditions. This foreign aspect can remain. According to Hegel, the collective unity of cooperation and the division of labor is compatible with the subjects. In the general spirit, therefore, everyone has only the certainty of himself, finding nothing else in the existing reality but himself. He is as certain of the others as he is of himself. I see it in all of them that they are only these independent beings for themselves as I am for myself. I see the free unity with the others in them in such a way that it is as if through me, so through the others themselves. They as me as them. Universal competition, which, if not destruction, then at least the subjugation of one will to another will for the general purpose, is as incompatible with the independence of the individual consciousness as the violent suppression of all competition by the total state, which subjugates all wills. The collective unity of cooperation and the division of labor, like universal competition, are not objects of possible experience. They can only be grasped through speculative thinking. However, as objects of speculative thinking, and only as such, they can be distinguished into those that are compatible with reasonable individual consciousness and those that are not. Without making this distinction clear, the relationship to speculation remains ambiguous. This ambiguity has a fundamentum in that interlocks the chemically pure differences. The collective unity of cooperation and the division of labor developed historically under the condition of universal competition and its correlate, absolute state power. If competition and absolute state power become universal conditions for the development of cooperation and the division of labor, and if the existence of all subjects depends on these, then in reality the sides of difference determine the reality of the conditions of existence of all subjects, which is then no longer compatible with them. The political economy, however, the presentation of which it sets out to do, is unchanged in principle, but in each of its moments so differentiated and advanced that it eludes the schematic parable. Presenting events within big industry as if they were between crooked greengrocers is enough to give a quick shock, but it is not enough for dialectical drama. Illustrating late capitalism with images from the agrarian or criminalistic store of ideas does not allow the mischief of today's society to emerge from its disguise through complicated phenomena. Rather, the unconcern about the phenomena, which could be unfolded from the essence itself, distorts the essence. It interprets the takeover of power by the greatest as a harmless racket outside of society, not as society itself coming to itself. But the unrepresentability of fascism stems from the fact that there is as little freedom of the subject in it as in its observation. Complete lack of freedom can be recognized, not represented. Although the opposition between the collective unity of cooperation and the division of labor and universal competition, together with its complement, the total state, determines every experience, this opposition cannot be represented in analogies to experience, but only speculatively. Every attempt to depict what has been recognized correctly in speculation and analogies to experience distorts the latter into delusion. Even the worst and most nonsensical presentation of events, the wildest projection, contains the unconscious effort of consciousness to recognize the deadly law by which society perpetuates its life. The aberration is actually only the short-circuiting of adaptation. The open folly of the one mistakenly calls the folly of the whole by the right name in the other, and the paranoid is the caricature of real life, in that he chooses to emulate the false one on his own initiative. Points of communication are the striking confirmations of the persecution fantasies, which mock the sufferer by proving him right, only to push him down all the deeper. The surface of existence immediately closes again, proving to him that it is not so bad after all, and that he is crazy. He subjectively anticipates the state in which, abruptly, objective madness and the powerlessness of the individual merge, just as fascism, as the dictatorship of the persecutory insane, realizes all the persecution manias of its victims. Whether an exaggerated suspicion is paranoid or in line with reality, the weak private echo of the raging of history can only be decided in retrospect. Psychology does not come close to the horror. The fear of socialism, which no longer exists in either real or ideal form, is an indication of the correctness of this diagnosis. Those who once tried to renounce obedience to the powers of society are now being asked to liquidate their past, having recognizably long since converted to state piety. They could only do justice to this request by politically liquidating themselves. This applies not only to the chancellor and vice-chancellor, but to every stir of intellectual resistance. Theory, which opposed the objective tendency towards its liquidation, would require the same hardness as that of the tendency towards its liquidation and would then fail to be its concept, at least an ideal manifestation of freedom. The source of philosophy's need, division, does not coincide with the concept of philosophy, the free self-development of the spirit, even with Hegel. If philosophy is its conceptualized time, then it is at the same time the harmonistic transfiguration of this very time. It is, in the words of Adorno, extorted reconciliation. Lukács cites a cynical sentence from Hegel that expresses the social sense of the process, as described by the older bourgeois novel of Education, describes the social sense of the process. For the end of such years of apprenticeship consists in the subject running off with his horns, with his desires and opinions, into the existing conditions and the reasonableness of them, entering into the chain of the world, and acquiring an appropriate point of view in it. Lukács then reflects, in a certain sense, many of the best bourgeois novels contradict Hegel's statement, but in another equally certain sense, they confirm it. They contradict it in that the conclusion of the education they depict does not always include such recognition by bourgeois society. The struggle for a reality that corresponds to one's youthful dreams and convictions is broken off by the social power, often forcing rebels to their knees, often forcing them to flee into solitude, etc., but they do not extort the Hegelian reconciliation from them. However, if the struggle ends in resignation, its result comes close to the Hegelian one. For on the one hand, objective social reality then triumphs over the merely subjective nature of individual aspirations, but on the other hand, the reconciliation proclaimed by Hegel is not entirely alien to this resignation. Quote end. Behind the blackmail of accepting reality stands material force, which threatens those who withdraw their consent with the liquidation of their bourgeois existence. What Adorno called the horror that no psychology could fathom is the subjective reflex to the superiority of the threat, which, according to Hegel, self-consciousness can only withstand if it is prepared to stake its life on it. This kind of self-assertion of self-consciousness, which Hegel wanted to see staged as a fight man-to-man against better judgment, goes awry when self-consciousness tries to violently assert itself against the interlocking of cooperation and the division of labor with universal competition and its complement, absolute state power, and its monopoly on force. At best, the militancy of the disinterest in truth that is state-approved and confirmed by the rules of procedure of the mind, by methodology, can nourish the weak hope that philosophy will not perish in the affirmation of the present circumstances. Hegel's theorem, according to which every edifice of thought, in his case, every philosophy, expresses the historical period in which it was conceived, has become deeply ingrained in social consciousness and is now considered so self-evident that any reflection on what it actually says about the influence of contemporary history on thought seems superfluous. Hegel's words should be quoted at length, not only to put this theorem in its context, but also because it outlines the problem that Benjamin is confronted with in the following. To comprehend what is the task of philosophy, because what is reason. As for the individual, each is a son of his time anyway, so philosophy also grasps its time in thought. It is just as foolish to imagine that any philosophy goes beyond its present world as it is for an individual to leap over his time, to leap over roads. If his theory actually goes beyond it, he builds a world as it should be, but it only exists in his mind, a soft element that can be used to imagine anything.
Hegel, Grundlinien der Philosophie des Rechts. Werke 7, p. 26.
To address the central problem that the author has with Benjamin, and by no means only with him right away, consciousness can actually only exist in individuals. How it can be represented at all as a social phenomenon, or even as mass consciousness, would still have to be clarified. One thing cannot be denied. An expression like digital revolution would hardly have been understood by anyone a few years ago, but today almost everyone knows what it means. However, to do justice to this banality in the relationship between history and time, there would be little need to consult philosophers like Hegel. Common sense would suffice. The same applies to all the statements we make in everyday life that take for granted our behavior as being embedded in traditions fixed in symbols, images, rituals, and much more, or, as Benjamin exegetes are particularly interested in, based on fashions. To express this theorem in the kind of abstract, scientific-sounding language that a scientist would use, we could say that no one seriously dares to claim that our thoughts have been removed from the evolution of nature or of society. But what does history mean here? What does time mean here? Before an answer is given to this, it should be noted that anyone who wants to do Benjamin justice would first have to place themselves in the historical period in which Benjamin posed the question of the essence of history in relation to time. It is striking, in any case, that Benjamin has only achieved something of a stellar career among the recipients who took note of him at the end of the 1968 movement. There is hardly a final thesis by art, teaching, social pedagogy, or architecture students with a critical approach to society since then in which the author does not believe, and has to, be able to invoke the authority of Benjamin. It may well be that these academics are being unfairly accused of not having concerned themselves at all with the concept of history and time, whether in epistemological terms in general or with Benjamin in particular. One thing, however, is certain. There is no sign of any intellectual shock in their concept of history in the period during which Benjamin embarked on his work project. As for the attitude of these recipients towards Benjamin's ideas, reference can be made to the introduction by the editor of the passage and work, Rolf Tiedemann. If one strips away the exaggerated class warfare tone that was still fashionable at the time of his writing, 1982, there is little more that can be done to stop the misinterpretations, mystifications, and hagiographies of Benjamin. It didn't help, though. On the contrary, the passage work served Benjamin's fanbase even more to keep this idea away from themselves. In order to get an idea of the intensity of the shock, there is no need for lengthy treatises. The briefest references to events familiar to everyone, as well as to core elements of German idealism that are not unknown to anyone interested in philosophy, suffice. After the First World War, in reflecting on the conditions of its origin and its consequences, no reasonably educated person in Germany who had retained any sense of reality could still invoke the perfection of this German idealism represented by Hegel in the decades before. Adorno's famous first sentence from Negative Dialectics, "Philosophy, which once seemed outdated, remains alive because the moment of its realization was missed," includes Auschwitz and the Second World War, but is aimed primarily at the period between the wars. Of course, there had always been disagreement about the details of how to interpret Hegel, and there were also fundamental differences. There were a few who did not understand the German unspirit by world spirit and reason. But there is one thing on which the German thinkers of the 19th century fundamentally agreed, and this consensus could no longer be maintained in the 20th century. For them, the Hegelian spirit was the only subject in history, which could also be called the working class or anything else, that, in the course of its becoming self-aware, in which, as a spirit worker, one naturally played a part, ensured that history, despite a few setbacks, must be understood as the constant progress of reason, immanent in it, as a progress that will ultimately culminate in a world order no longer torn apart by contradictions. Friedrich Nietzsche must be mentioned here as one of the few exceptions. Significantly, however, his reception history, which extends beyond the smallest circles and in which he then became the most frequently quoted German-language author, only begins after the World War. This kind of Hegelian philosophy of history, However much it was able to maintain itself in post-Nazi everyday consciousness, for example during the period of the so-called economic miracle, and in the left of all times anyway, has been universally renounced today, but it did not become obsolete because the Hegelian concept of history had been sufficiently criticized and replaced by another, more, which was undoubtedly Benjamin's goal, but only because among today's intellectuals a concept of time has generally become established that allows history, which, as is well known, always has something to do with storytelling, to be absorbed into a chronological sequence of arbitrarily determined times and to disappear as such. To think in a Hegelian or Heideggerian way, you don't have to have read a single line by Hegel or Heidegger. It is virtually a hallmark of every philosopher that he does not present fundamental forms of thought and certain conceptual logics as yet to be thought, but rather merely expresses them as real. At the beginning of the widespread reception of Benjamin, embedded in the preoccupation with the critical by the 1968 generation, he was still seen, comparable to Ernst Bloch, as a critic who seemed to represent a concept of progress that could be saved from the so-called cultural pessimism of Adorno and Horkheimer. In the course of the replacement of Marx in the minds of students with Foucault, Johannes Agnoli, any serious reference to critique disappeared, and the focus was placed on the possibilities, not excluded from the outset by Benjamin, of using the new techniques in art, especially in film, in an emancipatory way. The term narrative, coined by people who realized that their constant talk of the ubiquity of discourse was beginning to get on their nerves, does not refer to these stories themselves, not to their real content, but continues to refer only to talking about them. This ahistorical concept of time was introduced into philosophy by an author who would soon prove to be the source of the template in reaction to the collapse of German idealism, Martin Heidegger. In his major work Being and Time, he admittedly attributed to the latter a relationship to history. But that doesn't make time historical for him. Quite the opposite. His thought structure can only be understood against the background of the collapse of the Hegelian system of thought. The same applies to the basic ideas of Theodor W. Adorno, of course, and of George Lukács and Karl Korsch, of Max Weber and Carl Schmitt and Ludwig Wittgenstein. All these authors, whose list is anything but complete, each developed their own answer in relation to, and in contrast to, the collapse of the Hegelian system in the face of the actual course of history. In this context, Edmund Husserl's phenomenology can be seen as a kind of focal point from which the most diverse basic ideas spread. The fact that they are still today an authoritative point of reference for almost all debates in the humanities and social sciences, and not only in Germany, in contrast to authors such as Niklas Luhmann, Jürgen Habermas, Michel Foucault, and the many other stars of the intellectual scene that have been widely discussed since then, makes it clear in what an intellectually divided situation Benjamin found himself. And from this, a fundamental idea emerged that was different from those of his contemporaries, and without which the critical theory of an Adorno is unthinkable. But, and this proved fatal for the reception of this idea, Benjamin was unable, for a variety of reasons, to develop it into a comprehensive presentation, into a building. He often tackled such a presentation, for example, in his epistemological preface to the book on tragedy, but did not penetrate to the logic that determined his own thinking. One of the reasons for this, and Benjamin was aware of this, was that he had not precisely traced the inner, negative critical connection of his thought with the philosophy of German idealism and its critique by Marx, and repeatedly postponed this task until later. Benjamin's basic idea would be none if it did not underlie all his texts, at least from a certain point in time. When reading them, it is noticeable that something special characterizes them, but since he reflects on this peculiarity at most in passing, or, as is otherwise usual with philosophers, does not emphasize it, the reader is faced with the difficulty of determining it himself. From those who knew him personally, such as Theodor W. Adorno or Hannah Arendt, one learns much more about his characteristic way of thinking than from him himself. It is therefore understandable that the Benjamin community, which had formed since the 1970s, hoped that the publication of the entire so-called Arcades project would finally reveal the secret behind Benjamin's thinking. No matter how much Tiedemann explained in his introduction that these expectations would be disappointed, the true fan is not deterred by such reservations and now had a bundle in his hands that could feed all kinds of thought games, although, or perhaps because it is nothing more than a wealth of self-written or quoted working materials that explain even less than Benjamin's other texts do about what makes his thinking so special. where Benjamin undertakes this classification in philosophy. For example, in the Arcades project, he emphasizes its provisional nature, and any reader with even a rudimentary knowledge of philosophy immediately recognizes that he is working with theorems that have not been conceptually worked through. To give an example, when he ascribes life to things, the demarcation to the concept of nature and to the philosophy of life is missing. Above all, there is no reflection on the metaphorical and fictional character of such expressions in their separation from the purely factual, inanimate reality of material objectivity. To cite a particularly significant passage from the Arcades project as an example, after briefly explaining his understanding of the dialectic of cultural history, Benjamin states, "The above, to put it another way, the indestructibility of life in all things. Nowhere do the great, only the dialectical contrasts matter, which often look very much like nuances. From them, life is always reborn." Page 575. The section X, Marx in the Passage and Work, page 800 ff, is particularly exemplary of the dilemmas of the entire collection of material and many philosophical theorems gathered there and elsewhere. Here, a wealth of quotations from various Marxian writings are collected, almost all of which deal with the topic of the commodity fetish in relation to the concept of abstract labor. The compilation and the few comments of Benjamin's own make it clear that he was on the trail of a concept of value that differs from that of traditional Marxism. If he had the time to confront this material with his concept of history, it is entirely justifiable to assume that he would undoubtedly have realized that, even if it was not revised, it would have to be subjected to clarifications. The basis for this collapse of facticity and fictionality, which is emphasized by all his interpreters and is not particularly difficult to ascertain, is that he understands history as a sequence of images comparable to the interplay of dream and awakening. Which is why, in addition to Marcel Proust's In Search of Lost Time, Freud's interpretation of dreams had a pictorial character for him. In these images, he wants to show that, in order to do justice to history, people and things are to be seen as a unit, in which the separation between inner experience and the outer world, at least, becomes blurred. Benjamin provides vivid examples of this in the Arcades project, for example in the section, "Oh, Prostitution, Gambling," page 612 ff, especially in the passages where the motives of the players are discussed. Despite the epistemological objection raised above, there is nothing to be said against Benjamin's concept of history, taken in isolation. On the contrary, his critique of historians is all too justified. Their reconstruction of changes in empirical facticity, which is external to thinking, is simply unhistorical. And where they integrate these facts into a ever so well-documented historical context can only be characterized as the suppression of all those circumstances that could not have found expression in the situation in question, but were present, and had to have been present, for it to arise in the first place. It is the peculiarity of the historian Benjamin that he intends to deconstruct the positivist representations of the established historical guild, which has so far only ever written a history of the victors, by constructing historical images that merge into a constellation. Here, as in many other places, reference should be made to Benjamin's writing on the concept of history from a philological point of view. However, this compresses his thinking so intensively that it seems to me citable only as a whole, and tearing it apart into quotations seems to me to damage its quality. At most, therefore, at first glance can Benjamin be seen as a forerunner of the postmodern concept of deconstruction, as in Jacques Derrida, for example. For him, it is not deconstruction but construction that is at the center. Only the construction of the image, after the deconstruction of the representations at hand, can grasp the true content of the story. Postmodernism categorically rejects such a concept of essence, in this following Heidegger, from the beginning and from the ground up. Furthermore, it should be noted that Benjamin always implies awakening from a dream in the concept of constellation, so he strictly separates dream and reality. Not only postmodernism, but also epistemology has repeatedly tried to blur the distinction between dream and reality and has felt very critical in doing so. However, it should be emphasized once again that Benjamin is only marginally concerned with epistemology, that is, not with the conditions for a permanent being awake in relation to a reality external to consciousness, but rather, and this is also innovative in philosophy, he places the moment of awakening at the center of historical constellations. Another feature of Benjamin's concept of history that is repeatedly taken up in the literature is that he characterizes his method as a dialectic of standstill. However, the fact that Benjamin is here conflating two concepts that cannot be logically reconciled, and that he is thus applying the same form of conceptualization as Marx when he speaks of the automatic subject, escapes the attention of most of his readers. In this constellation, positivity and negativity, progress and decay, success and defeat, that is, the central categories of historical science, are to be incorporated equally into historical constellations. One of the passages in which he reflects on his approach, and which precedes the one quoted above, reads, "A small methodological proposal for the dialectic of cultural history." It is very easy to divide every epoch into two parts according to certain aspects in its various fields, so that on the one hand there is the fruitful, promising, lively, positive part of the epoch, and on the other hand the futile, backward, dead part. One will even only clearly bring out the contours of this positive part if one profiles it against the negative one. But every negation has value only as a background for the outlines of the living, positive. Therefore, it is of decisive importance to apply a new division to this previously separated negative part, in such a way that, by shifting the angle of view but not the standards, a positive is revealed in it as well, and one different from what has been described before. And so on ad infinitum, until the whole of the past has been brought into the present in an historical apokatastasis. The Arcades Project, page 573. The movement of their overall history takes place behind the backs of all those who form it, and this is what this dialectic, still, has in common with Hegel's. But no reason, no subject, no logical consistency flows from their exterior into history. An example of this can be found in Benjamin's account of the conflict between painting and photography in his The Work of Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction, essay, page 486f. This also sounds as if Benjamin had anticipated Foucault when he speaks of power as a strategy without a strategist that unfolds through local power struggles. But here and elsewhere, Benjamin is generally not talking about anything remotely like power in Foucault's sense, or even about the disappearance of the author, and thus also not about something that develops in its dialectic of standstill without the participation of reflection in individual minds in general. And what Benjamin is able to grasp in this concept of history, again, quite in contrast to historians for the presentation of past events, namely that insights, especially the most important ones, occur in a flash, as philosophers and theologians have known for a long time, of course, no matter how much they require intensive study of the relevant traditions, is undoubtedly also one of the characteristics of his concept of history, even though it is usually applied too thickly and shrouded in mystery by his fan base. The central role played by the concept of aura in Benjamin is undisputed. To translate it into the profane scientific for the time being, what Weber seeks to achieve with charisma is grasped much more precisely by Benjamin in the aura, precisely because it does not, or rather almost never, aim directly and solely at people, but at how they interact with the things around them and with and in which they have shaped their lives, and here, because it is formulated completely differently than in Weber,
It is essential to add in the past.
The problem with expressions such as the life of things is not that they show that Benjamin's concept of history is misguided, that history is not expressed in the images he projects, nor is it that they do not sufficiently differentiate between the animate and the inanimate. The extreme caution that is called for here is demonstrated by Rosie Bradati, posthumanismus. Laban Gensites Dimension, who attempts to profile herself as a European Judith Butler by radicalizing the existential ontological suspension of the rationalist separation between animate and inanimate nature, which leads her to grant stones the same existential status as humans. Just as Butler cannot refute Heidegger without refuting her own ideas, Butler cannot present a viable argument against her argumentation. However, from an epistemological point of view, the problem is that a photo of the Eiffel Tower, for example, simply and poignantly depicts nothing but an inanimate object. Without the addition of reflection, nothing else appears in it than itself. It has no determination in itself. It may well be that historians do not take sufficient account of the changes that take place in things themselves, and they overlook the fact that in certain constellations, completely new structural formations of matter, or other natures can arise, and thus prevent the concept of nature from recognizing historically constituted changes in the nature of the material itself. But here a brief look at the discussion of the Kantian thing in itself would suffice and show that this critique can be made without having to attribute life to matter. Of course, no thinking is free of fictional content, nor is it pure in Kant's sense. But if this fictionality is not reflected on and isolated as far as possible, then at least the first step into commodity fetishism, in Marx's sense, has been taken. As a lyricist or poet, you don't have to worry about that much, but we don't speak for them. Although not the subject here, it should be noted that Adorno also saw deficits in the way Benjamin related the unity of thing and life to Marx's concept of fetish. The composition of such a thing into a complex image takes place only in individual, corporeally particular minds. The question at issue here can also be posed as follows. Is that which a monument is supposed to commemorate immanent in the monument, or is it only placed there by the observer? As unequivocal as the answer must be, and however differently the so-called cognitive sciences want to see it, of course, the existence of the monument as a thing in itself cannot be described as irrelevant to memory. But it is only as necessary for memory as the head in which it is charged with memory. The question here, then, is anything but marginal. Where and at what level is the separation of thing and thought carried out? Benjamin distances himself from reactionary authors in film theory, whom he accuses of transferring the cultic or the artistic into the things themselves. Moreover, for him things are not, as is often flaunted by postmoderns in the wake of Lacan, mere mirror images of whatever, but as images, much more, above all, an expression of what he calls a constellation. But his connection of the thing and the individual perception of this thing, which underlies his concept of history, raises all the epistemological questions that philosophy, and with it every critique, must deal with, but which remain implicit in his work, in which the images or constellations, as Benjamin also explains several times, form something like monads, for example, in the book on tragedy. Despite all that has been presented here in agreement with the concept of history, I am not aware of any historical representations. When analyzing works of art, productions of the film or other cultural industries, the situation is somewhat different. That would be based on Benjamin's concept of history, so there don't seem to be many historians among his fans. The so-called French School of History, Marc Bloch, Georges Duby, Jacques Le Goff, and a number of others, probably comes closest to what Benjamin might have had in mind as good historical representations when it comes to overall presentations of the Middle Ages, even if they have little to do with Benjamin's concept of critique and critical theory as a whole. Otherwise, history is in a bad way throughout the field of historical studies. Klaus Thorner, the whole Southeast is our hinterland. German Southeast European plans from 1840 to 1945 could be mentioned as an exception in that, although he proceeds in a strictly empirical way, thanks to the compilation of facts and events, it becomes clear to the reader that German foreign policy, and this continues to be the case today, regardless of who and which institutions conducted it, is based on an inner logic that all participants use for orientation, even and especially when they are not aware of it. However, as far as the problematic non-treatment of things as existing without any determination in and of themselves is concerned, this is only one side of his inadequate integration of the concept of history into philosophy. The other one inevitably corresponds to this, and that is the impossibility in Benjamin's historical image, no matter how much the human being ultimately plays the decisive role in it, to take adequate account of the existence of the human being as a corporeal individual. The subordinate significance of the corporeal individual in Benjamin corresponds inversely proportional to the superordinate significance that he ascribes to theology. At one point in the artwork essay, in the context of distinguishing the immersion in a work of art demanded by the rise of the bourgeoisie from the cultic behavior previously demanded of subjects, he writes, "The theological archetype of this immersion is the consciousness of being alone with one's God. In the great times of the bourgeoisie, this awareness strengthened the freedom to shake off the paternalism of the church. In times of its decline, the same awareness had to take into account the hidden tendency to withdraw those forces that the individual employs in their dealings with God from the affairs of the community." Artwork essay, page 502. Thus, even the individual who is not bound to any religious community is only such to the extent that he refers to God, even if differently than others. In Benjamin's work, the different references to God consistently distinguish one historical constellation from another. A life without him is unthinkable to him from the ground up. But who or what is God for him? In any case, God is not comparable to the human and the material, as in every religion or the Hegelian spirit, but rather something like a God opposed. At first glance, a comparison here with the form in which the money invested in the production of goods is only realized as capital as soon as it has flowed back from the commodity money circulation into the companies seems far-fetched. But capital is in any case precisely such an a post determiner on the same universal level as the concept of God. However, individuals may join together in groups, communities, classes, societies, or not join any collective at all, whatever practices they may pursue, they have in common, be it positive or negative, relation to a divine universal, which appears quite differently in each epoch and culture. This, one could say, although logically impossible, historically always particular, but at the same time common to all history, allows us to recognize what defines them as human beings. A critique of this concept of God can be omitted, as can that of the concept of history. For one thing, because Benjamin is simply historically right, there has never been a communitization without reference to God anywhere, just as there has never been a society without domination anywhere. The conclusion that domination and religion are most intimately intertwined can, of course, only be asserted apodictically at this point. Such criticism would therefore be directed towards showing that it is possible, and why it is necessary at all, to synthesize individuals into a general, that is, into a society, without having to refer to the divine as a central prerequisite for their existence, as an archetype that can be recognized in reverie. But that is not at issue here. On the other hand, because his reference to theology is not the basis of his understanding of history or art, but the consequence of something else, my thinking is to theology as blotting paper is to ink. It is completely saturated by it. But if it were up to the blotting paper, nothing of what is written would remain. The Arcades Project, page 388. Benjamin's thinking is thus imminent to a relationship with theology, between his texts and their erasure. In the case of the discontinuation of theology, there is thus an indefinite space from which his thinking, also in its relation to theology, first unfolds. This may sound pedantic, but it is not. As soon as one contrasts this space with awakening, which is what Benjamin is concerned with in the elaboration of historical constellations. For awakening occurs in the space between his texts and theology, and this can also be called knowledge. In the areas we are dealing with, knowledge only occurs in flashes. The text is the long-rolling thunder. Ibid, page 570. In this sense, we can confidently assume that Benjamin is not only talking about fields external to him, but also and especially about himself, that is, about the form in which the insights fundamental to his thinking have come to him, or, to put it another way, in connection with what was said at the beginning, that he is talking here about the way in which his time has exerted its influence on his thinking. Our crucial task is now to filter out from his texts the insight that underlies his thinking. So far, we only know that his concept of history and his relationship to theology, and it can be strongly assumed that his concept of art and culture, like all the concepts he developed, are also involved, are likely to be explanations of a basic idea they have in common. But, as stated, Benjamin was not a philosopher who would have been granted the opportunity to reflect on the logical core of his thoughts in such a way that his particularity would explicitly emerge in the phalanx of thinkers of his time. So we still have to try to solve this task for him, so to speak. Benjamin's particular approach to history can best be explained by first outlining the concept of time, as Heidegger had introduced it into philosophy in a novel way at the time. Thanks to this introduction, the fundamental problem that had previously plagued philosophers, namely whether the primacy of becoming or that of being is to be assumed in order to gain knowledge, seemed to have been solved in one fell swoop, along with a number of others. As late as 1932, Herbert Marcuse, in Hegel's Ontology and the Foundation of a Theory of Historicity, tried, with reference to Wilhelm Dilthey, to prove that all philosophy of being is in truth historical. He was anything but successful in this, and indeed it cannot be successful, since the one, being, cannot be played off against the other, becoming. Ontology and historicism are two sides of the same coin. These solutions, which, to this day, have fascinated almost the entire guild of academic philosophers and have been adopted by them, albeit in variants, of course, are based on a concept of time that is different from the natural scientific one. No matter how much fuss is made about it, Heidegger cannot be considered its originator, and, if one aims solely at its naked core, it is quite easy to explain. For anyone who follows the invitation to indicate what kind of sense of time accompanies them in their conscious waking state will undoubtedly recognize that it is the feeling of pure presence. Winfried Meyer provides a brilliant and concise presentation of the existential ontological concept of time itself, as well as the historical reference that his students project into it, breaking through the linguistic codings with which Heidegger's students mystify their master. Augustine plays a special role here, as he is supposed to place Heidegger in a philosophical and theological tradition that he does not have. The character of temporality only comes into consciousness as soon as it reflects, that is, intellectually transcends its now feeling. It is only in conscious reflection that the contents of consciousness acquire duration, and, like reflection itself, they unfold in time. Anyone who claims otherwise is, in Sartre's words, disingenuous, for temporally, every human being only thinks by transcending the constant presence of himself, it should be added, into a before or after, or into both together. Just as someone who talks about fear does not have to be emotionally present to it at the same time in order to be able to say something meaningful about it, but rather only needs to remember past fears, it is similar with time itself. I remember past perceptions and, on the basis of this, I gain a concept of past time. I remember experiences made in the past. They themselves, however, are only made in the now. The same applies, of course, to my future perceptions. Remembering and expecting involves the same process of reflexive transgression of the otherwise prevailing feeling of pure presence. Between remembering and expecting, that is, between the past and the future, there is an unbridgeable logical gap which is often not sufficiently considered. Past events, not least due to reflection on this past time, fit into a consistent order, that is, a logic. In this order, the one thing is followed by the other that corresponds to it, and although not clearly determined, it follows with a necessity that our consciousness, involuntarily, interprets as certainty. So not causally, because for that to be the case, it would be necessary to be able to specify an absolutely valid law, something like a law of nature in the sequence of remembered events, which is never the case where human decisions are involved, and they are in history everywhere and at all times. Benjamin does not speak of such an unbridgeability of past and future either, nor do Hegel or Heidegger. I am not aware of any authority that I could refer to here, nor do I consider such a safeguard necessary. Wittgenstein, who did not want to talk about anything other than what we know for sure, frankly admits that this certainty is nothing more than a feeling. We subsume this consistency of past events under the idea of a predetermined order that promises security. Our thinking develops an unparalleled inventiveness in this, forcing the past into an abstract order and lending this order ontological consecration, and, in the development of delusion, having to grant it validity for all future as well. The best example of this is the projection of a telos into nature by biologists. Benjamin rightly objects to all ontologizing abstractions of this kind. But this should not make us forget that we are forced to divide history into epochs to which a specific synthesis can actually be assigned, and to which something like a telos can and must be imputed. The best example of this is the epoch in which we live, the capitalist one. For the future, however, the exact opposite applies. When Benjamin writes, "The present of the event is polarized in prehistory and post-history," passage and work, page 588, then a break between past and future order is addressed, but not also the fact that the logic of the past is diametrically opposed to the logic of the future. One can also express this opposition in a Hegelian way. In the past, its other, its negation, is chance, whereas in the future, its other, its negation, is necessity. What must be considered in all of this, and what Benjamin draws on in his concept of history, albeit without elaborating on it, and this is what makes it so difficult to comprehend in thought, is that this reversal took place in every moment of the past in a particular way, because those living in those moments naturally also lived, initially as we do today, where they did not reflect solely in pure presence, but, and this is crucial, always in their presence. Whether the sun will rise tomorrow is something I cannot possibly know. Here, where David Hume is right, one can only extrapolate the order of the future as discovered in the past, but to do that I have to bridge the present in which I live, and do so as if it did not even exist. The immediate consequence of all this is that while the concept of the present is undoubtedly a concept of time, it is one that has no duration at all. As a concept of time, presence is only graspable in a reflexive way by illustrating it as the intersection of past and future, memory and expectation, which in Benjamin's work means conceptualized in an image. The fact that fundamentally different, irreconcilable logics are synthesized in our sense of the present, that is, at precisely this intersection, is not only difficult to convey, but basically impossible for us all to truly grasp. So in it exactly that unites what positivists must call complete nonsense, because for them there can only be one logic. To do that, one would first have to put oneself in the Buddhist nirvana, but there, as is well known, one does not think and therefore no longer understands anything. Translated into everyday language, Heidegger's basic idea is, if you are uncertain about your future, you should not turn to the past to extrapolate the order that seems to guarantee certainty into the future. That, and here Heidegger is absolutely right, achieves absolutely nothing. It cannot be used to outwit the opposing logics of past and future, and now it becomes almost criminal. It recommends renouncing reflection, which he then calls Einfühlung, or whatever other vocabulary of this kind he can think of for the same thing, into being. His concept of time is therefore extremely mundane, because it is precisely the one that is present to every human being in every awake moment. What was new, however, was the way in which he introduced this time into philosophy and into the concept of history. What ultimately makes Heidegger's concept of time philosophically evident is that when we think of God or spirit, we also assume that it exists in the mode of pure presence, in something like timeless time. Heidegger now makes it clear that the same applies to all universals, which he calls being time passes through them, as it were. A universal such as the people, the state, society, the family is intuitively always attributed by consciousness to an existence in pure presence. This applies, of course, to all universals, even to such banal ones as the table. The question here is only the table I am sitting at real, or is the table in general real as well? The problem of universals, which runs through the entire history of philosophy and continues to this day, despite all pronouncements to the contrary, precisely because there is never any mention of historical time, is far from being resolved. Not least for tangible political reasons. What would have happened in the Middle Ages, for example, to a philosopher who had not understood God as an expression of all reality, but had openly confessed to seeing in him nothing more than a mere name for the totality of all things? In reality, however, it is always, at least in the background, about such central concepts as church or state. Temporality is only attributed to them in reflection, in Heidegger's case, by Dacian, for example, by a historian who shows that the idea of a German people had to develop in the past. But it is not only the feeling of constant presence that is shifted into this universal of mind, and this is something that escapes Benjamin due to his reference to theology, but also the knowledge of being a single human being. Thus it happens that the universal of humanity is subordinated to the idea that but the same also applies to the people, the state, the society, the family, etc., can feel, perceive, and act like a physical individual. No one notices that when, for example, it is said that the German government has remembered the events at the time of the Wende, a nominal abstract is attributed a memory, and thus also something like an unconscious. In any case, it is astonishing and in need of explanation that these psychic attributions are usually anything but unrealistic. Which brings us back to the heart of Benjamin's basic idea, because he does not distinguish between thinking in the individual mind and thinking in several minds. This goes unnoticed because he and we, who make these shifts from the concrete to the abstract, cannot be reproached for missing reality in the vast majority of cases. The crucial question for him, as for all of us, should therefore be, what in reality makes it possible that these attributions are not even noticed as such, but appear as the identity of thing and concept, although such an identity cannot exist factually and logically? Which brings us to the heart of the question that Marx tried to solve in the famous chapter on fetishism in Capital. Of course, any reasonable person immediately recognizes that nominality is being equated with reality here, but that doesn't change the fact that we constantly make such shifts, especially when we are not even aware of them as such. Although Kant has proved with all possible clarity that the ontological proof of God's existence cannot be led, the whole world acts as if it were possible after all to conclude from the existence of a general concept in the imagination to the existence of that which is grasped by it in reality, which is external to thinking. It does this in order to avoid having to talk about the shifts that take place from the mind to the real external to the mind. That Kant himself kept the doors open to this way of thinking is another matter. And it is obvious that Kant's concept of time, as one of the categories a priori, has even less to do with that of Heidegger than with that of Hegel, and need not be explained in more detail. The fascination exerted by Heidegger and his master student Foucault, in addition to that exerted by their concept of time, is also based on the fact that their followers feel called upon to constantly reformulate the riddle of how it is possible that a total general, in the case of one, being, in the case of the other, power, is openly introduced as a nominalistic symbol, but which is then, in the running text, claimed to represent all reality. Thanks to Heidegger's existential ontology, the shifts of pure presence and of existence as a corporeal individual into the universal, receive philosophical secular consecration that reveals a critique of these shifts as no more meaningful than a critique of the weather. The history of religion reveals the motive for these realistically impossible but logically consistent shifts of psychological processes into a general. It is the desperate attempt to tame the fear that the knowledge of our mortality causes, a knowledge that is, after all, due to nothing other than our sense of time, or rather our ability to reflect. For Heidegger, it follows that it is only reflection in existence that breaks the now down into a before and after, the actual determination of being there as being toward death. To subdue this fear, one openly succumbs to the illusion that in this generality, at least something of oneself can survive, or, to express the same thing differently, can enter into eternity, similar to the idea that if you write a book, father a child, etc., if you shift yourself into the presence of others or the other, the thing in itself, which is always logically possible, all logic is based on such shifts. Your own death is not that, but basically you know that it is, the transition of its self. Visualization into nothing other than nothing. In this respect, the funeral rituals are particularly revealing. Take, for example, the grave saying, which can also be read as an imperative of the living to the dead, rest in peace. But in death there is neither rest, nor peace, nor anything else. And so death can never be a release, nor can execution, beyond the time until its execution, be a punishment. Let us summarize what has been developed so far on the basis of Heidegger's basic ideas, because of its significance for thinking since the 20th century and Benjamin's, in a matter-of-fact, philosophical way. In it, the in itself timeless presence in being, as in God for the faithful, is completely shifted in order to then leave it to existence, as the being interprets the being in being temporally, that is, differentiated into past and future. Heidegger, of course, has to steer well clear of this profanation of his concept of time, and therefore performs his dances around it, which then culminate in his alleged turnaround. But his followers understand him fundamentally, and for them Heidegger does not perform them either. The fact that this robs the story of the self-standing meaning and moral quality of its events is one thing, and it is the absolutely reprehensible thing about this shift, but it is not what we are getting at. For the other thing is that with this concept of time, Heidegger has accurately uncovered the weak point in Hegel's conceptually logical derivations of time. He can show that Hegel was not at all the person the world took him for. He was not a philosopher of history at all. He was, as his science of logic also strikingly proves, a logician who still has to hammer out historical becoming out of being, in confrontation with non-being. Elsewhere, in direct reference to the concept of time, Hegel's logic works somewhat differently, but this does not change the matter. There, the concept of the finite is defined as one that presupposes the existence of the infinite. Correct though this is, what significance does this determination have for historical time? This extremely justified question of Heidegger's is a tough nut for every Hegelian to crack. But it is important to understand being as being in timeless time, to grasp being and history as one and the same. Anyone who thinks differently thinks in the mode of the man, that is, in the oblivion of being. From this it follows that in this self-equalization, nothing progresses, neither for the better nor for the worse. Events occur that the existing can only do justice to if it accepts them as they are, that is, without engaging in reflection on the rupture between past and future, thus in their pure presentness. This applies above all to such concepts as Dasein, the oblivion of being, the care of oneself, the being toward death, etc. And just as Heidegger is able to connect with theology at any time by means of his concept of time, so too, and this is usually overlooked, even by the few critics who argue at his level and are his philosophical equals, with the natural sciences, despite their completely different, namely physical concept of time. For this is on extremely shaky ground, as almost every physicist who ventures into philosophy will confirm. He inevitably ends up with Heidegger. What the latter firmly opposes is the positive relationship to mechanization, to instrumentalization, to the quantification of all being that is inherent in all sciences. Where reflection on time takes place, this is rather an indication that being is still missed by Dacian and that being is not yet understood as being toward death, toward a death that pure presentness actually always already is, actually before all reflection. And this is precisely what all existential ontology is about, what all those who inflate the nominally general with substance without reflecting on its real, historical content are concerned with. For them, all the evils of this world result from the fact that man as an individual reflects on himself and his world, and in doing so refuses to fit into what is given to him immediately and seamlessly. If he would just stop doing so, then he would no longer be present as a being capable of reflection, not to say dead, but he would be identical with himself and have entered into the omnipresence of being. What is promised is precisely what not only being, but also all universals undoubtedly hold. Once you have merged with them, via projection and identification, with the people, the state, society, the family, and not to forget, the scientific community, then if this promise is anything but unrealistic, you will no longer have any fear yourself, since fear does not exist in them. This fear and the willingness of individuals to sacrifice their lives for mere universals are closely related. Here, too, a glance at the history of religion shows what efforts had to be made to control this willingness and to direct it towards such goals that it does not lead to the self-destruction of the community. National Socialism, like jihadism, gives free rein to this willingness, in the delusion that God and the world, being and history, only find their unity in it. Benjamin also says that in every historical image the survival of all those who helped create it is preserved. He too shifts, like all theology, the particular life of the individual into the general. And he starts, albeit more intuitively than consciously, from the same concept of time as Heidegger, but despite all this, he takes a completely different path. In Benjamin's case, however, it should be borne in mind that he wrote his texts mainly in the context of his engagement with Romanticism. This, too, is based on this subjective concept of time. But the Romantics were not in a position, or were not even interested, in seriously countering the objective concept of time in the natural sciences. It was only Heidegger who succeeded in doing so, and this is one of the reasons why he is so attractive to all scholars in the humanities. By not simply assigning the time reference of the universals, that is, the abstractions that are supposed to capture the real in language, to the universal with the highest degree of abstraction, that is, to being or God, as a whole, and then shifts it into the individual universals, but rather by placing it in each of the historically relevant universals, images, constellations, in its own right, he develops a concept of historical time, and this is the basis of the unique specificity of his basic idea. The significance of this departure from the path laid out by Heidegger is evident from the fact that Benjamin's aim was to reduce universals such as the fatherland, the state, the people, and the law, which have been inflated to mythical proportions, to their real content. In his words, and here he was indebted to the dialectic of enlightenment before it was written, he was concerned with the dissolution of mythology into the space of history. What this means is that every historical detail, every image in its specific constellation, refers to its time in a specific way, which in turn means to its historicity itself. To appreciate the peculiarity of Benjamin's approach, imagine that a successor to Heidegger were to rewrite his main work Being and Time under the title The Existing and Time. Not a single scrap of the original content would remain. Heidegger did indeed turn to the individual as something like a being in any way, the event, the ever-present happening, whenever and wherever it may have taken place. But for him and his postmodern disciples, the idea that events in the past had their own separate present, separate from our own, is absurd. It would be absurd if we were to stop at it. But by turning to past presents, we make their past presents our current one. We can also leave this alone. Nothing and no one can force us to engage in this practice. But it should be clear to us that if we refrain from doing so, we will inevitably turn to Heidegger's existential ontology. Unlike in existential ontology, in Benjamin's work, the actuality of the present is not absolute and cannot be grasped as permeating all events, all that exists, but is always relatively related to an actual historical event, even if it can only be grasped in images. In particular, the novel offers the possibility of conveying past actuality. Franz Kafka's and Hermann Brock's protagonists, for example, often move precisely on the threshold of awakening in Benjamin's sense. But this form of novel, like the aesthetic forms, cannot be transferred to the contemplation of history without missing the point of view that characterizes the concept of history. And by relating the individuals who have carried out their actions in history to their presence at that time, Benjamin is convinced that it is then, and only then, that the possibility arises of discovering in history a generalization that is not merely nominal, but encompasses all the past and all the future, for which, as discovered in God only in retrospect, all the past and the future is pure present. The point is to discover the crystal of the total event in the analysis of the small individual moment. Universals such as humanity or species are also purely nominal units. This is the case at least until it can be stated what it is in reality that establishes the unity between the particular, the individual human being, and the general, humanity, between the species. The concept of the nation is basically supposed to achieve precisely this. Although it is a merely nominal determination, it is only in it that the individual is actually integrated into society as a citizen. By reflecting on past presents of today, we might be able to identify the moments in history, in the images that capture them in the Benjaminian sense, that make it possible to be released from the guilt of our ancestors, who, having only entered official historiography as victors, have done everything imaginable wrong. According to Benjamin, it is precisely reflection which in Heidegger's work is the cause of all evil, on the specific historical conditions of the perception of presentness, in short, on a historically particular time, that is supposed to open up the space to enter into a history that redeems what has been intended in previous historical practice, the unification of the individual into a reasonable general, but has been missed. In any case, dealing differently with the knowledge of one's own mortality, as opposed to shifting it in an abstract logical way into a superindividual general, is part of the reason for this general, which, of course, applies equally to the concept of reason itself. However, this knowledge can only be historically localized by recourse to a categorical imperative, which, however, can only be derived from previous human practice, of course not without the use of reason, just as little as without a critique of religion, and not, as in the case of Benjamin, by a theological route. As necessary and consoling, as it may be in certain historical situations to shift one's life into a general, and thus also to let the fear of mortality dissolve in it as far as possible, this awareness must be, in the waking state in the Benjaminian sense, of its practical necessity, which means that it must be possible to grasp it as an individual's participation in the superindividual struggle against death, and not as the realization of a transcendent idea or a superindividual ideal. What distinguishes him from Hegel, and from Heidegger anyway, and in what he intuitively criticizes him, is that Benjamin refuses to understand the particular as an expression of a general that has always been predetermined and determined from within itself, but without completely denying the existence of a real and total general from the outset. This is where an interesting parallel to Wittgenstein's famous ladder arises. The latter wants to ascend the certainties that are expressed in the language games in the individual, rung by rung, in order to be able to knock them down when he reaches the end. Seen in this way, one could say, in this form of a unity of being and becoming, there is every reason not to assume that this total general appears openly. Seen from Benjamin's basic idea, it is much more likely that it has been marginalized in the histories so far. There are endless indications for this. Up until the Enlightenment, for example, one could only articulate, or even survive, as an atheist in the Middle Ages in Europe in the rarest of cases and the fewest of areas, unless one mimicked the believers. This also applies analogously to other times and places, in some places anything but few, to this day. This does not mean, of course, that atheism is the total general. But it must contain it, otherwise it is not total. What has so far openly claimed to be such a general would therefore be indebted to myth, would be ideology. That is why Benjamin is concerned with anything but the tracing of traditions, possibly suppressed in the present. He strictly distinguishes this from history. This has not prevented his followers from barely going beyond the tracing of lines of tradition, in which the postmodernists only particularly excel, instead of seriously embarking with him and Proust on the search for lost time. Benjamin left no doubt as to what general he hoped to discover in the particular. He was, after all, a Platonist through and through, not a materialist. No matter how much he characterized his conception of history as a materialistic one. This statement is by no means a negative judgment of his conception of history. For this would have to be attributed to the critique of the ideational substructure of society, which is to be distinguished from the material basis of capital, but not in the sense of one taking precedence over the other, not in the sense of superstructure and basis. He believed that he could counter Hegel's spirit and Heidegger's being anyway, with Jewish messianism as something completely different. But Benjamin is bound to fail in the execution of his plan to discover specific generalizations in the historical constellations that are to conform to a totality. He cannot explain why he is examining which image for which period of time in terms of its hitherto hidden, totally general content. The Arcades project gives an impression of the overwhelming abundance of details and their interrelations that Benjamin wanted to integrate into his major work, and, at least, had to integrate in order to fulfill his program even in a rudimentary way. There he also explains that he wants to rely only on literary sources, which, however, he basically does not present as a limitation, because he is convinced that he can discover everything relevant in it, including what has remained unwritten. This reference to literature alone seems to give the postmodernists, to whom he claims to belong, further justification. This would only be the case, however, if there were also agreement with regard to the goals of literary analysis, but the Benjamins are not compatible with those of discourse analysis. To put it polemically, time and again, football reporters enthuse that a player has written himself into the history books with his goal. Benjamin might find it difficult to object to this claim. Of course, he can criticize the fact that these reporters satisfy a mass consciousness in a commodified way, but not the claim itself. After all, he has to refrain from giving any reason for his selection of topics. In any given detail, reason is yet to be found. Therefore, he cannot prevent his compilation of topics and events from following premises that they should not follow at all. And so, he cannot ultimately avoid the accusation that he only finds in the examined details as their fundamental general, that which he had previously placed in them. Just as in a historical film, however coherent the events and props may be, the dramaturgy that gives the current presence tension is placed in them. Otherwise, the film would be unsuccessful at the box office from the outset. On this logical level, there is thus an epistemological dilemma that Heidegger, with his reference to time, does not even have in the first place. In this case, it is time that helps the being to achieve an identity and therefore allows the one being to be differentiated from other beings, thus limiting arbitrariness. This is what the expression ontological difference, which is ubiquitous among postmodernists, refers to. This makes, and from a purely epistemological point of view, this is indeed the case, Hegel's logic of concepts obsolete because it provides a principle of individuation that no longer relies on the separation of the negations from one another, which then still require mediation. In his monumental work, Money as Measure, Means and Method, calculating with the identity of time, Engster has attempted to foist this principle of individuation on Marx in his concept of measure, and thus interprets him as a forerunner of Heidegger. The fact that this limitation is at the discretion of the author and his intellectual capacity, and that this author bears no responsibility for what he writes anyway, after all, he is nothing but an organ of existence that being places in being, may be perceived as perfidious, and it is, but it does not contradict this individuation principle, so it is consistent. For Benjamin, however, time, and the Creator God even more so, is not applicable as a principle of individuation. He would therefore have had to specify another one that is able to establish the relationship of the terms he uses to historical reality. Insofar as he simply ascribes his conception of history to materialism, he may have assumed that he did not have to present a principle of individuation that is adequate to reality. This would only be unproblematic if the materialism that he had in mind at the time had an independent answer to this epistemological question that set it apart from idealism. But if you take a few isolated Lukács or Korsch, they didn't even care about this problem, but rather, without consciousness or reflection, they panted after the positivist ideal of science, which, however, in order to be able to be materialistic at all, they would have had to fundamentally criticize. As far as the concept of materialism and the critique of science were concerned, critical theory and its immediate environment were much further advanced than traditional Marxism, but they were in the middle of an open discussion process and offered no fixed points by which Benjamin could have oriented himself. That Somrithel was the furthest advanced here can only be determined from today's perspective. However justified this epistemological objection may be, there is no alternative to the way in which Benjamin, with or without an explicitly materialist critique of knowledge, relates the course of history to time. He does not ascribe to history an ontologizing order that will continue to apply in the future or that can be re-established and fixed once and for all. The past is demythologized and comes into its own by showing how it has entered into the current present. Benjamin can set aside the problem that the past generates a certainty that is simply projected into the future, that is, the problem of the different logical interaction of necessity and chance, since he does not, like Heidegger, claim that it is resolved with his concept of time. For him, it is a matter of course that from his reference to past presentability, under no circumstances may the conclusion be drawn that every reference to necessity in the succession of individual events has been settled. For from this, in turn, it would be necessary to conclude that no historical responsibility could be ascribed to the actors, and thus that guilt can no longer be spoken of in history. Here, too, it is Benjamin's reference to theology that allows him to speak of a future in which the constraints of the past can be superseded by freedom, just as he can conceive of a future that is redeemed from past guilt. The fact that this reference to theology is not consistently conveyed with his concept of time and history, since he cannot provide the principle of individuation, and for good reasons is not even supposed to in Benjamin's work, is simply a different matter, namely one of epistemological philosophy. One of the most pressing tasks for secondary literature would be to clarify the extent to which Benjamin's conception of history can be sustained epistemologically. However, this endeavor has not even begun. In this respect, it is enough for Benjamin that his historical considerations do not contradict the facts. The existential ontological principle of individuation is politically useful for not contradicting the facts, but not having to take note of and judge them because they are not present. So Auschwitz is not denied. People in these circles are not that stupid. Instead, it is on the quiet, even philosophically and morally justified. But in many places, for example, where the distinction between original and copy is at issue, he succeeds based solely on his concept of time, and without any concession to existential ontology, in going beyond the epistemological premises of scientific positivism as well, and in doing so, revealing its central flaw. When he says, for example, that the here and now of the original constitutes the concept of its authenticity, this means nothing other than that the original has, at least, one real, and thus not merely nominal, determination stemming from the past, in order to be recognized as such an original in the present in the first place. Benjamin speaks here of a substrate of uniqueness of a work of art, which, in the course of secularization, becomes increasingly indeterminate in the imagination until finally, authenticity takes the place of cult value. With this reference to a substrate, he has indicated a real determination that passes through various historical events, here uniqueness as the common in the replacement of cults by the authentic. What still needs to be clarified, however, is the degree of generality, that is, the reality status, of this substrate, and this is also a question that Benjamin does not sufficiently answer, and which will be discussed in more detail below, where the dynamics that cause these changes to the substrate actually come from. In this and many other cases, the requirement of epistemological consistency, and because it is also determined temporally far beyond that postulated by positivism, is fulfilled. Benjamin's work contains a virtually endless wealth of discoveries and insights that are constitutive for any social criticism and at least indicate that his concept of time and history must be integrated into it, in whatever form. In other words, Benjamin's work is full of ideas that would be worthy of being developed in the abundance of their references to such a criticism, even in an academic thesis. In the latter, however, one acts as if Benjamin had said everything and believes one is justified in stringing together one detail after another without any relationship. One entrenches oneself behind the authority, for he does that, see the Arcades Project as well, in order to avoid having to think for oneself. Particularly noteworthy are all the passages that contain references to how critical theory, like the critique of political economy, can fulfill the unfulfilled postulate of making state criticism of violence, morality, aesthetics, and, particularly urgently, psychoanalysis its subject matter, and to trace their interconnections to the economic basis. A few randomly selected examples from the essay on the work of art alone. Thanks to the apparatus and the organization involved in shooting a film, the field of possibilities for testing whether film actors meet the demands of the production manager expands. Today we call this casting. This corresponds to the extraordinary expansion of the process of testing individuals for their suitability for certain professions. In contrast to theater actors, the performers in film are used not to play a role, but rather like a prop that is used in the right place. Ibid, page 489. Here the correspondences in the political economic are just as evident as where Benjamin describes the sense of the similar in the world, as the result of the shattering of the aura in the descriptive. Aura, here understood as peeling of the object from its shell, which manifests itself in the increasing importance of statistics in the field of theory. This is followed by a central statement for the thrust of his entire work, see below. The alignment of reality with the masses and of the masses with it is a process of unlimited scope. Ibid, page 479. Furthermore, a passage in which Benjamin describes the entry of the new reproduction techniques developed in art into modern politics is quoted in detail. Their starting point is the disconcertion that the mirror in which a person sees himself can be detached from him as an image and exhibited before an audience. The current crisis of bourgeois democracies includes a crisis of the conditions that determine the exhibition of those in government. Democracies exhibit those in government in their immediate person and in front of representatives. Parliament is their audience. With the innovations of the recording equipment, which allows the speaker to be heard by an unlimited number of people during the speech and to be seen by an unlimited number of people shortly afterwards, the exhibition of the political person in front of this recording equipment comes to the fore. Parliaments are becoming deserted at the same time as theaters. Radio and film not only change the function of the professional performer, but also the function of those who, like those in government, present themselves to them. The direction of this change is the same for the film actor and the ruler, regardless of their different specialized tasks. It aims to establish verifiable, even adoptable achievements under certain social conditions. This results in a new selection, a selection in front of the apparatus, from which the star and the dictator emerge victorious. A statement such as, "It has always been one of the most important tasks of art to create a demand for which the hour of full satisfaction has not yet come," may seem banal, but it is anything but that, since this relationship between art and economics is hardly ever seriously discussed anymore, especially among Benjamin exegetes. On the contrary, for them art is consistently, at least potentially, an activity that is opposed to and can escape commodification. What Adorno's followers among Benjamin interpreters largely consider to be the representation of a loss of something like quality of life, namely that art, in the age of technical reproducibility of artworks as well, has lost its aura and can therefore hardly be distinguished from graphic art, design, advertising, etc. on the other, coagulates in other circles of Benjamin reception to justify elevating the universalization of the commodity form into the aesthetic as posited by capital, too. The level of a model for their autonomous lifestyle, which they then celebrate with relish. But as they always in the previous quote alone shows, Benjamin, at least it is not important here what Adorno actually says, has little to do with either variant of the interpretation of the historical disappearance of the aura, and if you take a closer look, then for him it is principally about something completely different and much more significant than the mere lamenting of a loss or welcoming of a decline. For it is necessary, above all, to find a reason that can be held responsible for historical changes, that is, to find the reason that gives their becoming, their dynamics, a direction wherever. It should be self-evident that no evil intentions of any backers can have been at work in the dissolution of the aura. The same applies to the dissolution of ancient cults. Because by not providing a principle of individuation, he has created yet another epistemological problem for himself, one that Heidegger need only address superficially. Just as he had no problem with the principle of individuation, he also has no problem with presenting becoming, that is, the dynamics of being as a moment of being itself. The aforementioned turnaround by Heidegger, which has been the subject of so much controversy, essentially concerns nothing more than the relationship of time to becoming in being and time. Admitting here that he was unclear was one of Heidegger's easiest exercises. Just imagine if he had titled his main work Being and Becoming. It wouldn't have attracted anyone, although, from a factual point of view, it would have been a more appropriate title from the start. And if the public interprets this about-face as if it had transformed him into a post-Nazi Democrat, his appendages know better. Although he is anything but a structuralist, Benjamin, on the other hand, has the same problem that all structuralism has by nature. Although it can indicate what distinguishes one structure from another, so it knows an individuation principle, it does not succeed in conceptualizing the changes within the structures. He can only state their dynamics, but cannot integrate them into his concept of structure. It is therefore unhistorical in principle, in a somewhat different way than existential ontology, because it is unhistorical only in the result. Moishe Post 1 can be cited as prototypical for the failure of the attempt to collapse structure and historical dynamics into one: time, labor, and social domination. A new interpretation of Marx's critical theory. He spends at least a third of his work, about 200 pages, discovering a dynamic in history that can prove his thesis that the structure of capital is inherently directed towards a goal that makes the pessimism of critical theory obsolete. What is to be thought of this interpretation of Marx is left to the readers. It should only be noted that Post 1, if not at all otherwise, at least has one thing in common with Benjamin. Neither of them talks about individual subjects on whose decisions all historical dynamics depend. In the former's work, these subjects disappear into the structure, in the latter's into theology and history. Those who, like Benjamin, do not reason from a fundamentally structuralist but rather from a historical perspective are, from an epistemological point of view, by no means absolved from having to indicate a common starting point and result of historical developments, without which the observed changes could not have taken place. Benjamin is therefore forced to demonstrate the historical dynamic as immanent to the constellations in which history presents itself to him. Without structurally determined logic, he cannot do without, but since his basic idea is based on finding not a total general, but a specific one in the historical events, this must of course also and especially apply to the general underlying the epochal changes of comprehensive constellations. To put it another way, in the natural sciences, it is the laws of nature that ensure that the conclusion from the particular to the general is always reversible, even and especially for the movement in nature, provided, of course, that they have been applied in concrete terms. Only for this reason can unambiguous directions be ascribed to movements. However, history does not follow any natural laws, and that is why the past cannot be extrapolated into the future. But if you want to say anything valid about history at all, you cannot do without the conclusion from the particular to a general and vice versa. The question is whether, if this reverse conclusion should also be possible in relation to history, and Benjamin shows, as will soon become clear, that it is actually possible at least for subareas, such as the relationship between art and political economy in their common reference to technology. It is also possible to draw conclusions from this with regard to the movement of history in the direction of progress or regression in the whole. And that is undoubtedly the central theme of his entire work. With his concept of the aura, Benjamin presents something like a litmus test for the validity of his concept of history. While in the work of art essay, he is concerned with their replacement by the authentic, he has undoubtedly discovered such a dynamic general, quite apart from any reference to theology. To illustrate this, he first states that what both the aura and its replacement have in common is their relation to mass consciousness, to the audience, structurally. No matter how often or why, in the course of history, decisive changes may have occurred in this relationship between art and its viewers. The last major change in this relationship took place in the 19th century and coincided with a change in art itself, coincided with the change in the technology of producing works of art. This merging of fundamentally different things, technology on the one hand and consciousness on the other, is what constitutes the historical peculiarity of the disappearance of the aura. And this insight eludes every structuralist and an existential ontologist, of course, even more so. Benjamin summarizes the result of this development as follows. By increasing, on the one hand, our insight into the inevitabilities by which our existence is governed, through close-ups of their inventory, by emphasizing hidden details in the props familiar to us, by exploring banal milieus under the ingenious guidance of the lens. On the other hand, it comes to assuring us of a tremendous and unimagined scope. Ibid, page 499. The central importance of technology for the reproduction of capital as a whole, as its time-specific, identity-determining, dynamic principle of the given society, was not even his topic. This is precisely why his insight is of such outstanding importance for the critique of political economy. He does not deduce anything from pre-given theorems. The connections he discovers are due solely to his engagement with the matter itself, and can thus confirm the same insights that others have gained in other fields. Nevertheless, he has found their inner connection to art, which is hidden in the form of the commodity, which is anything but a matter of course. That is one of the results of his approach to history that should be emphasized. The other is that there is no talk of loss or decay. Of progress, of course, there is no talk either. These questions are secondary in view of the changes in consciousness in the course of the further development of techniques, which have also changed sensory perception. The question of when Benjamin himself reached this conclusion from his historical research remains open. That would be a topic in its own right. In Benjamin's work, the possibility remains open to use the historically given in the sense of emancipation by engaging with it. However, and this is often overlooked, it is important to do so from the standpoint of the critique of the commodity form, that is, to avoid placing the emphasis on the possibilities implicit in technical dynamics. At this point, Benjamin emphasizes the analogy between film technology and sports and expert knowledge. He thus insists on a standpoint for critique that is immanent to capital, and in this he is in agreement with all the serious social critics of his time who had recognized that this standpoint cannot be provided by the class struggle, however necessary it may be, any more than by subjective sensitivities. This epistemological dimension of Benjamin's work, and thus his basic idea of examining history in its details, in relation to its specific historical time, without imposing structures on it in advance, but nevertheless insisting on the integration of these examinations into the critique of political economy, is often noted by his exegetes, but not taken seriously. To emphasize it again, as in all of his other analogies, Benjamin's analogies between modern mass consciousness and modern technology, even when formulated in texts authorized by him, are references to historical connections between the most diverse subject areas that do not appear openly and have yet to be precisely elaborated. So it is a matter of work that still needs to be done, which in any case cannot be done by a single person. Instead of setting about this work and, in this example, further developing the common ground of mass consciousness and technology discovered by Benjamin and validating its scope, after 68 Benjamin's reference to the critique of capital was cut, this also happened to Adorno, but was though it was more difficult for him to accomplish, and turned him into a theorist of art, media, and technology, whose references to capital then seemed just as far-fetched and insubstantial as the verbally radical phrases they used, depending on the more or less appropriate occasion. On the other hand, they do, for example, invoke him to proclaim every change, no matter how marginal, in the way capitalist socialization appears as its revolutionization, although they then also leave open the question of whether this results in something better or something worse. After all, these circles do not want to commit themselves to a judgment, however well-founded it may be. Benjamin himself cannot be held responsible for this reversal of the fundamental motif of his works, especially since he often enough speaks of the constant return of the same. However, he does not sufficiently define what the same is that keeps recurring, one might say, for about 500 years. Pronounced in Charles Baudelaire, a lyric poet in the age of high capitalism, EGP 683f. This is followed by the famous passage according to which progress is to be founded in the idea of catastrophe, and the catastrophe is to be seen in the fact that it continues. Here, as is already clear from the understanding of the catastrophe as an idea, we are dealing with statements that must be left in the allegorical space in which they are formulated. This becomes particularly clear where Benjamin connects this return in the arcade's project with boredom. The reception of Benjamin after 1968 also generally suffers from the fact that it cheats Benjamin of his unmistakable affinity for the lyrical by reading him in a consistently objective and scientific way. But anyone who relegates him to this level would also have to critically evaluate his statements in this light, which, however, is not done for obvious reasons, because that could damage Benjamin's authority. They turn him into the kind of father figure that these anti-authoritarian people need in order to avoid having to break away from their actual father authorities. Read not allegorically but factually, we must not fail to mention here that Benjamin fundamentally misunderstands Nietzsche, like most of the latter's followers. For Nietzsche understands nothing allegorical or metaphysical by the eternal return of the same, as with almost everything he formulates in his aphorisms, in this case even something strictly physical cosmological, precisely because he regards it as an absolute truth, as certain as the laws of nature cannot otherwise be certain, he regards this eternal return as probably his most important and most painful realization. It can also be said, at least in terms of systems theory, Benjamin had the misfortune of not finding any interrelated categories of the critique of political economy that could provide a viable justification for how the complexity of the subject areas to be historically examined can be reduced. Which, of course, does not mean that a historical investigation a la Benjamin can only be understood as something like preliminary work for the verification of these categories. On the contrary, it is only through such a confirmation in the historical, detached from these categories, that these can gain their validity. Sommerthal, who can be considered Benjamin's antipode in critical theory, provided fundamental templates for categorization and its historical localization. However, he can only be followed almost without reservation in the area of conceptual logic, where he becomes historical, much, if one disregards his analyses of fascism, is in disarray. Although the two knew each other personally, unfortunately they did not debate their different approaches to the critique of capital, at least not publicly. This, too, would still have to be caught up on in the present. He therefore had no basis on which he could have shown how events in history could have set in motion the logic that enabled the emergence and reproduction of capital. Such a representation would have to show that, quite contrary to the consistency in which the succession of events appears in the past, the emergence of capital, in particular, is not due to any evolution, and certainly not to any revolutions. These served only to adapt social reality to the historically given material basis, that is, to the economy. But a result of history that was neither wanted by anyone nor owed to a superhistorical logic or even a good or evil creator God. In terms of this genesis of capital, historical reflection in the sense of Benjamin can achieve nothing more, but also nothing less, than to show that the historical present in the Western world between the 11th and 16th centuries created the conditions of possibility that then actually allowed capital to arise here, but only here. It is precisely in this that it could then be shown that the consistency in which the past presents itself to consciousness is always also an illusion. Based on literary fictional constructions, neither logic itself nor history, ever in itself, can guarantee certainty. Let's ignore the fact that 2 + 2 always equals 4 in all conceivable possible worlds. But that alone says absolutely nothing about a reality external to thought. In this reality, formal logic only applies after thought has constructed it, and this construction is an historical process so that it can be applied to it. Only by relating the two to each other, that is, if history is able to establish logic as logic is able to establish history, do we at least have the thread in our hands that can create the conditions for knowledge to take place in the present, however fleetingly. Benjamin was almost certainly more aware than anyone else of his epistemological deficits, which, apart from Adorno and Sommerthal, he shared with all critical thinkers of his time. At any rate, it would never have occurred to him to simply turn arbitrariness into a positive, because it cannot be reduced, an idea that is central not only to postmodernism but also to post-Nazism as a whole. Today, however, everyone surrenders to reality by refraining from the truth of historical investigations, if it goes beyond the correctness of citing sources, from the outset. In a few places where Benjamin does provide information about his method, he notes that a shift in perspective does not necessarily imply a shift in standards. Elsewhere, he emphasizes authenticity as such a standard. The emphasis on the relevance of the acquisition of standards for criticism, which runs through his entire work, shows in any case that he represents a claim to truth that is fan-base, where it is not rejected out of hand, at least represses. This is also, and especially, the fate of Benjamin in the reception of his work. One suppresses his claim to validity and truth, and therefore believes one is justified in using his work as a quarry to arrange the stones he has hewn out as one happens to want them. The arrangement changes, of course, according to the fashions that are currently in vogue. This can also be justified by pointing out that fashions were one of Benjamin's central objects of study. A strong indication that this is indeed the case is that the recipients, however differently they proceed, do not even feel the need to criticize each other. After all, who wants to criticize fashions, and why should one criticize them at all? Invoking Benjamin as an authority only satisfies the need to see oneself as critical. The arrangement, in its arbitrariness, ensures that this remains without negative consequences for one's own adaptation. One could also call it career into the given present. The reception of Benjamin has become part of what the person related to it describes in the conclusion of the essay on the work of art as a mass that forms a matrix from which all familiar behavior towards works of art currently emerges reborn. The quantity has become quality. The much larger masses of those taking part today, compared to the works of art before their technical reproducibility, have produced a changed kind of participation. Ibid, page 503. He then characterizes the result of this change as the aestheticization of politics, summarizing what he has previously said about the change in the relationship between the masses and art that has taken place along with the new techniques. All determinations around the aestheticization of politics culminate in one point. This one point is war. Ibid, page 506. This aestheticization, according to Benjamin, is answered by communism with the politicization of art. Ibid, page 508. To characterize this mass consciousness, Benjamin quotes at length from Aldous Huxley. This quote not only perfectly expresses Benjamin's concept of modern masses, but can also be read as an accurate anticipation of the development of this consciousness to the present day. Unfortunately, it is too long to be reproduced here. There is no question about it. Anyone who has dedicated themselves to the critique of politics, and anyone who has not understood the critique of political economy, will quite rightly experience severe stomach ache here. However, and bearing this in mind means anything but capitulation, Benjamin formulates this sentence in a historical period that is not immediately comparable to the one in which we currently live. From which follows, every critic must and can ask himself whether he has sufficiently distanced himself from the ever-advancing aestheticization of politics, which has also been anything but interrupted by Auschwitz, and whether he is therefore using the freedom that is currently available to us to criticize politics, so that such confusion of communism with politics as in Benjamin's work is settled once and for all, as bad as things currently may be, especially since a concept of time and history other than existential ontological, that is, of ahistorical present, is far and wide not to be discovered. Of course, this is not about physical, objective time. In daily life, one cannot do without the use of this. Using the example of the so-called culture of remembrance, however, it can be shown what it means to combine both concepts of time without reflecting on historical time in Benjamin's sense. By locating its objects in a past objective time, it gets rid of the imposition of having to understand this past as constitutive of the present. It should not be overlooked. Benjamin conceived his work before Auschwitz. Since then, at the latest, any search for a reasonable general in history, even in the theological form in which Benjamin argues, has become obsolete. So there can be no more theory of revolution, only a categorical imperative. Therefore, reference is made once again to the first sentence of Adorno's negative dialectic. Art, too, and especially art as little as utility value, or even history, can escape capital as the really existing general. And the reference to the necessity of a separation between the ideal substructure and the material basis should also be repeated. After Auschwitz, since everything has been laid bare, there is no longer any point in wanting to discover a total general, however suppressed, in order to gain a historically verified point of view of criticism. In Benjamin's words, to lead the past to bring the present into a critical position has been settled from the ground up. Even those who believe that not everything should be thrown on the scrap heap of history should speak as little of its restoration, its apokatastasis, as of a currently necessary catharsis. The relationship between past and future can no longer be approached emphatically. Nowadays, such a search only serves to attempt to suppress current responsibility for the events of the past. All exegesis of Benjamin is also faced with a dilemma that Benjamin did not solve and that basically no one can solve. Anyone who gets involved with the individual, the detail, can initially, and this is simply unavoidable if one does not insist on the imperative of having to discover evil in everything, also discover progress everywhere. One could also say, without this progress in detail, the whole would no longer exist. Television is getting cheaper. I'm getting a better job. World poverty is statistically decreasing. Any denial of such facts is just as blind to reality as it is to refrain from reflecting on the totality of facts that contradict them from the outset, although it should also be borne in mind that no one is immune to the temptation to sugarcoat reality from time to time. This glossing over is always present, at any rate, wherever someone wants to see the famous two sides in everything and everyone. The basic epistemological dilemma here is that it is impossible on the material level of political economy. In the ideal substructure, on the other hand, everything that is conceivable also appears possible, to allow part and whole to merge into one another, and this is impossible for as long as it exists. By relating all historical details to theologically inspired, total generalities, Benjamin's aim was to expose this belief in progress as a myth. However little can be argued against it, in terms of today's mass consciousness, this endeavor is built on sand. Every individual in this mass interprets every success in the personal as a contribution to the progress of the whole. This mass consciousness is unshakable in its certainty, and the individuals assembled in it are in theirs, that it knows exactly how all the world's problems can be eliminated if only everyone submits exactly to the order that it has in mind as a fixed idea, entirely different in each individual's mind, but absolutely equivalent to mass consciousness in its vacuity. On the contrary, this consciousness, which confuses its emptiness with certainty, solidifies into resentment to precisely the extent that it is less able to project its delusion into reality. As right as Benjamin is, it is difficult to share his hope that there is some way to anchor reason in the masses. In mass consciousness, as in the further development of technologies, the aestheticization of politics is pursued and progressively completed down to the smallest detail, below all events. In contrast to this, there is nowhere, except, and even there not universally, in Israel, an awareness of the threat posed by what, as Heidegger shows, is inherently anti-Semitic in the total general, which has given itself an adequate expression in the name of capital. No critique of detail, however necessary it may be, escapes this aestheticization today. Rather, as the exegesis of Benjamin and Adorno proves, it succumbs to it sooner or later. Schmidt, who was committed to the tradition of critical theory, was one of the few at the time who had recognized that structuralism and positivism are subject to criticism not only because of their inadequate reflection on their own philosophical presuppositions, but above all because they argue in a fundamentally ahistorical way. Schmidt is concerned with the relationship between logic and history as such. One could also say, between form and content. No question about it. A traditional Marxist in particular will never dispute the fact that Marx, more or less, also argues historically from the beginning of Capital. After all, it was none other than Engels who first asserted that the structure of capital follows actual historical development, which is, of course, grossly misleading. When you bring up history with structuralists, they reflexively claim that you are insinuating that history has a unified subject. This is also the case in Poulantzas's critique of political economy today. The fact that this reflex is based on resentment, and thus on projection and defense at the same time, is clear from the fact that if you exclude the traditional left, you will hardly find anyone, even among historians, who is still committed to Hegel's philosophy of history. And, of course, Marxists who are committed to structuralism also examine the changes that take place in reality. Furthermore, hardly any of these Marxists would seriously claim that these events were not initiated by subjects, even if reduced to their carriers, as Schmidt explains. But they all equally refuse to make any statement about which processes in the individual subject have generated this particular event, and no other. This is where critical theory comes in. There is no event without the help of physical individual subjects, due to the processes in them, to bring it about. Even if we assume that even this is not denied by these Marxists, one thing remains. They attribute the generation of past events to practice. And now we have arrived at the core of the whole problem. Anyone who conceptually reduces practice and history to one and the same thing has not grasped what historicity means. Practice always refers to an uncertain, open future, to future experiences that have not yet been made. History refers to past, actually experienced events. It is sedimented experience. Schmidt speaks of bringing the past historical process to life. Although it underlies all praxis, it must be strictly distinguished from it conceptually. For between them there is always a present. Anyone who claims, and this is precisely the basis of all practice fetishists, that they can indistinctly place both the past and the future into one is lying.
Not only that,
there are no forms of thought that are detached from historicity. Every logic, Even the purely formal mathematical one, and even more so the logic of natural laws, must, in order to be valid, have first been burned into the minds of particular individuals, and that is a historical process, a process that is always influenced by the given relations of domination. Abstraction, and this is precisely what is meant by the concept of abstract labor, is a mental activity that is anything but free of historical determinations. Anyone who claims, in all innocence, that the theories, structures, and systems they develop are only abstract models that merely reduce complexity so that a practice can be developed to solve real problems has, contrary to what they believe, not placed themselves in a realm external to capital, but is in the middle of it. Otherwise, the concept of capital would not be a term for totality. In other words, thinking has an almost infinite number of abstraction procedures at its disposal. Which of these is recognized as valid is determined historically, not logically. See also Schmidt's comments on the relationship between abstraction and social reality. There is a fairly simple way to prove structuralists wrong. However good their descriptions of real changes may be, they fail to grasp the dynamics that can bring about these changes in the first place. They cannot assume the corporeal subjects any more than they can assume the world spirit or any other sovereignty, because they abstract from them in a strictly objectivist way. The less they talk about the subjects, the more the cause of this dynamic must evaporate into the nebulous and abstract, without being able to disappear completely. Structuralism is thus fundamentally antinomian. The more it detaches itself from history, the more it constructs a unified, if initially unnamed, central subject to which it attributes a power that no philosopher of history can ascribe to reality. And yet it is named. It is praxis and class struggle, to which all theory, all thinking, must be subordinated and integrated. Knowledge and criticism are degraded to the handmaiden of practice. What is not absent from Marx in the first two sections of Capital, but which, in the concept of abstract labor, remains, like the state, in the condensations so much in the implied that it is difficult to discover, is this historical reference of the entire structure of Capital. This one inner historicity is one thing, the other is that Capital undoubtedly also has a prehistory. Although we can only recognize this from and through Capital, for it is our totality in which we are embedded, for the critique of formal logic, natural science, and technology as supposedly ahistorical forms of thought, it is nonetheless indispensable to place oneself in this prehistory in order to grasp what Capital is at its core, not only logically but also historically, an accident in history, not the result of any evolutionary process, however it is understood. Without this accident, the modern sciences would not exist. This placement in the prehistory of Capital has absolutely nothing to do with practice, but it does have something to do with grasping the present and criticizing it. And that is a precondition for any reasonable practice. If reason is not implemented in the future, as something that still has to be implemented from the ground up, then, however improbable that may be, it never existed, even if only negatively outside the imagination of individuals historically, in any general. Benjamin would probably agree with this conclusion. In any case, we must finally abandon the notion, which Benjamin does not openly propagate, but he also does not distance himself from it unequivocally and consistently enough, that there are victims in history who had or could have paved the way for, or even just one reason. Every single person, whenever they lived, who has suffered or died because some community has denied them real survival in this world, sometimes, as in the case of a soldier dying a hero's death, with the consolation of survival in history, has died in complete futility, or more precisely, has been killed by that community. Because to call out to someone who died fighting against barbarism, against death, who followed reason that can only be grasped in a categorical imperative, that his death was senseless, sounds extremely cynical. But this is where the whole dilemma lies, which is at the core of, not only, the study of Benjamin. Only in a reasonably constituted general is death, without any meaning. A society, on the other hand, in which suffering and dying must still be attributed a superindividual meaning because it was necessary to avoid something worse, is thus fundamentally unreasonable. If we ascribe meaning to the deaths of those who have died as a result of the given social unreason, and this is always already connoted when we speak of a victim, without differentiating in this concept itself between an ideally general and historically particular content, we run the risk of still imputing to this society, or to history, a reasonable general. Philosophically, it comes down to the fact that one must fundamentally draw a sharp distinction between a general, transhistorical sense and concrete, time-bound reason. Every person currently living must accept responsibility for this death, at least until a future present succeeds in making such physical death and physical suffering impossible. Formulated in this way, one can certainly fall back on the metaphor of original sin, but it can only serve as an illustration. Taken seriously from a theological point of view, this also ends up in the same false generalization where all theology ends up, not understanding the individual as an individual in and of himself, who first enters into a community, even if in the vast majority of cases by force, but that it is this community that makes him human in the first place. Of course, every thought is an expression of the time in which it is thought, but not a single one of them is fully absorbed in it. Everything depends on the length of time, in which epoch, in which space, in which relation to which objects one underlies one's own thinking. Our society does not recognize clearly defined epochs, within which judgments of quality alone could gain a truth content from quantification. Depending on the need, one constructs periods of time, years, decades, generations, human history, so that the events related to them attract attention without appearing to be openly constructed. You can put it this way, theologically speaking, if you can't present your particular interests as a contribution to preventing the end of the world, you have no chance of being heard. Put in this form, the logic of capital, as the existing total general that does not have to be searched for long, can be understood as historically generated and historically constituted in itself. And that is indispensable, for no logic can justify its validity logically, that is, from itself, that is, from its structure. But the same applies the other way around, and almost all historians disregard this. Benjamin is no exception here. History cannot justify itself either, in this Hegel is, to a certain extent, simply right. Without an explicit logic that is independent of it, as in Benjamin's work, history is left hanging in midair at best. At worst, history is inflated into a subject of the Volksgemeinschaft, to which a unity is attributed in which the order determined by the logic of capital is stripped of all its actual determinations, yet is ontologically substantiated with absolute certainty and mythologically charged as eternal. Myron Scholes is one of the grandees of economics who have thought most deeply about capital markets. Even in the face of their absurd dynamics, he has not yet lost faith in free capital markets, unlike many of his colleagues. Even to the question, which laws control what is happening in the markets, which, in the current confusion, is highly embarrassing, he has a logical-sounding explanation at the ready. What is happening in the markets can be compared to the hustle and bustle in a playground. Some children romp around in the sand together, others play together with the ball, and still others are on the slide or the swing. We see what is happening from the outside and recognize structures. Economists also speak of correlations. But suddenly the groups dissolve and the children all flock in one direction. Suddenly everything is correlated. What happened? An ice cream truck went by. The baffled interviewer asks, "Are we at that point now?" Yes, that's how far economics has come. But that's not how the question was meant, and Scholes confidently continues. No, the ice cream van is gone, but the children don't get back together to play as they used to. They each choose something new. We are now in this search phase. In science, we call something like the ice cream van an attractor. The ice cream van that has shaken things up. The next question hits the nail on the head. Can we deduce from history how quickly the children will come together in groups again? Well, of course, a look at history is definitely helpful. It teaches us that children will not run around in chaos forever. They will form what we in science call clusters again. The various asset classes will correlate with each other again. The winner of the Nobel Prize in Economic Sciences pulls out all the stops to instill confidence in frightened financial market players with his cute parable. He wants to spread an optimistic message. Portfolio theory, his widely accepted investment theory, has only temporarily lost its validity and will soon regain it. The correlations mean reliably calculable statistical dependencies in the temporal development of different asset classes, such as stocks or bonds. They are the theoretical prerequisite for balancing the universally feared losses in value. If capital investments correlate in such a way that losses in one investment are cushioned by gains in others, then, if they are known, they can be mixed in such a way that the risk of loss is minimized without greatly reducing the hoped-for total profit. So it is actually more accurate to speak of anti-correlations, which no longer exist as soon as all investments incur losses at the same time. Scholes speaks of an attractor as the deeper cause of synchronous price collapses. However, the term attractor only has a meaningful meaning in the mathematically formulated theory of nonlinear systems. And developments in the financial markets, like capitalism as a whole, cannot be understood mathematically. In this context, attractor has become an empty word and a pseudoscientific bluff. Scholes only refers to this attractor to claim that it has once again disappeared. He then advises the investor kiddies to just go back to playing, while he sets out to find new anti-correlations to salvage his failed theory. When the financial crisis erupted seemingly out of nowhere in the fall of 2008, such optimistic voices had completely fallen silent. The crisis managers, both politicians and economists, present in the media had shock written all over their faces. And although the collapse of the markets feared at the time has yet to materialize, the general uncertainty is not diminishing. Subsequent crises and the renewed flashes of stock market panic that accompany them are constantly recurring. Europe under the spell of death interest was the recent headline in the FAZ, not for the announcement of a fun B-movie, but in the humorless financial section. Because the so-called liquidity glut from state institutions was at best able to transform the general banking and financial crisis in the traditional industrial nations into a crisis of their national debt. And now fewer and fewer investors trust the affected states to repay their debts. This is an untenable situation in the long term. Responsible politicians have known this for a while, and the population is beginning to suspect the possible consequences. The more helplessly parliaments deal with the problem, the more urgent they all become. Who is ultimately supposed to settle state debts and interest if current economic revenues are insufficient? Who will the states ultimately turn to when no one is voluntarily lending them money? Because everyone knows that they will have to cough up in one way or another, wealthy patriots volunteer and demand higher taxation for themselves and their peers. The majority grudgingly prepare for lean years, and those who are not among them can gleefully take pleasure in the intensified austerity measures in the peak states. The benefit of the austerity policy imposed on them, in addition to the hoped-for debt reduction, is therefore also the opportunity to let off steam. If Europeans have to take on the debts of their fellow Europeans, then they want to bleed them financially in return. Even before the financial crisis, Nassim Nicholas Taleb, who used to work as a specialist in complex financial derivatives and is now an essayist and researcher in the fields of statistics, chance, and epistemology, repeatedly warned against blindly believing in the financial mathematical model that Scholes still defends. Taleb pointed out the obvious nonsense in the assumption that the possible market values of securities traded on the stock market are normally distributed. However, this is an essential prerequisite for reducing risk, as proposed by Myron Scholes' portfolio theory. Taleb had looked at long empirical price histories as a financial mathematician and was able to identify significant differences to the normal distribution as the normal case. Unexpected sudden slumps hit the markets much more often than expected and contradict the bell-shaped normal distribution, which is easy to handle statistically, and its low probabilities for large deviations from the expected value. On this basis, Taleb deals with the role of events whose effects suddenly and drastically change the previously expected course of the world. The financial crisis catapulted his book Black Swan from 2007 to bestseller lists worldwide. Since then, its title has become part of the metaphorical arsenal of feature pages and business sections. The term Black Swan refers to a prime example of a fundamental epistemological problem. In the past, people in Europe were firmly convinced that a white plumage was part of the essence of a swan because of the way adult swans invariably always look. Attributing the adjective white to a swan was therefore tautological according to the state of knowledge at the time, whereas the idea of a black swan was a contradictio in adjecto that was not even considered. When the Europeans discovered and explored Australia, they were amazed to encounter such contradictions in the flesh, flocks of black swans. Generally speaking, the epistemological problem is, can the consistent observation of many empirical individual cases establish a universal law and thus reliably predict future cases of the same kind? So, if you encounter a swan, can you be sure that its feathers will be white? The answer is obviously no. It is not possible to deduce universal laws with certainty from empirical data alone. Taleb describes himself as an empirical skeptic and even agrees with David Hume's radical subjectivist conclusion. Hume went so far as to deny that any causal relationship has a real counterpart and considered causality itself to be a pure projection of the human mind, which it would only acquire because of sensory impressions that repeatedly follow in the same order. Taleb defines his concept of a black swan as follows. What we call a black swan is an event with the following three attributes. First, it is an outlier, outside the realm of regular expectations, as nothing in the past can convincingly indicate its possibility. Second, it has enormous repercussions. Third, despite its outlier status, human nature leads us to construct explanations for its occurrence in retrospect, to make it explainable and predictable. End of quote. In line with the anecdote, a black swan is therefore an unexpected event that contradicts our extrapolated experience. Its influence on our lives is also decisive. The third point makes the black swan a contradictory concept. Its unexpected effect is so unsettling that people try to explain such an event a posteriori. The recursive definition may come as a surprise, but Taleb likes to stylize himself as a shrewd thinker. He knows human nature and is certain of the revolutionary significance of his idea. A small number of black swans explains almost everything in our world, from the success of ideas and religions to the dynamics of historical events and elements of our personal lives. End of quote. Taleb claims to have found a comprehensive explanation for the confusing human condition. For him, everything simply follows from unexpected events. This is what a hermetically sealed crypto theory looks like, but although little should actually be said about the unexpected, Taleb has a lot to say about black swans. It is only in the third part of his book that he gets to his main point. He wants to avoid unpleasant coincidences and take advantage of lucky coincidences. The confusion that allows him to systematize everything statistically is already contained in the subtitle of Taleb's bestseller, The Power of Highly Improbable Events. He constantly confuses improbable with unexpected events. However, an event is improbable if its probability can at least be roughly estimated and the estimate in question determines an extremely low upper limit for its probability. On the other hand, an event is unexpected if its possibility was not considered at all before it occurred. Therefore, its probability cannot be estimated a priori. At best, it can only be assigned to it a posteriori, as Taleb himself has determined in his definition, but he already blurs this in the subtitle. Taleb views the world from a statistical perspective, and statistics does not investigate unexpected events, but rather the laws that apply to sums or other aggregated quantities of events of the same type. When events as individuals can no longer be surveyed, statistics concentrates on manageable regularities in their totality. The data fetishism of the positive sciences tends to assume that with enough effort, statistical regularities can somehow be found in almost every collection of numbers. But any statistical result that wants to say something about reality must have been conceived as an answer to the question of such a regularity. And as Kant was able to show, the conception of such a regularity can only be achieved through syntheses of the human mind. Adorno noted on its validity. Categorical intuition, the realization of the concept, reminds us that the categorically constituted facts, which traditional epistemology knows only as syntheses, must always correspond to something beyond the sensual hyle, ancient Greek for malleable material. In this respect, they also always have something immediate about them, calling for vividness. Just as a simple mathematical proposition is no valid without the synthesis of the numbers between which the equation is set up, so, as Kant neglects to point out, synthesis would be impossible if the relationship between the elements did not correspond to this synthesis, regardless of the difficulties into which such a way of speaking is entangled according to common logic. If, drastically and misleadingly put, the two sides of the equation did not actually resemble each other, it makes as little sense to speak of this belonging independently of the thinking synthesis as it does to speak of reasonable synthesis without this correspondence. A case of mediation. Statistical coincidence can therefore not only a priori not be a real coincidence, but also always implicitly presupposes lasting corresponding mediations in the matter. Statistics can then only grasp such mediations theoretically at first, and then try to confirm them empirically. In statistics, the fundamental question always arises at the beginning as to whether a meaningful assumption can be made at all about a lasting connection in a set of data under investigation. But because no one wants to deal with such epistemological prerequisites in their daily work, statistics has been able to develop into an uncritical science, supposedly based on nothing but facts, an obscurantist form of naive realism. It is considered a methodological all-purpose weapon for complex and confusing situations, and its correct application is supposed to make conceptual reflections superfluous through mathematical algorithms. And this is precisely where it is most urgently needed, in the humanities. The competition is also pushing for the application of statistical methods. With the help of computers, many complex statistical calculations can now be carried out at great speed, e.g. with SPSS, and results can be produced quickly. However, when it comes to the question of their theoretical stringency, no algorithm can help, but only a mental focus on the object from which the numbers have been abstracted. Statistical madness takes hold when only spontaneous ad hoc hypotheses are formulated to formally justify tests that have already been calculated before their prerequisites are considered. Whether their very specific questions can be reasonably incorporated into a more comprehensive theory is no longer of interest. As a superordinate context, it is simply assumed that nature and society will follow some laws. This is also happening because statistical algorithms at today's computing speeds can deliver their results almost in real time, and their users, in contrast, lack the time to take a calm look at the exact conditions and meaning of the algorithms they use and the results they produce. Have algorithms as analytical tools proven themselves, and the question often seems irrelevant to them and is at best delegated to mathematical specialists. Taleb's epistemological skepticism turns out to be a transitional stage in line with the blind trust in method that is indispensable for contemporary scientific work. He ultimately believes that the power of unexpected events is due to nothing more than a false statistical understanding of nature and society, and that the error lies not in the claim to capture them completely statistically, but in the error itself. He believes he can find the evidence for this where Scholes also got his attractor ice cream van from the theory of nonlinear systems. Taleb dedicates his book to the famous French mathematician Benoit Mandelbrot, who was one of the first to research the modern field of fractal geometry. Taleb begins by correctly criticizing the fact that the classic geometric shapes such as circles, triangles, and rectangles cannot be found directly in nature. And he concludes that Galileo was wrong when he said that the objects of Euclidean geometry are the basic building blocks of nature. But then Taleb presents the modern fractals as the supposedly true basic mathematical elements of nature. The veins in leaves look like branches, branches like trees, rocks look like small mountains. When the size of an object changes, there is no qualitative change. If you look at the coast of Great Britain from an airplane, it resembles what you see when you look at it through a magnifying glass. This self-affinity suggests that a deceptively short and simple iteration rule can be used by a computer or by Mother Nature to create forms of seemingly great complexity. This can be very useful for computer graphics, but more importantly, this is how nature works. End of quote. But even if fractals show more complex forms than the geometric objects of Euclidean geometry, they also do not correspond directly to those in nature as they appear. Just as, for example, the visible forms of the sun and moon continue to be best described by circles, fractals describe the phenomena mentioned by Taleb quite well and shine in self-similar geometry, such as that of cauliflower and broccoli. Mandelbrot's discovery of fractal geometric objects was therefore important. But fractals, too, can only represent more or less suitable models and, like circles, do not capture the natural essence of anything in the whole. They are models of the human mind that may be able to help us understand a moment in the world as it appears to us. But they certainly cannot explain our society of exchange and its financial markets. But for Taleb, unexpected events are no longer just an empirical fact, but rooted in the fractal nature of nature. This does not mean that they can be predicted as individuals, but in their totality, they become tangible. They can be expected with a certain low probability. Thus, most black swans become gray swans. And only where wild distributions have been overlooked are unknown unknowns said to still occur. On this basis, he introduces the distinction between mediocreaniston and extremiston. These two theoretical areas are said to hold completely different types of possible events. Mediocriston is the oasis of mild randomness, where the statistically simple laws of large numbers apply and normal distribution has its rightful home. There is relative calm and security, and expectations are usually fulfilled. Extremiston is the realm of gray and black swans, where, Wild randomness reigns and reliable forecasts are impossible. For Taleb, it is a given that all events take place in mediocristan or extremistan. The most important thing for our expectations and risk assessments is therefore to learn to correctly distinguish between the two areas in reality. The long-awaited tip from his readers for successfully diversifying their investments, which, in contrast to the classic portfolio theory of Scholes et al., really minimizes risk while still participating in opportunities, is based on this. His dumbbell strategy is, quote, "Instead of putting your money in medium-risk investments, how do you know it's a medium risk? By listening to experts who are only interested in looking after their own interests. You have to put part of it, let's say 85 to 90%, into extremely safe investments such as government bonds, which are pretty much the safest form of investment you can find on this planet, and the remaining 10 to 15% into extremely speculative investments such as options, preferably in venture capital portfolios. Then, mistakes in risk management cannot harm them." End quote. Government bonds as generally pretty much the safest form of investment. Empirical research proves to be more skeptical than the skeptical empiricist. A shame about the beautiful new investment theory. But what the heck? The Black Swan Fund that Taleb founded is famous. Many uncertain investors believe in his risk X-ray vision, and other fund managers have already jumped on the bandwagon. But Taleb wants to do much more than just pseudoscientifically justify another useless investment tip. Quote, "Since black swans cannot be predicted, we have to adjust to their existence, instead of being naive enough to try to predict them. If we concentrate on anti-knowledge, on what we do not know, we can really do a lot. For example, we can expose ourselves as much as possible to positive-type black swans that bring favorable circumstances." End quote. He projects a philosophy of life for bargain hunters. Quote, "I disagree with the followers of Marx and Adam Smith. Free markets work because they allow people to be lucky thanks to aggressive trial and error, not because they offer them rewards or incentives for their abilities. So the best strategy is to try out as much as possible and to take as many chances as possible from which black swans can arise." End of quote. Taleb has abandoned the idea of the invisible hand, but he firmly believes in the invisible drawing of lottery numbers. However, he does not explain where all the favorable opportunities come from, and he has obviously not read Marx either. But Rainer Henk can help him out ideologically, having brought liberal convictions up to date following the bankruptcy of Lehman Brothers in September 2008. In his article Marx is Right, Henk admits, "The history of capitalism is the history of its crises." Karl Marx is absolutely right about that. Only to counter immediately, he just drew the wrong conclusions from this insight. The crisis proneness of the markets is not a system error, but a core of the system. But that is precisely what we can still learn from Marx today, that the error is already at the core of the alleged system. He begins his critique of political economy in Das Kapital with an analysis of the idea on which our exchange economy is supposed to be built. He does not derive the subsequent formal analysis of value from the empiricism of nature or history, because value cannot be found there. Instead, he analyzes the logic of his idea that people and their institutions believe to implement in reality. He examines it on the basis of the ideal simple exchange of goods up to its equally idealized dynamic movement in capital. And because he proceeds so conscientiously and society has remained the same in it despite many changes, his criticism is still valid today. And his conclusion is, value and its self-movement in capitalism cannot be understood as a whole. Although many causal relationships are explained in capital which are logical in themselves, the overall context ultimately always turns out to be a paradox. But if not even the basic idea, whose creation and momentum this society has dedicated itself to, can be understood, then the real practice of the exchange economy cannot be reasonably grasped either. Marx was able to observe historically that capital repeatedly encounters crises, Henk rightly notes. But he also recognized that, due to its imminent contradictions, crises are logically inherent in capital. Capital cannot ensure the regular reproduction of society, but must compulsively revolutionize its conditions in order to repeatedly enforce the self-valorization of value. Much to the suffering of the people who, although they constitute capital together, are at the same time degraded as individuals to the appendages of its blind development. To them, Capital socialization appears to be second nature, and the recurring crises therefore either as staged by conspiratorial unnatural powers, as unavoidable natural catastrophes, or, more recently, as punishment for violations of ecological principles. Hank has no eye for these details. The dramatic contrast to the supposedly failed Marxist critique is merely intended to make his rant appear substantial. His unwavering view of reality reveals economic evolution is not a petting zoo, but a rough wilderness. Where there is an upward trend, there is also a downward trend. And where there are winners, there are also losers. You can only know the ratio of individual performance to fate in retrospect. It would be dangerous to think about this or pause for a moment. And so the platitudes continue to rain down. Quote, "But one thing is certain. In the end, risk pays off. The reward for risk is called growth." This bravura stammering is offered to the late bourgeois liberal consciousness as a sheet anchor by economic evolution, the supposedly natural law of capital growth. This apology seeks to completely desolate the nerve at which Marx's critique of second nature was aimed. He simply brutally turns around the provocative analysis that capital socialization behaves like a natural history process and not like the self-conscious development of free people in order to justify it. Hank dismisses the bourgeois promise that everyone can enjoy the fruits of their labor themselves and thus achieve private happiness on their own responsibility as pure Sunday talk. Only in the aggregate is the mess supposed to pay off, but with natural necessity. Who gets something from this aggregate depends on the ominous fate, and those who don't just have bad luck. And it was the general nature of fate that Nassim Nicholas Taleb spent a long time pondering before the crisis. One of his fundamental convictions is that people cannot change it. The fact that we cannot predict outliers means that, given their large share in the dynamics of events, we cannot predict the course of history. However, we behave as if we could predict historical events or, even worse, as if we could change the course of history. End of quote. Anyone who goes against the mythical course of history, the great unknown statistical overdistribution, will only cause harm and should better leave it alone. But just as Taleb has at least tried to help investors achieve personal happiness with his new strategy, he would also like to spare them personal misfortunes. Taleb tells a parable involving another oddball to illustrate an unpleasant, unexpected event from the perspective of someone affected. Let's imagine a turkey that is fed every day. Each feeding will reinforce the bird's belief that the basic rule of life is to be fed every day by friendly members of the human race who have only its best interests at heart, as a politician would say. Then, on the Wednesday afternoon before Thanksgiving, something unexpected will happen to the turkey, and he will have to revise his convictions. End of quote. On Thanksgiving, Americans traditionally like to eat turkey, which is the grim point of the story. In this picture, people appear as unexpected butchers. And Taleb's view of the turkey is strangely ambivalent. In his book, he repeatedly explains that he wants to avoid becoming a turkey with his theory. He alternates between pity and contempt for the turkey's short-sighted inductive reasoning. After telling the story, he undermines the meaning of the parable, which, like any story in such a form, should leave the transfer to his own life to the listener. He then immediately explains it again using human examples, as if he didn't trust his readers to do as much thinking as he did. He prefers to shock them drastically. The turkey problem can be generalized to all situations where the hand that feeds us can also be the one that turns our necks. Just think of the increasingly integrated German Jews in the 1930s. Quote end. It takes your breath away. And after this tasteless analogy, he refers to his own story, without further ado. As a teenager, he and his influential family lost everything from one day to the next in the Lebanese Civil War and had to flee. This does not make his choice to concretize the turkey problem any better, but it does make it clear that Taleb simply cannot properly distinguish between things. This strange juxtaposition of lopsided similes and specific examples taken out of context is typical of him. As if he wanted to avoid reflecting on the events that are only hinted at, his considerations remain poorly abstract on the one hand and, in the associative examples, completely concrete and without mediation, thus always missing the point. This oscillation resembles his epistemological wavering between absolute skepticism and naive realism. At first, he knows almost nothing, and then suddenly, everything again. This is how he seems to be able to maintain his claim that his black swan theory can capture the human condition. In Taleb's work, We can see how identity thinking seems to despair of itself in the crisis, only to grab hold all the more recklessly after a successful catharsis. Frank Schermacher, editor of the FAZ, obviously likes the brilliant Taleb's Turkey story. In his review, "The Turkey Was Amazed," he recounts the story of the deceptive safety from slaughter, but leaves out the example of the German Jews without comment. He recommends Taleb's advice to adopt a cautious, experimental approach to our new complex world. Shortly thereafter, the FAZ published an interview with Taleb. After all his doubts, he is once again in full agreement with common sense. "Today I see that whole shiploads of stocks are being sold. People are just realizing that they should now invest in safe assets instead of risky stocks." End quote. And these safe assets were the government bonds, which at the time were still considered a very safe haven before a number of states themselves were threatened with bankruptcy. And in line with the mass consciousness, Taleb spoke like a forerunner of the Occupy movement. "We need a revolution, and I don't know how, but the people involved in the whole thing have to be fired. Bernanke as well as all the major bankers." End quote. And he revealed how his statistically sophisticated distinction between simple and complex systems has changed his whole life. "We should behave exactly as our ancestors did," which is not popular today. "I also take medicine only in extremely rare circumstances and avoid all modern food. I don't eat bread or sugar and only eat fruits that have a Greek or Hebrew name, so no mangoes. All of this is based on my fundamental conviction that we should not touch complex systems that are incomprehensible to us, or only in emergencies." Taleb is able to embed every quirk in his complexity theory. This seems to help him maintain order in his private world. But in the course of the financial crisis, he has also become a fatalist when it comes to the lives of individuals. In a postscript to The Black Swan, which appeared a while after the onset of the financial crisis, he considers an alternative to his risk strategy. "This is my plan B. I spent a long time looking at the place where my own grave will be one day. A man who knows his ultimate goal cannot be easily destroyed by a black swan. I felt robust." End quote. And that is currently his most important advice. To become robust, and not to bind yourself to anything or anyone in principle, in order to harden yourself against impending losses. Because even vigilance against complex dangers can no longer guarantee security. This is how he discovered Nietzsche's amor fati, the love of fate. He concludes his book accordingly with another parable, a story about the Roman philosopher Seneca. Quote, "Seneca's willingness to lose everything extended to his life as well. Because he was suspected of being involved in a conspiracy, Emperor Nero ordered him to commit suicide. According to the records, he did so in an exemplary manner, calmly, as if he had prepared for it every day." Seneca ended his essays, written in epistle form, with veil, which is often incorrectly translated as farewell. It has the same root as the English words value and valor and means both be strong, i.e. robust, and be worthy.
Vale.
End quote. To hold on to value requires bravery to the point of voluntary self-sacrifice. Our society, which as a whole insists on creating the paradoxical thing from which everyone must get a piece to live, sometimes demands the sacrifice of life. Taleb somehow senses a connection with his etymological associations. However, he does not reflect on it, and the historical circumstances of Seneca's suicide do not interest him either. To have to give your life for the state in case of doubt is said to have always been an irrevocable fate. The success of The Black Swan, written by a financial mathematician who has worked successfully on Wall Street for years, is disturbing due to its intellectual proximity to German ideology. The talk of fate and sacrifice was not expected here, but rather the optimism of a Myron Scholes, unshaken by any financial collapse. In fact, Taleb hardly knows the modern masterminds of German ideology. He rather intuitively comes to these ideologies from a crucial epistemological problem and justified doubts about his science. And in between, the annihilation of the German Jews occurs to him en passant as an illustration of his theory. His diffuse fear and crisis awareness seem to capture the zeitgeist. His hypotheses, which jump back and forth, with which he ultimately only pretends to find a spiritual haven in total indifference and in the commitment to voluntary self-sacrifice, result from the deep insecurity caused by the open outcome of the current crisis. And this insecurity is currently centered in the European Union, which, in the spirit of Taleb and Schumacher, is characterized by an extremely experimental relationship to the world and, in the absence of any clear common ground, is aggressively committed to its destiny. This Europe is a community of destiny in the global world, is how Angela Merkel summarizes the official consensus of the EU. The term, which was already so popular under National Socialism, is now being adopted by a number of its representatives in their hour of need. Europe likes to conjure itself up as a lesson from the past, but it is adopting the Nazis' community of destiny without any trace of contrition. The past is ritually reappraised and administered in order to transform it into the cornerstone of a shared future destiny. The shared knowledge of the skeletons in the closet is supposed to guarantee cohesion. The talk of a shared destiny is just as likely to prepare the victims for the future as it is to encourage the citizens of Europe to accept their fate in any case. Concrete goals for Europe and the dangers that threaten all Europeans cannot be named because they presuppose a common interest. This Europe knows no goals other than self-preservation at all costs, and only from the global world, from the whole global globe, do dangers threaten that Europe must fear, and therefore can only parry if it is united. And if in the future a horde of black swans should once again turn the necks of millions of turkeys in Europe or its sphere of influence, then the community of fate already knows for sure that it could not have foreseen their fate afterwards either. The better can only lie in the opposite direction. In a free society, people would not have to fear their future as fate, but could understand it as their own. To do that, they would first have to create social mediations that they understand and can clearly distinguish from mere nature. Anyone who wanted to know from their doctor, as was still common well into the 1960s, how they were doing medically could be fairly certain that they would not receive truthful information, especially if their prospects were very poor. The prevailing opinion among the white coats at that time was that the truth was counterproductive for the patient and would kill him rather than his illness. For whatever reason, today the medical guild behaves somewhat differently in this regard. Whether the official justification that speaking even unpleasant truths strengthens the relationship of trust between doctor and patient is correct, however, can be safely doubted. The medical profession was idolized as demigods in white, i.e. showered with boundless trust, precisely at the time when dishonesty was still part of the core of conduct befitting the profession. The guild that still maintains a similar relationship to the truth as the medical caste did in the past, and cannot do otherwise for specific reasons, is economics. Its main task is to make forecasts for the future on the basis of the available data, i.e. to first provide society with information about its state of health, in order to then, in the event that a disease is to be diagnosed, to provide the therapeutic means for its recovery. It is clear to every economist, as it is to every physician, that the behavior of his patient is not only extremely contingent in itself, i.e., very difficult to calculate, but is also substantially co-determined by the results of his diagnoses. If the economic prospects are shown to be rather poor, then no more investments are made and the economy gets worse and worse. The diagnosis provides the data on the basis of which the subsequent diagnosis is then made, a rather tricky problem, in other words, which the economist constantly has to fiddle with. The economist has the advantage that his forecasts can never be wrong, provided that he follows the rules of the profession, if one excludes clear calculation errors, which can always happen, a pleasant fact which is by no means the only one that this scientific discipline has in common with the famous Oracle of Delphi. The models with which economics wants to do justice to its subject matter must be extremely complex if they want to get to grips with this interaction between observation and subject matter, which by no means means that their consistent principle is not extremely simple, indeed seems downright primitive. It is based on a banal blackmail common to all scientific disciplines whose basis and purpose is to give practical guidance to human behavior. The principle is, if you behave this way or that, then such and such will happen. All activities of society are subjected to this normative if, in order to conclude a then, a conclusion whose validity is absolute, which has excluded any contingency. What happens now when, as in the current crisis, a society, represented by its political authorities, which for decades has slavishly adhered to the therapeutic guidelines of the economic experts, thus subordinating its if to their then, is threatened with exodus as a result? One would think that the doctor would then have gambled away the trust of his patient. But as everybody can observe, in this regard nothing happens at all. As far as the economics, as well as its executive organ, the policy, is concerned, one continues as before. It is true, not only for the expert recognizable. In science and politics, quite some parameters are exchanged. If someone is held responsible for the consequences that were not predicted and therefore not taken into account by politics, then it is only the direct representatives of the economic system itself who would have behaved in a way that is alien to the system. Usually it is the so-called employees who would not adapt their demands to the realities. In the short term, as at present, it can also be factions from the employer's camp who are blamed for the fact that what should have occurred, namely health, respectively welfare for all, did not become reality sufficiently. Marxists, as far as they keep to some extent to the insights of the Marx of the capital and do not do their mischief as practicing salvation bringers, or what is the same, as apocalyptics, can prove this national economy with ease that it moves like the hamster in its wheel in an infinite cycle. By keeping the current level of the average rate of profit at as healthy a level as possible, it tries to counteract its tendency to fall. According to Marx, the crisis caused by this fall in the rate of profit, and of course, the current crisis is also basically based on this law, is not a catastrophe that comes upon the economy from outside, like a tsunami. It is permanently imminent in capital. The response of the political economist, insofar as he has any interest at all in 19th century theories, to these Marxists will be little more than a head-shaking, so what? He will point out to them that economic science has since refined its terminology and increased enormously in complexity, but that otherwise, in principle, there is hardly anything to object to Marx's economic calculations. In this sense, all of Marx's concepts, even such critical ones as overproduction or capital devaluation, could be translated into modern terminology. Strictly contradicting Marx, and here the modern economist finds open ears especially with Marxists, he will argue with Marx where he argues politically and historically, where he takes the social actors and their behavioral dispositions as his object. How wrong Marx was here is shown by the fact that his prognoses did not come true. They were simply based on too many non-systemic parameters. In this respect, Marx would have to be rejected, especially where he obviously becomes a metaphysician, for instance when he thinks to find a kind of social substance behind the nominality of money. For the modern economist, this metaphysics represents an inadmissible transgression not only of the boundaries of his discipline. In his eyes, Marx clearly violates the precept of scientificity here. If one ignores the metaphysical quirks in such a way, one has not only trimmed Marx economically, but also bent him into a modern economist who had nothing else to contribute to the topic. The economy represents a complex of conflicting factors, which in the ideal model form an equilibrium, but in practice constantly produce imbalances finished. Insofar as model and practice never coincide, one could certainly agree on this concept with the left economists who refer to Marx. One can speak of a crisis in permanence. But just as well, or even better, according to their logic, one could completely abandon the concept of crisis. After all, a meteorologist does not speak of a crisis when it rains, but only when his model cannot capture certain weather phenomena, and the weather itself does not know any crisis, which can only occur if one does not dress according to the weather. Accordingly, the existing economic model has so far been quite capable of grasping the current phenomena and of working out the practical guidelines that enable society to behave in a way that is adequate to the economic system. The fate of Marxists like Elmar Altvater or Joachim Hirsch, or all the so-called structuralists of the time, proves that this economistically truncated Marxism can only lag behind the official doctrine and theory. The Left Party, especially in its figurehead Oscar Lafontaine, proves this politically practically. If any practical proof is needed at all, current developments show sufficiently that, although claimed by Marxists of all stripes, there is no opposition between neoliberalism and Keynesianism in economics, and the two do not even represent alternative conceptions. Among these economists, there are only disputes, or rather discussions, about whether, when, where, and under which conditions which political measure takes effect and how. Ideological reasons play here at most the role of a character disposition. One is rather altruistically, the other rather egocentrically inclined, and with it behaves in the Volkswirtschaftslehre not differently than in all other scientific disciplines also. The Marxological talk of a structural barrier of capitalist reproduction, such as the one the Fordist accumulation model is supposed to have encountered in the early 1980s, proves to be particularly nonsensical. Qualitative changes in the structure of production, changes in general, occur constantly under capitalism. Economics is always at the forefront when it comes to discovering and comprehensively describing such developments. This does not require Marxists, who in principle only interpret the same data differently. As long as goods are produced and exchanged, in modern terminology, goods are offered and demanded on a market, as long as the cycle of capital, its reproduction, is functioning, and there is no question of an absolute limit, and a fortiori of a melting of the substance of value, whatever that may mean. If the output of this cycle is at a lower level in one cycle than in the preceding one, capital and its science have a problem. But problem solving is the principle of science in general, and it does not break the crown if it makes only sluggish progress or does not find any result at all. In this context, the idea, which is often cultivated in left-wing circles, that the prevailing economics, which has been dismissed as neoliberal, has no promising solutions to offer, can only be characterized as one of the many indices of a loss of reality. In fact, around the mid-1970s, there was a shift among economists and subsequently among policymakers within the economic model that was fundamental to both fields, a shift, however, that was so inherent in the logic of the matter itself that this process cannot even be called a transformation, let alone a paradigm shift or even a reaction to a structural frontier. This shift was nothing more than exactly what it was always called, a reform. No sooner had the magic square, the metaphor for a model in which economic equilibrium was conceived as the resultant of the lowest possible inflation rate, a low unemployment rate, a balanced national budget, and a balanced current account, even been given constitutional status in Germany, then it was discovered that this model contains too much unnecessary magic that can be resolved into clear, analytically derivable specifications. Not only does a functioning capitalism presuppose that capital constantly multiplies, but it multiplies better the less it is devalued by inflation. The more capital is politically protected from devaluation, the more readily it will seek productive investment opportunities, which will create new jobs and raise tax revenues to a level that allows the government budget to be balanced. The fourth point, the balanced current account, finally takes care of itself with the abandonment of control over the international movement of capital. With this theoretical and political shift in the model and in reality, which, as Robert Kurz recently argued, in no way presupposes a conspiracy theory but lies in the logic of the matter, which could only be accepted by every economist and politician of goodwill, and was accepted no matter how left-wing he pretended to be in opposition. It was finally possible in the 1980s to prevent even the creditors of the bankrupt Third World states from withdrawing unilaterally and to distribute the capital devaluation that had become necessary largely equally over all shoulders. It is not possible here to discuss in detail the absence of the collapse of the world economic system, which was already predicted by everyone at that time, and which not only disgraced the crisis theory of the Crisis Group at that time. At this point, it must suffice to point out that economics, however little it may have a concept of its subject matter, can develop political measures which counteract any economic regularity, no matter how logically flawlessly derived. Such a cancellation of its laws, to which every science practically aims, applies the logic of the laws of nature, after all, always with the intention to find possibilities for a practice for which nature from itself has not provided man. That the success of the economists at that time had devastating consequences for the people, especially in Latin America and Africa, is undeniable. It is also evident that at that time only the measures were practiced with which one also tries to get the current, far more severe crisis under control. The reference to the victims of this crisis solution strategy is pure hypocrisy. However, if the collapse of the economic system is hoped for as an alternative or even worked toward in an apocalyptic ontological manner, this collapse can only end in conditions such as those that still prevail in large areas of Africa and Latin America. There is no known left strategy that offers a solution to the crisis that demands fewer victims than the concepts of the ruling politics, or even a solution that opens a step towards a liberation from the compulsion to work. Quite the opposite. A solution to the problem, to come back to the so-called third world countries at that time, how a catching-up capitalist accumulation is successfully possible without this requiring any sacrifices at all, cannot be expected from the ruling politics and science, because for this they would have to have a concept of themselves, which they cannot have without dissolving themselves in it. But it is precisely the left, which is not committed to any economistic model of socialization, that cannot be dissuaded from its prejudice that there cannot be socialism without the state. They simply cannot grasp as such the blessing of capitalist apersonal socialization, which presupposes the destruction of personal dependencies. The reasons are obvious. They do not want to renounce their claim to rule. When an economist on one of the infamous talk shows on the subject of the financial crisis answers with a childishly innocent expression to the question of what money actually is, money is trust, then he has, without knowing it or even wanting to, with this one word both twisted the noose of his profession and brought its true function in this society to the point. The economists had agreed, not least in order to be able to leave the metaphysician marks behind, that one had to do without substantial determinations of money and to understand it as a mere nominal unit of account, which did not provide the market participants with more or less than the information necessary for their actions. But this economist, and he is not alone in his guilt, even and especially every politician knows about this connection, in the face of an imminent existential crisis, and in order to cope with his panic, relegates the substance of money to a concept whose metaphysical charge can be surpassed only by few other concepts. The accusation, which neo-Marxists such as Hans-Georg Backhaus have made against economics in ever-new attempts that it has no concept of its subject matter, is not only acknowledged with this completely vague reference to trust, but it is also admitted that the conceptual level of this science can only be called pathetic against the background of even Max Weber's remarks on this central category of his sociology. The substance of money is, of course, not trust, but the cession of concrete lifetime to capital, mediated by exchange value, for the purpose of its transformation into abstract labor, into value. The above-mentioned economist has only short-circuited, but this in a form that can be generalized for the humanities, social sciences, or even cultural sciences, to the necessity of a nation-state, which is irrevocable in capitalism. Trust, as addressed by this economist, is a political, not an economic category. This in the precise sense of the unity of a critique that Marx famously called one of political economy, which means, however, only for those who do not want to think dialectically, that this unity is not at the same time, on the same level, based on a strict separation of the spheres of politics and economics, which stand for themselves and are only bridged by socially real mediations. Economics, no matter how hard it tries in its quantification mania to give itself the appearance of a natural science, is of course a social science of the purest water, as its name alone expresses. The concession that its activity as a scientist basically consists in orienting the behavior of the individuals in society towards a basic quantity that is superior to them and transcends them, namely to create and maintain trust so that the whole thing takes place in an orderly manner, i.e., so that panic does not break out as soon as someone shouts crisis, reveals the historical mission that is inscribed not only in this science but in science as a whole, and the natural sciences in particular are not exempt from this. People like Backhaus, in their naive belief that this science is concerned with something like a truth that is revealed in the work on the concept, have to cut their teeth on this role. For nothing, no experience, no argumentation will make a scientist renounce this his normally not thematized role. It is the social basis of his profession. In order to disclose this role, let us briefly state, without any claim to completeness, which social, logical, and historical determinations this concept of trust suspends. First, there is no sufficient empirical basis for a person to place his trust in another and to be guaranteed that this will not be disappointed. Trust is a quantity transcending any empiricism, but it is consistently treated argumentatively as if it were a resultant of empirically comprehensible, trust-generating behavior. An example, a financial broker may want to manage his client's money as honestly and prudently as possible, but he will not get any if he does not drive up in the latest model of a posh car, does not wear brand-name clothes, and his business card does not show a company whose name appears in the stock exchange section of the newspaper. These indications, which are supposed to establish the trustworthiness of a broker, are of course also known to the fraudster, and it is precisely he who will adhere to them. So such patterns of behavior are completely worthless in guaranteeing trust, and yet everyone clings to them. Second, every political opposition tries to prove that voters' trust in the government has been shaken and strives to present itself in such a way that it alone deserves trust. The left in particular is always amazed to see how much it has done everything practically possible to prove empirically that it deserves particularly great trust, but then voters nevertheless give their votes to right-wing conservatives, populists, or, at any rate, rather dubious figures. Every fascist, every Islamist, every mafioso knows much better than all the ideologists of civil society put together the psychological basis on which trust works. Security and order, the concepts that substitute for political trust, can best be guaranteed by those who are willing and able to actively destroy trust. It is the deceiver himself who is most likely to be genuinely believed that he will stop deceiving as soon as he is rewarded well enough. How this works politically, especially in societies without a solidified republican tradition, is shown prototypically by the example of the electoral behavior of Spaniards after the Madrid bombings in 2005. The socialists won the election because they promised to fulfill the central demand of the bombers, the withdrawal of troops from Iraq. In short, if you transfer the power of influence to the bomber, you are most likely to guarantee that no more bombs will be planted that you yourself could fall victim to. Third, conceptually, trust is the absence of fear. The means by which fear is transformed into trust are impossible to determine in a universally valid way. These means are as irrational as fears are. One creates trust by using force, the other by not using it. The only thing that can be said with certainty about the generation of trust is that it tends to be reproduced in symbols and only very rarely in facts. Fourth, the caste that had to ensure in the last 3 millennia that fear was symbolically and practically transformed into trust, discord into harmony, irrationality into rationality, was that of the priests. To them was attributed a privileged access to the divine primordial trust, out of which the existential primordial fears of the individual are transformed into the certainty of the existence of a God who, if one only prays intensely enough and believes in him, tames every fear and, included in it, relieves one of all guilt and responsibility. In capitalism, this priestly role has passed to science. It is the impartial arbiter, above things, who, by virtue of its privileged access to the order of nature, prescribes to subjects the behavior that is to tame their fears by trusting the given social order. And in this, for obvious reasons, the sciences are much more successful than the priests of the churches ever could be. It is hardly too much to say that in the concept of trust is inscribed the entire history of mankind up to now, insofar as this prehistory is, in Marx's words, a history of domination and exploitation. With the emergence of capital, however, the possibility appears for the first time that, in principle, the social reproduction of the human species is possible even without trust in God, that is, without the adherence to the lie that an ontological world constitution exists that transcends the subjects and to which they must adapt. It is precisely the depersonalized self-reproductive dynamic of capital, anchored in abstract institutions and legal relations, that shows that a purely instrumental relationship to nature is possible for man, a relationship that can dispense with the exaltation of that nature into an order created by some god or demiurge. The power of institutions, which, as John Agnoli always emphasized, is stronger than any political will, however good it may be, shows, if only in an ideal typical way and somewhat differently than Agnoli meant it, that this world could at least be established even without the transfer of subjective trust to a state, that is, to an institution that is not trustworthy in concept. But since capital itself is based on domination and exploitation, it must also regenerate the old trust in God out of itself. It cannot do without the sovereign. Science is the instance of capital whose formal models, logically free of contradiction in themselves, generate objectivity, constitute certainty, and reproduce therein a primordial trust which, especially in crisis, as in the case of the economists mentioned above, is projected without circumstance into the state. This translation of abstractly aggregated data into the concrete reality of subjects, as citizens of the state, nevertheless does not happen unmediatedly. All these scientific models have an imminent pedagogical and therapeutic intention, which is what makes them suitable for practice in the first place, which is only possible because the form of thinking of this modern variety of the priestly caste, as one can follow daily in the media, is by no means limited to the scientific experts. Hinz and Kuhns argue in the sense of the ideal of objectivity, demand and deliver a didactically catchy communication of the obtained results, and suggest an appropriate therapy of emerging uncertainties. Characteristic for this generalized attitude is the negotiation of the current crisis. It is discussed in the same way as sexuality is discussed in a seminar on sexual science or as anti-Semitism is discussed at the university. Knowing everything, didactically communicated in a clear way, and based on therapeutic advice, the following of which is able to solve every problem. One is always and in every respect concerned, but without a libidinous involvement being allowed to express itself. After all, one is value-free and committed to objectivity alone. The crux of this speaking of us subjects about an objectivity, of which everyone is a part with all the fibers of his soul, consists in the fact that a self-active processing of our experiences is obstructed due to the demanded nominal and formalizable mode of expression. We become cases and regard ourselves as such from the perspective of an ego, which presses all impulses into the patterns given by the scientific therapeutic way of thinking. If necessary, it swallows psychotropic drugs to eliminate its fears. This ego not only stands as a hallucinated sovereign over all social processes, which it is able to divide into good and bad with unshakable certainty, in the same manner it also judges itself. Since it is enough for itself, as much it has in common with every real sovereign, it does not reflect its experience, but leaves itself out abruptly. It thinks incessantly about everything possible. It rationalizes to the devil, but it is incapable of putting itself in negation to society, in negation also to its instincts. Following the program of scientific positivism of the last 100 years, it does not accept its own negativity, an acceptance without which a concept formation oriented to reality is simply impossible. Advertising and sales psychology, with their own rigorous elimination of any negativity, are thus not the model from which, for example, the generalized positive thinking could be derived, a commodity aesthetic, or even positivism as a whole. Those two, like any psychology beyond psychoanalysis, are only an expression of the general, historically specific form in which the capitalistically socialized subject deals with what was previously conceived in the church as the distinction between good and evil. By banishing negativity from its thinking, the modern subject obstructs the possibility of a work on the concept. It can and will therefore no longer distinguish between victim and perpetrator, between truth and lie, between theory and practice in any other way than merely nominal. In this way, it takes back within itself everything that has historically allowed it to become a subject in the first place, an individual who continues to be subject to a relationship of domination, but who, as bourgeois and citoyen, at least in his heyday from the 17th to the 19th century, has made a practice conceivable in which he can actually constitute his own world with relish. With the assertion of scientific positivism as the generally binding form of thinking, subjectivized man consciously makes himself equal to gray geese, monkeys, and parrots. He finds supreme satisfaction when science shows him that his behavioral patterns all find their model in the animal kingdom, instead of being frightened by the correctness of these comparisons. He is infatuated with the idea that his free will is only faked to him by the brain. Finally, this assertion, which in its logical core can only be classified as one of the dogmas of scientificity in general, relieves him of any responsibility for his behavior, of a responsibility from which a reflection, a concept of himself, cannot release him. What has become an eerie reality in the German Volksgemeinschaft, a mass of people who found their highest happiness in the self-recognition of being allowed to put unlimited trust in the leader by eliminating reflection, reproduces itself today in the subjects on a more abstract level. The not allowed negativity, ultimately the fear for and of the irrevocable individual existence, is transformed, and this is the characteristic especially of the so-called civil society discourse, into a rigid moralism. With this, man still regresses behind every behavior of the gray geese studied by Konrad Lorenz, for example, because they can never become such a unified mass to which man has mutated in the meantime. This, everything over a lumpskerend, each negativity into an outside projecting moralism could, if it shows up in the new currency unit, the CO2 output of each individual human intosserum, which is about to replace the political currency unit of the last decades, the job could serve the amusement of the afflicted ideology critic. If there were not the fright about how fast and pervasively even a society that is not Stalinist, respectively fascist, manages to subject every individual to such a uniform and idiotically founded behavioral rule. In view of the euphoria, which can only be called manic, in which Barack Obama is showered with confidence, The ideology critic is left only with the hope that the Republican institutions in the U.S. will also survive this attack, and that such citizens will not die out like the Republican senator who refused to pass judgment within 2 days on a 1,100-page package of laws, the passage of which in calmer times would have required months of debate. Significantly, in Germany, citizens who are able to distinguish between a state of emergency and the normal course of legislation cannot be found, even with a magnifying glass. Criticism of a longing for a state of emergency can therefore not refer to the prevailing German policy, because it hardly needs this distinction anymore, but only to a left or a right that, in view of the current crisis, is still waiting for the mental disruption of the individuals, or hopes for the loss of confidence in the current government, which it believes it can then exploit for itself. Should this chaos come to pass, then, and such Cassandra calls should be allowed, with the active assistance of both the left and the right, everything will get much worse. But this moralism becomes particularly repugnant when, in the form of nonpartisan journalism, it offers itself to present the corpses of children, which open the valve for suppressed reflection to identify Jews as perpetrators. Thus, not the animal nature in man, which in comparison to this moralism could almost be called humane, but the barbarism of the capitalistically socialized subjects is given room to run riot. Every appeal to reason, which can immediately make it understandable that he who fires weapons from kindergartens does so because he has included the moral superiority of his enemy in his warlike calculations, i.e. has long since recognized it, comes up against a wall of granite. Moralism does not tolerate reflection. It is always the right because it is immediately practical from a sovereignly nonpartisan standpoint. This moralism is the necessary result of the politically orchestrated and scientifically underpinned cutting off of the individual from his fears as well as from his self-confidence. The latter is replaced by confidence in Hamas, which claims to be able to provide for an order in which negativity no longer exists. The Western subject is generally fascinated by the confidence that the Muslim has in his religion, because that is how he imagines paradise. But this paradise is based on the absence of knowledge of the conditions, circumstances, and results of one's own behavior. Significantly, it actually existed only before the fall, that is, at a time when man did not yet exist. In any case, a future paradise cannot use him either. Unlike the heretics and reformers of the past, ideology critique as negation of the ruling practice cannot compete with the modern priestly caste. It is not concerned with proving that it deserves more trust than science, has more practice-oriented theories, or even a more privileged access to being. She knows that no God and no nature can establish reason, but only the ability of man to reflect, which distinguishes him from every animal. It is the mortal enemy of all those who use the lie of elevating the existence of a general transcending man to the absolute truth. Due to the given conditions, ideology critique can have no interest in shattering trust in the normal functioning of capitalist institutions, since far and wide no can be discerned to abolish trust as a social category at all, and to leave it there, where this concept, like its counterpart, fear, has its only reasonable place in private relations. On the other hand, ideology critique unconditionally takes sides with all attempts to bring negativity back into thinking and with every effort, undertaken for whatever reason, to replace a trust in God mediated by persons with the abstract functioning of institutions conforming to the market. This, that is, the destruction of personal dependencies based on trust, is and remains the world historical mission of capital, an indispensable prerequisite for communism. Even the lucky ones of the new Holy Prussian German Empire would be taught dialectics by the imminent general crisis that would soon break out. Karl Marx, at least, was convinced of this when he wrote the epilogue to the second edition of the first volume of Capital in January 1873. This most terrible missile that has yet been hurled at the head of the citizens, landowners included, as he proudly wrote in 1867 to the 1848 revolutionary and later Swiss social democrat Johann Philipp Ecker, did not prove to be an absolute blockbuster during Marx's lifetime, but it did not deal a blow to the citizens or their political economy. Even leading exponents of the workers' movement initially treated his magnum opus with indifference. Even Wilhelm Liebknecht, a companion of Marx and Engels since the days of the Communist League, asked the latter to write a clarification in the party organ on which points Lassalle differed from Mann. But the disruptions that were violently breaking out, which necessarily arose from the laws of capital accumulation, could not be ignored so easily. Marx was convinced of that on the eve of the First World Economic Crisis. The general crisis was regarded by the London exile as the most conspicuous objection of reason against a relation of production which does not exhaust the potentials of the wealth it produces, becomes a barrier to itself again and again, periodically destroys wealth in the form of capital, and plunges the lower classes into misery. And all this only in order to re-establish its own profitability and to start anew the process which carries the next crisis. Marx did not fully present his theory of crisis, which followed from the tendential fall of the rate of profit until the posthumously published third volume of Capital. The Marxist debate on the crisis nature of capitalism, which began after Engels' death, was almost entirely without recourse to the insight that it is the laws of the relations of production themselves that increasingly diminish the basis of capitalist wealth, because the amount of labor power required to produce commodities is relatively reduced in relation to machines and technology, despite all the counter-tendencies presented by Marx himself. Following the logic of relations and unfolded competition, every entrepreneur strives to increase productivity in order to reap an extra profit, but the entrepreneur who only yesterday was able to achieve an extra surplus value through the introduction of new processes is today threatened by the newcomers with even higher technology and must be content with the average profit. Tomorrow, he may not even be able to cover the cost price, or will even have to book losses and exit the market. The rising productivity, generalized at an ever higher level, lowers the rate of profit, and from a certain point on it can no longer be compensated by the sales of an increasing mass of goods and profit. This is similar to the situation with educational degrees. If master's degrees are rare in a society, they become an advantage on the labor market. If education expands, the advantage for the individual disappears and leads to a higher proportion of academics among the unemployed and low-wage earners in society as a whole. Only Henryk Grossman, a socialist born in the Polish-speaking part of the Danube monarchy, took up Marx's crisis theory and published his major work, The Law of Accumulation and Collapse of the Capitalist System, in 1929, just a few months before the Great Depression. Despite the title, he did not advocate an economistic theory of collapse. Crises merely enabled capital to renew itself on a higher ladder. Only the coincidence of a crisis situation with the subjective will to break with the conditions created a revolutionary situation. Even this brick, suspiciously thick at 600 pages, received little attention. After his move from Warsaw to Frankfurt, however, Grossman became the most important collaborator, along with Friedrich Pollock, at the Institute for Social Research under the direction of Karl Grunberg. He remained with Max Horkheimer until his falling out with him in the early 1940s over questions of how to deal theoretically with positivism and politically with the Soviet Union. But even at the Institute, his theory of crisis took a secondary role to Pollock's thesis of state capitalism, which seemed more plausible because of rising state activity before, during, and especially after World War II. Only the US-based council communist Paul Maddock drew on him in his writings. The two were linked by a pen friendship from the 1930s onward, in which they not only exchanged views on crisis theory and the latest follies of the Moscow-bound KPD, but also argued about bourgeois parliamentary democracy and anti-parliamentary council communism. In early 20th century Marxism, an entirely different theory of crisis prevailed, to much of which Pollock also adhered. Under the influence of the dominant theories, Grossman, authors as diverse as Rosa Luxemburg, Otto Bauer, Rudolf Hilferding, and Karl Kautsky espoused harmonious notions of equilibrium. These authors took the abstract depiction of extended reproduction from Volume 2 of Capital at empirical face value and erected a theory of crisis on the basis of the disproportionality between the means of production, Division 1, and the means of consumption, Division 2, depicted there. According to them, this imbalance prevents the realization of surplus value in capitalist societies. The underconsumption crisis thus no longer arose from the essence of the relations, but resulted from a wrong distribution of goods. A revolutionary problem became a mathematical problem, which could be corrected relatively easily by a planned distribution if only a socialist or communist party would take over the rule. In doing so, these Marxists not only imposed the theory of disproportionality on reality relatively unexamined, but failed already in understanding Marx's method, which started from concrete phenomena in order to work its way to the essence of things. However, he did not stop at this level of abstraction in volumes 1 and 2. Rather, the appointed essence has the function of enabling us to comprehend the concrete phenomena. Grossman. Contrary to what is assumed by economic science, the author of the Critique of Political Economy did not simply continue the theory of value of Adam Smith and David Ricardo, but formulated a critique of value. Marx criticized the inadequacies contained in their doctrine, which prevented understanding the capitalist mode of production at all. In his reflections on the problem of value-price transformation, Grossman shows how the law of value retains its validity in capitalist relations only in an extremely mediated way, and how it is not directly prices but the average rate of profit that constitutes a uniform economic space, which expands nationally, regionally, or globally, depending on the political economic conditions prevailing at the time. The average profit rate, which depends on the value of goods in the production sector, also transfers to the trade and financial sectors, because otherwise there would be no profits to be made there. Similarly, large capital investments in different sectors produce approximately the same profits, even if the source of social wealth remains in production. The average profit rate, in turn, determines the production prices above which profitability must be given and around which prices oscillate, depending on the market situation. From this alone, it would follow that the demonstration of Rosa Luxemburg and her followers, but also of Hilferding and Otto Bauer, had to be mistaken from the outset, since they undertook to demonstrate, or to negate, the law of crisis on a scheme which knows only the sale of commodities at their values, i.e., according to Marx, is the expression of a low stage of development, namely, pre-capitalist commodity production. As anticipated by Marx, starting from the Vienna Stock Exchange, the crisis broke out in the spring of 1873 during the World's Fair on the already then largely global world economy. In the capital of the Danube monarchy alone, 120 banks filed for bankruptcy. The events of May 9th swept the global financial centers in New York and London along with their manufacturing economies into the abyss. The after effects of this founding crisis were felt until the end of the century. Politically, contrary to all revolutionary hopes, the hour of socialism did not strike, even though social democracy in Germany, even after the passing of the Bismarckian socialist laws, experienced massive growth. Instead, the result was a global tendency to strengthen the protectionist state. The latter attempted to balance out class antagonisms through state interventionist social legislation and pushed imperialist efforts with the aim of bringing new labor forces under its influence that were cheap for capital and of seizing resources in order to generate extra profits. In Germany and Austria, moreover, anti-Semitism rose to the level of a mass movement. The financial sphere from which the crisis seemingly originated identified many former 1848 revolutionaries, national liberals and non-Marxist socialists with the Jews and, as Moishe Post-One portrays it in National Socialism and Anti-Semitism, sounded the anti-capitalist attack. The production of commodities by means of machines, technology, and labor is regarded by them as supertemporal, natural, honest, and good. The negative of society is understood only in the manifestation of its abstract dimension, as financial and interest-bearing capital. National Socialism, at the latest, radicalized this anti-capitalism into revolt against the Jews. The overcoming of capitalism and its negative effects was equated with the overcoming of the Jews. Contemporary economists found no explanation too flimsy, as long as they believed that the origin of the 1873 crisis lay in external and accidental factors. This stemmed from their apologetic view of the capitalist mode of production, which they saw as both natural and superannuated. Moreover, they adhered to the more than erroneous harmonic assumption that every supply would find a demand if individuals behaved only as they fantasized in their books. The bourgeois economists thus tried to present the deficiencies of the system as deficiencies arising from the human psyche, from the weakness of human foresight and precalculation, and therefore rooted not in the capitalist system, but in the character of human nature. A few decades later, the representatives of the Austrian school, who denied the crisis in 1873 and raved about the economic growth of the time, made it easiest for themselves. The monetarists, on the other hand, attributed the crisis to an apparently prevailing shortage of gold, which, due to the gold peg, curtailed liquidity and led to turbulence in the financial markets, where, according to their conception, harmonious and crisis-free conditions otherwise prevailed. Yet the speculation and bubbles on the stock markets in 1873 were themselves a reaction to declining profitability in the sphere of production in the core economies of the time, where the railroad boom ultimately turned out not to be too profitable a business, as Marxist economist Michael Roberts analyzed in the Long Depression. While the crisis had become acute due to an internationally spreading panic in the financial markets, the reason lay in the productive sector of the capitalist economies. Growth in industrial production declined due to a lack of capital investment. Capital investment collapsed as the profitability of capital declined in the early 1870s and remained at a low level until the mid-1890s. Production under capitalism is not for needs, not even for profits, but for profits which must be high enough to ensure the continued accumulation of capital. If the profitability in the sphere of production decreases, and if this process cannot be stopped by direct or indirect wage reductions due to the inflation following the price increase, capital owners look for new and profitable investment opportunities. They supposedly find these in the financial sphere, where masses of capital are flowing out. This phenomenon, which is also currently observable in the USA, is noted with interested incredulity by Ines Zottel in Der Spiegel. The experts she cites, such as Deutsche Bank analyst Jim Reed, are already warning of a situation similar to the bursting of the dot-com bubble. Quote, "The market is partying like it's 1997. The S&P index, which includes the nation's 500 largest publicly traded companies, is up 18% this year, at the same time that profits for those companies have slumped 9%. As company shares, stocks are only promises of future profits, but these must first be generated in the real economy." Spiegel does not know this, but Zottel has a hunch about future expectations on the stock markets. Quote, "This time, however, it is more a matter of hopes. Optimism begets optimism." At the height of the 2008/2009 financial crisis, Queen Elizabeth II visited the renowned London School of Economics to inquire why no one had foreseen the events that were about to take place. Resentment spread among the economists. Even the Queen questioned their abilities. The experts' response, in the form of a letter, was disappointing. It was merely a regrettable failure of the collective imagination of a great many clever people, Tim Besley, Peter Hennessy. For the heterodox economists who were marginalized in the universities, on the other hand, the reasons for the lack of understanding were obvious. But the realization that financial markets are not inherently stable, instability is not caused solely by external disturbances, reflexive and emotional dynamics were the rule, was only tentatively gaining acceptance in economics. The reasons for the crisis are to be found in the lack of morals of the financial actors, who simply followed the logic of profit maximization, Woolweber, and gave subprime loans to low-wage earners, with which they tried to finance their own homes. Before 2005, the American housing market was booming. After the dot-com bubble burst, capital sought new investment opportunities and found them in the real estate market. The reduction of profit taxes and the increase of tax allowances made the real estate market attractive for this purpose. Although mortgage loans grew 4 times faster than incomes, credit-financed private consumption normalized from the early 1980s onward, with the help of which employees sought to maintain their standard of living despite stagnating wages. As a result, mortgages could increasingly not be paid off out of income, but only with the help of loans, which is not a problem as long as real estate prices rise. Assets exceed debts, and the creditworthiness of debtors is thus considered secure to creditors. But already at the beginning of the millennium, profitability in the production sphere fell to such an extent that investments in technologies and labor exceeded profits, and the profit mass shrank. Small businesses were hit first, laying off workers due to huge losses and ceasing to invest and produce. This downward trend swept across the entire production sphere. As a result of lost profits and income, credit finance demand for real estate collapsed, and the loans previously taken out to purchase shares or real estate could increasingly no longer be repaid. The resulting collapse in demand for real estate, which became apparent in 2005 at the latest, reduced its market value in many cases to well below the amount of the mortgage loans and other loans to be repaid. As a result, more and more real estate owners were considered over-indebted, unable to service their mortgages or take out new loans. This led to massive loan defaults and only set in motion what Joschka Woolweber presents as the cause of the crisis. As a result of the defaults, many small and mid-sized subprime lenders had to close or were taken over by other institutions such as Morgan Stanley, Merrill Lynch, Citigroup, Barclays, or Deutsche Bank. These $100 billion worth of loans turned out to be bad debt, and rating agencies downgraded what had previously been top-rated loans. A developing credit crunch spread globally, sending stock prices plummeting. Banks that had been pocketing profits privately had to be bailed out by central banks and government money. Even for Woolweber, this was a reaction without alternative because the survival of capitalism was at stake. But now it was necessary to return the financial system to its proper function, the provision of credit and liquidity for the productive economy. Finance should become boring again, though it would be naive to believe that it would then be risk-free. At the same time, it is necessary to rethink the mandate of central banks, which relies heavily on price stability and a narrow inflation target of 2%. Monetary policy should be more democratized. In this context, democratization should be realized by means of central banks removed from any democratic influence so that one can devote oneself to the really important issues of our time, namely finding social, ecological, and sustainable answers to climate change. Woolweber, Central Bank Capitalism, page 256. For the political economic eclectic Woolweber, who refers without contradiction to such diverse authors as Ernesto Laclau, Karl Marx, John Maynard Keynes, Max Weber, and Joseph Schumpeter, the root of all evil lies in increasing financialization. The financial crises of the last 40 years can be traced back to structural changes in the financial and economic system since the collapse of the Bretton Woods system and, increasingly, since the 1980s. Driven by preconceptions and ideology, this narrative explains the rise of the financial markets and neoliberalism, stemming from the failure of Fordism as the cause of the economic stagnation that has persisted almost continuously for 50 years. According to Woolweber, it all began with the end of Bretton Woods, which failed not because of economic constraints, but because of the political unwillingness of the leading industrial nations to accept short-term disadvantages in order to secure a stable financial system. For several years, therefore, most industrialized countries have been close to a recession. For all the underconsumption theorists, this is due to stagnating incomes, which have shrunk in relation to gross domestic product since the 1970s. Since purchasing power is not growing, but actually declining, this leads to increasing household debt and many companies, with a simultaneous decline in demand. End of quote. In reality, growing inequality is a consequence of the crisis of the 1970s and 1980s. Roberts argues against this neo-Keynesian approach. It is the product of the successful attempt to increase profitability by lowering wages during the 1980s and 1990s. Even if political decisions are not an immediate expression of economic conditions, they still provide the framework for political action. In Fordism, the political options for states to intervene in terms of fiscal and social policy also increased. Due to the massive destruction and devaluation of capital in the Second World War, the economic starting point was one that, compared to today, enabled incredible growth rates in Western industrialized nations. The slowdown in growth from the late 1960s not only narrowed the scope for political action, but in the course of the 1970s it even drove out the optimistic future prospects of those who had just raved about the potential of socialism, only to embrace apocalyptic ecological ideologies of the approaching end of the world a short time later. The end of Bretton Woods was not only the result of political reluctance, but also of two parallel economic developments. On the one hand, global growth rates had already collapsed, and on the other hand, the USA got rid of the system of fixed exchange rates as a reaction to the continuing economic rise of Western Europe and Japan, which increased competitive pressure on American industry and had an unfavorable influence on America's position in the world market. The devaluation that resulted from the 1971 decision and the end of the system of fixed exchange rates that followed shortly thereafter restored the competitiveness of the U.S. End of quote. As Fritz Bartels shows in his study of the decline of Fordism and state socialism, this led to a development that continues to have an impact today. The devaluation initially cut into the profits of oil producers because oil was traded in dollars. To recoup the lost profits, OPEC instrumentalized the political struggle against Israel, claiming that it was raising prices in retaliation for Western support for the Jewish state. But the quadrupling of the price from $2.90 in mid-1973 to $11.65 at the end of the year showed above all the growing dependence of the West on oil imports due to the huge expansion of production. This made it politically possible for developing countries to increase the value of their goods in order to increase their own wealth. In 1974 to 1975, the West experienced the greatest economic downturn since the Great Depression of 1929. The resulting stagflation refuted the then hegemonic Keynesian models, which assumed that economic cycles could be overcome through the right fiscal and monetary policy. But this did nothing to counter the collapse of economic growth accompanied by inflation. Oil profits flowed into the largely unregulated eurodollar market and led to the rise of the financial markets. However, this did not seal the end of the welfare state post-war model and state socialism in the Eastern Bloc, but supported them through lending under economically unfavorable conditions until the early 1980s. Quote, "As long as the markets were convinced that the borrowed capital would be repaid on time with interest, politics continued as before. Politicians could continue to promise their people prosperity, and the legitimacy of governments remained guaranteed." This means that there was now a direct link between the promises that the government had made to its people and the capital markets that they used to finance them. Fritz Bartel, The Triumph of Broken Promises. It was only with the increase in key interest rates under Paul Volcker as chairman of the Federal Reserve that the financial flows began to dry up due to the rising cost of credit. The neoliberal revolution prevailed in the West, both economically and politically, disempowering labor unions, reducing social spending, wages and corporate taxes, and relocating industry to low-wage countries in order to participate in the growth rates in India and China with the help of trade agreements and globalization. The aim of all these measures was to restore profitability, which succeeded at a low level in the leading economies until they slumped again at the end of the 1990s. In retrospect, the capital devaluation of the early 1980s proved to be too little. The USA recovered somewhat better from the financial crisis of 2007 than European countries, but the most important economies in the world have hardly been able to grow at all for almost 15 years. This capitalist perestroika, as it was called by Soviet observers, could not be implemented in the real socialist states because the lowering of the already lower prosperity compared to the West would have completely destroyed the basis of legitimacy. Thus, the Eastern Bloc, which was in the throes of an immense debt and profitability crisis, died a relatively bloodless death that could not be stopped even by cheap oil and gas exports from the Soviet Union. Would the Keynesians have been able to counter with another grand idea in this situation? My initial answer is short and unequivocal: no. The disputes between Keynesians and monetarists are a typical game of mirrors in politics that obscures the extent to which each player depends on the other. However, this game has a factual background. When Keynesians inject freshly printed money into circulation to revive the economy, they invite a huge problem. They have to withdraw it from circulation again so that it does not fuel inflation. But the construction workers on the new highway, whose wages were paid with this money, are not going to give a damn about returning it to the pocket of the money printer. And what applies to them applies even more to those to whom the highway construction workers have passed the money on: the food vendors, the household appliance manufacturers, the bar owners or brothel owners. They do not regard this money as pure circulation money like the money printer, but as a store of value, in other words, as their property. The state, or whatever entity has put the printed money into circulation, must now intervene in existing property relationships in order to withdraw it from circulation again. It has little choice but to raise taxes or set up other compulsory levies to achieve this. This is bad enough because the public does not like it at all. But even if these compulsory levies can be enforced, which state has ever been so foolish as to do what it should actually do with the increased tax revenue according to pure Keynesian doctrine, namely to burn it in the stove? And what would the citizens say? Monetarism solves this problem by, to put it very briefly, turning money printing into turning the interest screw. This is a simply ingenious move, thanks to which injecting money into and withdrawing money from circulation is given only a different name than that which Keynesians give to this process, but remains the same in substance, which Keynes himself could have come up with. Monetarists and Keynesians are therefore only arguing about the name they want to give to their common child, whereby the Keynesians deserve a bonus for being more honest, but the monetarists for their idea being much more practical. This introduction of money printing into the credit cycle is certainly partly responsible for the mess economists currently face, but they should not be blamed for it. After all, no matter how clever the strategy, it cannot reverse the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. In this sense, I would like to qualify one of the statements in the question. I would not attribute the transition to monetarism at the beginning of the 1970s to the constraints arising from the dynamics of the crisis. While these constraints cannot be denied, they exist constantly by nature. I have absolutely no time for conspiracy theories, but in this case I am convinced that if we critically reconstruct the discussions of the time in terms of ideology, it becomes clear that the decision, as unanimous as it was worldwide, but precisely for that reason, in favor of a strict anti-inflation policy and against the policy of full employment, that was the core issue at the time, was not due to the dynamics of capital, which is completely indifferent to such decisions, but to ideological, political guidelines that could have been different. Whether a different decision would have been better or worse cannot, of course, be determined. The dynamics of crises of capital accumulation cannot be repealed by politics, but at best their outbreak can be delayed or their effects limited. The decline of the Fordist model not only initiated the rise of neoliberalism, but also that of the alternative ecological movement, in which the New Left was almost completely absorbed. Both took on, each in its own way, the task of solving the crisis of capitalism from the 1970s onwards on its own basis, and therefore developed many ideological similarities. First of all, they did away with the mere thought of social progress, or even socialism. Adaptation and renunciation in the name of unavoidable natural constraints are therefore now, in the context of a crisis of economic development, also on the agenda of the political left. This is also the case with the sociologist Philip Staub, who teaches at Humboldt University. In the face of climate-related self-preservation conflicts, he wrote a 200-page praise of adaptation, opportunism, and protective technocracy, which was published by the renowned Suhrkamp Verlag, which also publishes the writings of Theodore W. Adorno. In view of the approaching heat wave, which is still accompanied by a scarcity of economic and social resources, it is important to dare less democracy within the framework of a strong and leading state, for which pandemic crisis management provided a dress rehearsal. Staub suddenly thinks his way into capital, whose constraints he naturalizes in climate protection, and to which the democratically articulated interests of prosperity and security are merely considered disruptive factors to be eliminated in an already faltering capital accumulation. Quote, "This trust in science, succinctly articulated in the slogan, 'Listen to Science,' and in the cooperation with the Alliance, Scientists for Future, may be called naive or strategic. In any case, if you combine it with a central call for a strong, leading state and try to understand it in terms of the desired effects, a distinct vision of the political becomes visible, which ultimately aims at the depoliticization of climate protection-related issues. The horizon of this critique is a positive concept of evidence-based technocracy, which aims to remove self-preservation issues from political conflict and thus from democratic deliberation." End quote. With the climate protection movement, Staub chose the favorite child of German-language media as the spearhead of this adaptive revolt because the activists drew attention to something that everyone is already confronted with daily from the channels of state media. Their objective, Staub reveals, includes, for example, a logic of the political under the impression of self-preservation problems. Their vanishing point is the model of a rational technocracy of survival. In this fight for less democracy, prosperity, and self-realization, which for Staub realistically withdraws from the perspective of progress and emancipation in a break with previous ideas, it is then no longer about the question of how a fair distribution of ever more prosperity, rights, economic values, or individual freedoms can be achieved, but rather how an amicable handling of fundamentally scarce resources, be they raw materials, other environmental goods, economic values, or subjective capacities, can be ensured. Quote end. The climate-driven austerity program disguised as saving the world has replaced the progressive neoliberalism with its diversity and acceptance agenda described by U.S.-American philosopher Nancy Fraser as the main point of reference for the left in recent years. However, Fraser's relatively accurate insights from the mind of the 2010s have since become outdated, even if she revisits them in her latest book. They are also not available from her without concessions to the left-wing zeitgeist. She does counter the growth-critical renunciation ethic of the degrowth movement with a correct argument that it confuses the growth of value necessary for capitalism with the growth of social wealth, which is limited by capital itself. But Fraser fails to recognize the ideological and power-affirming character of this critique, which in Germany is mainly represented in the media by Ulrike Herrmann and, oddly enough, is spreading even among Marxists through the works of Kohei Saito. Criticism of growth always celebrates a merry resurrection and rises to a mass phenomenon when capitalism itself no longer grows properly by its own standards. On closer inspection, the degrowth proposals turn out to be a regeneration of capital profits ensured by mass impoverishment and mass extinction, which should help to change the organic composition of capital in the desired sense. Degrowth always aims at reducing technology and mechanization in the production process, which is accompanied by an increase in the amount and intensity of work. This is proclaimed today in the name of all-encompassing and supposedly anti-capitalist climate protection. However, Fraser absolutely wants to be part of this left-wing madness and is therefore seeking to revise Marx in a way that leaves little more than his name. Because it does not take into account gender, race, ecology, and political power as structuring axes of inequality, the Marxist perspective is to be linked with other emancipatory currents of critical theory formation, with feminist, ecological, political, anti-imperialist, and anti-racist. End quote. The suspicion that her remarks are an unintentional homage to Luxemburg is reinforced by the fact that capitalism cannot survive without a non-capitalist outside, which she is to conjure up in view of today's world. As an ecologically motivated anti-imperialist, she is aware of the privileged position of white workers in the centers, whose standard of living has been falling for over 3 decades, but who are at least lucky enough to still be exploited. The others, i.e. minorities and oppressed peoples as well as, of course, nature, are expropriated. In this way, capitalism cannibalizes its own foundations. The philosopher summarizes her theory. Our greatest hope is to build a counter-hegemonic bloc that is trans-ecological and anti-capitalist. Exactly where such a bloc should lead us also remains unclear. But if I had to give the goal a name, I would argue for eco-socialism. End of quote. A political non-starter, this eco-socialist non-program is useful as an offer of integration for those hesitant to join the left, which is almost entirely climate-driven and politically oriented towards austerity and authoritarianism. These hesitant members are uncomfortable with the left's orientation, but are happy to be brought on board a counter-hegemonic bloc with anti-racist and anti-imperialist platitudes garnished with Marxist rhetoric. A fundamentally different tone, albeit also climate-driven, can be heard from the White House in Washington. Instead of austerity, the administration is focusing on huge government subsidies for key industries, tax incentives for green production, higher wages, technological innovations, and higher corporate taxes to escape stagnation. This new Washington consensus, which critics describe as a Trumpism with a human face, breaks with the promises of global free trade, at least ideologically. Accordingly, it calls on allies to rebuild their national industries using green state and international funds. In addition, in the economic and political competition with China, the focus is now on bilateral and regional agreements. Hoping for extra profits through productivity advantage, independence from raw materials, and less interdependence with China, this new industrial economic policy in the sense of green growth also breaks with neoliberal dogmas such as that the increasing wealth of a few is slowly spreading across society as a whole, and emphasizes the importance of growth in the sphere of production. According to Jake Sullivan, National Security Advisor Joe Biden's, too many people believe that we have to choose between economic growth and achieving climate targets. But President Biden sees this completely differently. When he hears climate, he thinks of jobs. He believes that building a 21st century economy based on clean energy is one of the greatest growth opportunities of the current century. But to seize it, America needs a deliberate and decisive investment strategy that promotes innovation, reduces costs, and creates new jobs. End quote. Nevertheless, left-wing and heterodox economists are disappointed by the Bidenomics. Instead of a big green state that intervenes directly in the economy, only the mechanisms of financialized neoliberalism, Daniela Gabor, are used to advance Biden's project. Adam Tooze, on the other hand, speaks in this context of a little green state. He is less concerned with the form than with the insufficient scope of the funding. Regardless of the form and scope of the economic stimulus package, which ultimately does not determine its success, the further decline in the rate of profit can theoretically be halted for a period of time by surplus profits in the new decarbonized energy sectors. The subsidy and credit-driven increase in the production of goods also increases the massive profits and possibly counteracts the decline. However, Profitability can only be restored by means of an acute crisis that massively devalues existing capital. But due to the immense progress in corporate concentration, people are no longer willing to let this happen. The German media view the American measures with ambivalence. The studied economist Michael Sage cunningly argues against them. As under Reagan, old debts create new debts, and one deficit feeds the other. This is true, but the alternative to debt-covered investments and the German model, which is based on saving and renunciation, impressively shows that the only thing left is the failure of investments, leading to a recession. That is why we read elsewhere, but in the same magazine, Germany is currently threatening to react to economic threats with measures that will only make things worse, although exactly this approach has already proven fatal once before during the agenda period. At a time when Americans and others with a lot of money are ensuring that investments are made more quickly in the climate neutrality of the economy, local industries, better jobs, and less dependence on China. End of quote. Unlike in the early 1980s, capital today is no longer able to regenerate through the externalization of state-owned enterprises, the reduction of corporate taxes, and social and wage policy cutbacks. Caught between marginal growth rates and a recession, it drags itself along and thus creates, especially in Western Europe, not the revolutionary situation described by Grossman, which would also have to be grasped subjectively first, but political conditions in which, mostly for lack of an alternative, system-critical right-wing populist parties are on the rise, openly articulating their displeasure with the conditions and the ideologies they produce. In the case of Austria, the political-economic situation even allows a communist party to make headway in regional elections and in a nationwide survey, as long as it avoids certain phrases. In October 2008, Franziska Drossel, the then chair of the Young Socialists, stated, "The financial crisis confirms that our criticism of capitalism was and is correct. One can say, this system is heading for the wall. This can be seen very clearly now. There is," Drossel continued, "great scope again for left-wing positions. Neoliberalism is finished." The joy at being right signals that for leftists like Drossel the crisis is not the apex at which the truth about the false society most blatantly comes to light, but rather a kind of cleansing thunderstorm that clears the minds of the courted masses. In line with their anti-capitalist views, Drossel interprets the crisis as a punishment brought upon us by those who have handled the economy irresponsibly, namely, the neoliberals. Now, however, it is finally becoming clear that the state must be strong and socially minded, that it must regulate the economy and rein in the speculators. The Juso chairwoman, who boasts of having attended 1 or 2 capital courses, is of course looking to the alliance with the Left Party for her prophecies. One person who has already drawn the appropriate consequences, Jürgen Elsasser, has thought through what Drossel does not yet dare to say. The left should take the lead in the movement against Anglo-American corporate raider capitalism and call on Merkel not just to pucker up her lips, but also to whistle. In the style of Comrade Strasser, Elsasser says that an emergency program to protect the national economy is needed as quickly as possible, with which the left could drive the government forward. This program must be Keynesianism on a national level to ward off the destructive attacks of the most aggressive sections of capital. What is needed is cooperation between the left and the working class with the middle class and enlightened capitalists in the form of a popular front and a coalition of the nation-states under attack, regardless of their respective ideological orientation. In other words, a defensive alliance of oppressed nations. When the NPD firmly endorsed Elsasser and told him that he was tackling the social problems in the right way, even the editorial team of Neues Deutschland realized that Elsasser had put his finger on the thrust of the left's criticism of capitalism a little too clearly and dismissed him as an editor. However, this does not change the fact that there are reasons why Elsasser is not only popular with parts of the NPD, but also with the readership of Junge Welt and Neues Deutschland. It is the mixture of insane consistency and hands-on actionism that would make him the perfect tribune of the people, were it not for a certain shyness when it comes to the big break into destiny. Elsasser is by no means only speaking from the soul of the left when he ennobles the state to a bulwark against alien speculators and presents the nation as an asset worthy of protection, whose substance is threatened by the most aggressive parts of capital. His analysis of the crisis, on which his constructive proposals for solving the social question are based, resembles not only that of Oscar Lafontaine, but also that of Helmut Schmidt, Frank Schirmacher, Peer Steinbrück, etc. They all believe that the crisis is the product of shady and greedy speculators who don't give a damn about the world's well-being, although they have a social responsibility that the state must pin down. On September 25, 2008, Helmut Schmidt declared, "The culprits are in New York," and at the same time called on the sovereign to get hold of these culprits. Such criticism of capitalism stands firmly on national soil. It carries out the split between grabbing and creating capital in a textbook way, and from the outset takes the side of what appears to be concrete, namely, the evolution of a natural community that must be protected from attacks by people who do not coincidentally take on the guise of the eternal Jew. The fact that the political class in Germany is hesitant to propagate isolation from international trade is because the German economy relies on exports more than any other. However, following the logic of their argument, protectionism would only be consequent, and it remains to be seen when they will follow it. Jürgen Elsasser, who has been openly calling for a protectionist policy for years, is certainly not an extremist who is breaking ranks, but a man with a good nose for the most urgent yearning of society. However, that does not mean that Elsasser will actually become the great leader of the masses that he would like to be. He is a firebrand who points out paths that the majority does not yet dare to take, but which could become viable more quickly than expected. The crisis has already created a sense of unease, with the result that hardly anyone still shares the conjured-up belief that the crisis can be overcome by means of deficit spending on a gigantic scale, and instead the awareness of impending doom is taking root in people's minds. This can be seen, among other things, from the fact that, upon hearing the news that a crisis is imminent, and that, as Peer Steinbrück announced, the world will not be the same again after this crisis, people who can afford it suddenly went on a spending spree, as if it were the last time in their lives that they could do something good for themselves. Of course, this behavior, which is rationally motivated by the fact that most people will probably have to make do with less in the years to come, is definitely desirable. It is even being encouraged by the state strengthening the purchasing power, the Keynesian magic word, of the population. Although this measure will give the economy a small domestic boost, it will not be able to stop the crisis. However, the crisis management is promoting the awareness of the crisis among the commodity subjects, their panic. This prevents them from keeping a cool head and prepares them now for the coming period of austerity that they will just have to accept. Die Zeit puts it bluntly, the crisis requires public spirit, so we will soon have to share wages and work. In other words, short-time work for half the wage. But the newspaper of German liberalism also knows that this will not be enough. Quote, "In the face of this enormous, almost eerie economic crisis, more diligence alone will not be enough. Mere individual renunciation will not suffice either. Certainly, an all-powerful state cannot take everyone by the hand and fix it, so to speak, instead of the people. What must come now is something else, a phase of solidarity. It doesn't help if only a few have to do something, it only helps if almost everyone can do something." End of quote. This requires social pressure, which the state has so far failed to build up. The state should, the Hamburg Weekly advises, turn the crisis into a task that our society can help solve. No one can predict exactly how the crisis will unfold, what dimensions it will take on, and how long it will last. What we do know, however, is that almost everyone will be affected by the crisis in one way or another. Especially in these times, it is therefore important to reject with all our might the sacrifice demanded by the state and by a society that has gone mad. When Olaf Scholz, the Federal Minister of Labor and Social Affairs, says, "Every young man and woman who does not receive training now is not only one too many for their own lives, but they are a catastrophe for our economy," then that means not only that the government wants to create more training places, but also that people can be, or already are, too many. It is a declaration of war on all unproductive people who, in phases of prosperity, are dragged along at a miserable level to boost the morale of the nation, but when things get tough, useless ballast has to be thrown off. Nevertheless, in Germany, hunger will probably not be the main problem, because the state wants to boost the economy, but rather the powerlessness of the individual, who is becoming increasingly dependent on state benefits. Because the contradiction between use value and value is violently asserted in the crisis, thus destroying a huge mass of unproductive capital and consequently transforming a good part of the variable capital into mere human beings, the state is increasingly turn the bearers of the commodity labor into atomized recipients of orders, who no longer owe their existence to the successful realization of value, but to the omnipotent state, to which they have to obey all the more. This form of state, which in other areas can no longer shoulder the burden and is increasingly disintegrating into a network of gangs that takes over state affairs under private management, has the potential for totality. How much freedom and autonomy of the individual can be preserved depends solely on whether and how many associated individuals oppose the totalizing tendency. Since there are no signs of a communist movement anywhere in sight, and instead of fascination with reactionary forms of rule, the miserable tactics of the Leninists and the Council Communists, who on this point are no different from ordinary Bolsheviks, are at best a form of collaboration with barbarism. Anyone who wants to organize the masses today is trying to pull potential perpetrators of acts of violence out of their passivity and encourage them to take action. In contrast to this, a biting and ruthless critique of ideology would be the order of the day. Such a critique, which at best would frighten the propagandists and supporters of reactionary projects to such an extent that they would shut up or change sides, must make no concessions. It must be direct, polished, and, above all, committed to the truth. For this very reason, the critic of ideology must have no illusions about the object of his criticism. He must neither apply a prefabricated scheme nor place himself outside the false hole. He has no goal that could be stated positively. The negation of falsehood is its own incentive. In this, the ideology critic differs fundamentally from the Leninist, who wants to fight through a dictatorship of the proletarian apparatus in order to replace one rule with another, which has always been more barbaric in the past. The Leninist is a demagogue who cloaks himself in the aura of power and attracts a following that craves authority and violence. His punitive fantasies are an expression of a popular anger that does not erupt violently only because the masses are far too passive to be carried away by even a pogrom. Instead of chasing Jews through the streets, the atomized masses gawk at the Rurpok cops, Harry and Toto, as they fight against antisocial elements, or they simulate a world in which the model train only starts moving when they themselves have given the command. The sham activity that replaces the unleashed violence of the panicked subject is identical with an extremely precarious passivity that does not resolve the irrational hatred and paranoia, but keeps it permanently at a boil. It is precisely this passivity that the Leninist agitator wants to break, transforming the civilizing force of the state, which is based on the rule of law and the separation of powers, into a tyranny of the masses. Postmodern variants of the old Leninist agitator have long since taken on the role of showing people the way to a happy future in the face of the impending, as Drossel puts it, driving against the wall of the system. This even appeals to those in power, or those who are thought to be so. One example, one of the most popular German novels of recent years, which was lavishly praised by both the left-wing and the conservative press, and then nominated for the German Book Prize, is the work of an avowed Leninist, a man who not only publishes in the FAZ and in Die Zeit but also in Phase 2, who is just as much at home at Verbrecher Verlag as he is at Scherkamp and who, among other things, says something like this: even if the end of the world is not looming, the loss of even a single additional animal or plant species is a crime that extends far beyond human typical niceties such as genocide. Secondly, even if I use my yogurt pot 70 times instead of 3, that's just a mosquito's spit compared to the lack of sensible laws that impose conditions on major industrial polluters, which would admittedly reduce profits, but not necessarily production. Why should the slaves always have to tighten their belts when the masters have thrown up all over the planet? Here, too, what appears to be a moral problem is in fact a social one. First, take control away from the mega-gangsters, then democratically decide that you don't want to live in a garbage dump, then implement that decision with birth control, filter technology, resource management, and so on. End quote. That the impending extinction of the stinging mouse thorn is a sad matter is one thing, but to equate it with mass murder requires a considerable degree of vegan delusion. The suggestion that genocide is human cuteness shrugs off anthropological violence, which cannot be avoided. The advice that birth control is an effective means of preventing the dump of the earth is calculated with the authoritarian power of disposal over life that is worth living and life that is superfluous, even dirty, and does not want to tackle overpopulation by promising more, better, and, above all, free sex without the pressure to reproduce. And it is already being said who the real culprit is in the ecological state of the world. It is not the little people, the workers who are obviously only objects but never subjects of the social production of wealth as a service. No, it is the industrial big polluters, the masters, the mega-gangsters, who must be put out of business by democratic decision. The communist quoted here and his fan base are targeting a clique of pests that are making the earth uninhabitable and disrupting the ecological balance. Of course, there is no mention from environmentalists like the one quoted of an independent social relationship in which individuals willingly take on ruling functions, but are far from being identical with the rule of capital. They are out for revenge for all the insults they have had to suffer because they are not allowed to rule themselves. The cleansing, which as a threat already resonates in the idea of the earth as a garbage dump, will be inevitable, they are sure. Of all people, our revolutionary says this to the class enemy of the world, August 28, 08, right to its face. When asked whether one can praise Lenin as he has done and simply ignore the piles of corpses that Lenin produced, our tribune of the people answers frankly and freely, revolutions are ugly. The man who unhesitatingly justifies the Red Terror, Lenin, and leaves no doubt that he would have acted the same way in Lenin's place, that he would have had hundreds of thousands shot, and, which was then the consequent act of Lenin's successors, would have immortalized the necessary fight against the counter-revolution for permanent cleansing, is called Dietmar Dath. This German model intellectual, who is by no means coincidentally being discovered as a great writer in times of crisis, although his novels are neither able to build up tension nor to make the world in which the stories are supposed to take place vivid, but who instead has a postmodern penchant for randomly placed quotations and the ostentatious use of foreign words. So, this charlatan has written the soundtrack to the current crisis. The quintessence of the utopian novel Die Abschaffung der Arten, The Abolition of Species, by Dietmar Dath is programmatically revealed at the beginning of the book, and therefore repeated on the cover text. Apocalypse was the name of the hour, but not the news of the end of the world, but of its beginning. End of quote. In the further course of the book, Dath draws the utopia of a future world in which, and this is where the vegan element comes into play again, the animals have taken power. Anyone who assumes that this is a fable is mistaken, because the animals form a new species, the so-called Hente. The historical setting is the largely destroyed Earth, with the exception of 3 cities, uninhabited after the liberation. In Dath's book, the liberation is the mass destruction of humans by animals. At one point, it is stated that 3 billion people were slaughtered within a few weeks. A wolf named Dmitry Stepanovich comes to a heap of human bones one day. This apocalypse has freed the genetically and biotechnologically enhanced animals, which now reign as the crowning glory of creation, from humans and thus from the fundamental evils of our civilization. There are no longer fixed identities, no garbage and money only in exceptional cases. Instead, there is the free agreement of the individuales, who, on closer inspection, are no longer individuals at all because they are constructed in a postmodern manner as flexible and fluid identities, whose character traits have something all the more natural and instinctive about them, exorcising the contradiction between ego and ID in favor of complete emptiness. And so it is no wonder that the liberated Hente's agreement amounts to monarchy. The king, a lion of course, is in one the loving and benevolent father who cares for his subjects and at the same time the all-knowing and uncompromising autocrat, to whom respect and obedience are to be paid. Regardless of who Dath had in mind when he created this character, whether it was himself, Lenin, or no one at all, it is clear that the utopian world he created is based on immediate rule. And this is true both within the Hente and in the Hente's behavior towards the last surviving humans, who are tortured and starved. Now, one might think that the novel is in fact a dystopia, a treatise on the failure of the revolution and on the negative dialectic of human progress. But unlike Ursula Le Guin's fantastic book The Disappearance of the House of the Gods, which preserves the communist utopia precisely by criticizing its inherent barbaric potential, Die Abschaffung der Arten positively wallows in the overflowing description of the violent reality in the post-human world. The pleasure with which Dath delights in his own creature appears again and again when violence is not scandalized, but normalized, trivialized into the everyday. We remember, the extinction of a plant species is a crime that goes far beyond the humanly typical cuteness of genocide. The hatred of humanity that is articulated in the praise of animals is aimed at the really big bloody deed. Dath ultimately admires in animals precisely their inability to feel compassion and their dull instinct. Quote, "Actual animals often show a form of intelligence that comes directly from the severe lack of freedom to really be able to think. They have a nonchalance when killing, a charisma when roaming. They are given qualities that are echoed in the beautiful phrase, coyote genius in Holly Menino. In contrast, human societies show a special form of stupidity in the symmetrical countermove, which stems from the ability to think, because everyone can imagine the consequences their actions could have, because everyone is afraid of being punished by those in power if they rebel, they keep quiet." End quote. Here Dath describes in simple terms why he considers humans unworthy of surviving. The fear to which they are subjected in the existing society, and which is intensified to panic in a crisis, puts people in a state of passivity. They allow themselves to be ruled and submit to their supposed fate, with all the barbaric consequences that this craven compliance can have. By contrast, Dath attributes the intelligence to defend themselves against threats to the animals. They cannot be appeased, and no moral scruples prevent them from going over dead bodies to preserve their existence. Dath demands this death-defying determination from people whose rebellion he wants to lead. He calls this second-order instinct. And where does such eugenics lead? That the second-order instinct is the predominant character trait of my animals with language, and is quite close to what Nietzsche had in mind with his so unfortunate term, Superman. End of quote. It is not surprising that Dath picks out the superhuman from Nietzsche's work, because with this concept one can link the program of the revolutionary new human being who finally unites instinct and instrumental reason. However, the condition that this program formulates is the sacrifice of weak people, those who can be controlled without their realizing it. The postmodern Leninist's contempt for humanity culminates in the demand for sacrifice when he says, People, there have been far too many people for a long time. At some point you just have to let it be." You might think that a dilettante former editor-in-chief of SPX is muddling along and occasionally shocking the arts section a little. But surprisingly, in times of crisis, the revolutionary message of the new human being, previously known in the political context of the national revolutionary Che Guevara, is also declared extremely exciting by those who are not actually suspected of being open to Stalinism. Volker Weidemann, for example, suddenly discovered hidden driving forces in himself after reading Dath's book, Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, October 14, 2008. Dath activates all of the reader's senses of possibility, even those of which one had no inkling before beginning to read. And he added, he boldly leads the way in writing. In Die Welt, October 13, 2008, Angelika Klessendorf was reserved to enthuse that Dath's book finally makes it possible to allow the new. What this new is, namely the absence of any humanity, Klessendorf, like her Frankfurt colleague, would like to get to know up close. And to make the book appealing to a specific and not exactly minority readership, she comments, the idea that humanity, as a community of helping and protective creatures, should perhaps be entrusted to animals that come after us is an immediate one for every dog owner. Perhaps there will really come a time when we will see certain virtues, frugality for example, as something that we have to learn from our non-speaking relatives. Quote end. But it cannot be a matter of demonizing Dietmar Dath. Rather, it would be the task of communist social criticism. For example, in a literary work, it could also be a work of art or a form of behavior, to detect and denounce an objective tendency of capitalist socialization that consists in escalating the structural superfluousness of the human being to real destruction. Crises are turning points at which it is decided how the unity of a whole, that is, ultimately the paradoxical identity of use value and exchange value in the form of money, is realized. The destruction of human beings, glorified in the book The Abolition of Species, is the delusional model of a crisis solution that no longer knows any fear of its own consequences. In the logic of capital, which its apparent opponents unconsciously embrace, the destruction of human beings can be plausibly justified. From an economic point of view, a part of capital that eats up surplus value must be eliminated. Who will be eliminated, and in the name of which revelation of salvation, but above all, whether the madness knows any boundaries, depends entirely on which prophet asserts himself as the master of the crisis. And there is truly nothing to suggest that the next bloodbath will not happen in the name of communism. the justified anger of the people and the revenge of the depraved. The dawn of the supposed communism could also be the downfall of the real one. Thought is capable of grasping an infinite idea, that is, an idea that cannot be determined in a finite number of steps. One of the infinite ideas that were recognized as infinite in ancient times is the incommensurability of the side and diagonal of a square. If the side and diagonal had a common measure, then twice that measure would also have to be a common measure for them, and for that very reason for times 2 to the power of n times and so on. The assumption of a finite common measure leads to the infinite magnification of this measure, which contradicts the assumption that this measure is a finite quantity. This insight presupposes that the person who grasps it does not remain caught in an infinite remains caught up in an infinite sequence of steps, but steps out of it, and only this stepping out of the sequence of steps makes it possible to recognize it as an infinite sequence, of which there is an idea, but of which there is no intuition. Thought that is capable of grasping an infinite idea is boundless for that very reason, not limited by any measure that can be constructed through a finite number of steps. The materialist Aristotle had recognized that the liberation of thought from empirical limitations had historical prerequisites. In the progress of the invention of arts, partly for necessary needs, partly for the more pleasant conduct of life, we always consider the latter to be wiser than the former, because their knowledge is not directed towards utility. Therefore, when everything of this kind was already in order, the sciences were found that relate neither to necessary needs nor to the pleasures of life, and this was first in the areas where people had leisure. That is why the mathematical arts, sciences, first developed in Egypt, because the priests there were allowed leisure time. The excessive freedom of thought of finite, needy beings presupposes leisure, and this presupposes surplus product that was not produced by those who took the freedom for themselves, but was instead extorted and appropriated through violence, cunning, and finally, through transferable power. The historical interweaving of violence, cunning, power, and ultimately domination with the freedom of thought does not coincide with the content of thought, the speculative idea, for Socrates was able to awaken the concept of this in the uneducated slave. In correct thinking, necessity and generality are intertwined with freedom so that what is correctly thought applies to all rational beings. But with this, thinking comes into opposition to the participation of the thinking in domination. Even Aristotle could dream of overcoming this opposition by increasing the productivity of labor. Thus, while the capitalist application of machinery on the one hand creates new powerful motives for the excessive lengthening of the working day and revolutionizes the mode of labor itself, as well as the character of the social body of labor, in a way that breaks the resistance to this tendency, tends to break the resistance against this tendency, it produces, on the other hand, partly by the admission of sections of the working class previously inaccessible to capital, partly by the release of workers displaced by the machine, a superfluous working population that must accept the law of capital. Hence the strange phenomenon in the history of modern industry that the machine overthrows all moral and natural barriers of the working day. Hence the economic paradox that the most powerful means of reducing working hours turns into the most infallible means of transforming all the time of the worker and his family into disposable working hours for the utilization of capital. When, as the greatest thinker of antiquity, Aristotle, dreamed that every tool could, at his command or even anticipating it, do the work for which it was suited, just as the works of art of Daedalus moved of their own accord, or the tripods of Hephaestus went to their sacred work of their own accord, if the shuttle of the weaver wove by itself, then neither the master craftsman nor the slaves would be needed. Every production of surplus product implies a distance to mere nature and is a realization of freedom. It presupposes the independent determination of the will of the producers, the ability to pursue purposes, and is in this respect a realization of their freedom. However, the purposes they pursue under domination are not their purposes, but those of the rulers, through whom the freedom of the producers is transformed into that of the rulers. In the capitalist mode of production, whose purpose is the production of accumulable surplus value, this reversal of the freedom of the producers takes the form of the production of productivity. But this does not free the producers from the laboriousness of work, because in the capitalist mode of production, the production of productivity is subordinated to the economic purpose of producing surplus value that can be accumulated, and the wage laborers are only granted the means for their reproduction if they allow capital to make use of their ability to produce surplus value, their labor power. Capital, The freedom of the producers realized in the form of accumulated surplus value has become a means of domination over them as wage laborers. As soon as labor in its immediate form has ceased to be the great source of wealth, working hours cease to be its measure, and therefore exchange value ceases to be the measure of use value. The surplus labor of the masses has ceased to be a condition for the development of general wealth, just as the non-labor of the few for the development of the general powers of the human mind has ceased to be so. With this, production based on exchange value collapses, and the immediate material production process itself is stripped of the form of scarcity and antagonism. The free development of individualities, and therefore not the reduction of the necessary working hours to set surplus labor, but rather the general reduction of the necessary labor of society to a minimum, which is then matched by the artistic, scientific, etc. training of individuals through the time and resources freed for them all. Capital is itself the process-making contradiction in that it strives to reduce working time to a minimum, while on the other hand it sets working time as the only measure and source of wealth. It therefore reduces working time in the form of necessary in order to increase it in the form of superfluous, therefore sets the superfluous in increasing measure as a condition, question de vie et de mors, for the necessary. On the one hand, it calls into being all the powers of science and nature, as well as social organization and social intercourse, in order to make the creation of wealth independent, relative, of the labor time applied to it. On the other hand, it wants to measure these huge social forces, thus created, in terms of labor time and confine them to the limits required to maintain the already created value as value. The productive forces and social relations, both different sides of the development of the social individual, appear to capital only as means, and are for it only means to produce from its narrow-minded basis. The standard of criticism of the capitalist mode of production is then not some ideal of freedom, but the freedom actually functioning in the process of valorization of capital to produce more than is necessary for simple reproduction. This freedom is in itself boundless, and the prerequisite for the idea of the boundless, the infinite, to be adequately grasped by finite beings, because it is an objective determination of the subjects themselves, without their being able to enjoy the freedom they practice. At first glance, the criterion given by Marx of replacing human labor with the use of machinery seems plausible. Considered solely as a means of cheapening the product, the limit to the use of machinery is given by the fact that its own production costs less labor than its application replaces labor. For the chapter, however, this limit expresses itself more narrowly. Since it does not pay the labor employed, but the value of the labor power employed, the use of machinery is limited for it by the difference between the value of the machinery and the value of the labor power it replaces. MEW 23, page 414. The criterion is subject to the condition that the value of the new machinery is determined by the measure of the labor expended on it, or more precisely, the measure of the labor time expended on it. This measurement only exists if the machinery itself is produced according to a methodically regulated procedure. However, the methodically regulated procedure for the production of technologically novel machinery is itself only the result of a process that is not methodically regulated, and this applies both to the invention and to its straightforward implementation in an industrial production process. That even ingenious inventors profited little from their inventions, or even went bankrupt with them, can be explained by this discrepancy. When machinery, equipment in the building, in general fixed capital has attained a certain maturity, so that it remains unchanged for a long time at least in its basic construction, a similar devaluation occurs as a result of improvements in the methods of reproduction of this fixed capital. The value of the machinery now declines, not because it is rapidly superseded or depreciated to some extent by newer, more productive machinery, but because it can now be reproduced more cheaply. This is one of the reasons why large business investments often flourish only in second-hand, after the first owner has gone bankrupt and the second, who bought it cheaply, therefore starts his production with a lower capital outlay from the outset. MEW 25, page 124. A vivid example of this process can be found in the description of the technically successful but economically ruinous attempt to improve production processes by Seckard, Balzac, and Perduse. Even assuming that the value of the new machinery could be determined, and its introduction was based on the criterion given by Marx, the product value after the introduction of the new machinery would still be smaller than before. And the fact that this smaller product value is distributed among the same or a larger mass of products makes the products cheaper and offers a competitive advantage in the realization of their values. Regardless of this advantage, the product value objectified in them, and a fortiori the value product contained in them, would be smaller than in the results of technically less developed production. Marx sees the economic incentive to introduce the new production process, nevertheless, in the difference between individual and social value, whereby the individual value is obviously the product value, which is oriented towards the expenditure of working hours. Machinery produces relative surplus value, not only by directly devaluing labor and indirectly devaluing it by cheapening the goods needed for its reproduction, but also by addition einfrung the labor used by the machine owner into potenziert Arbeit. The social value of the machine product increases over its individual one and enables the capitalist to replace the daily value of the labor with a smaller value portion of the product. During this transition period, during which the machine operation remains a kind of monopoly, the profits are therefore extraordinary, and the capitalist seeks to exploit this first period of young love thoroughly by extending the working day as much as possible. With the generalization of machinery in the same branch of production, the social value of the machine product sinks to its individual value, and the law is enforced that the surplus value does not arise from the labor forces that the capitalist has replaced with the machine, but rather from the labor forces that he employs on it. The surplus value arises only from the variable part of the capital, and we saw that the mass of the surplus value is determined by two factors, the rate of the surplus value and the number of workers employed at the same time. Given the length of the working day, the rate of the surplus value is determined by the ratio in which the working day is divided into necessary and surplus work. The number of workers employed at the same time depends, in turn, on the ratio of the variable capital to the constant capital. It is now clear that the machine operation, however it increases the productivity of labor, only expands surplus work at the expense of necessary work by reducing the number of workers employed by a given capital. He transforms part of the capital that used to be variable, i.e., converted into living labor, into machinery, i.e., into constant capital that does not produce surplus value. It is impossible, for example, to squeeze as much surplus value out of 2 workers as out of 24. MEW 23, pages 428 to 429. Marx introduces here a determination of the individual and social value that is opposed to that of MEW 23, page 336. The economic function of patent law is not to protect the interests of the inventors, but to guarantee the difference between individual and social value, which would otherwise disappear with the introduction of the new production machinery because of its reproducibility. The difference between individual and social value thus becomes the economic driving force of technical innovation. If it were to be quantified, both values would have to have a common measure, and that could only be that of the working hours expended, which would immediately make the difference disappear and reduce social value to individual value, which would be less than the value before the introduction of the new production methods. Thus, there is an inherent contradiction in the application of machinery for the production of surplus value. In that of the 2 factors of the surplus value supplied by a given amount of capital, it increases the one factor, the rate of surplus value, only by reducing the other factor, the number of workers. This inherent contradiction becomes apparent as soon as, with the generalization of machinery in a branch of production, the value of the machine-produced commodity becomes the regulating social value of all commodities of the same kind, and it is this contradiction that, in turn, capital, without its being aware of it, to violently lengthen the working day in order to compensate for the decrease in the proportional number of exploited workers by increasing not only the relative, but also the absolute surplus work. MEW 23, pages 429F. This contradiction, the fatal consequences of which we have noted that which compels those who are forced to work as producers of value, Marx has its basis in the excessiveness of the difference between individual and social wealth, which determines social value itself as excessive. With the concept of social value, the critique of political economy moves from speculation about the social manifestation of freedom, the perverse determination of which by the capitalist mode of production appears in its consequent theoretical representation as an insoluble contradiction. The idea of a compelling construction of the transition from feudalism to capitalism from the driving forces of social development presupposes that these forces can be recognized as objectively underlying the development. Such knowledge could, insofar as it does not refer to transcendental instances, only arise from the process of historical development itself, in which the forces driving it come to consciousness. If this were nothing more than the irrelevant reflection of the progress of history, understood as natural history, then such a determined consciousness would find no criterion for the truth of its contents and would reduce the claim to objective insight into the process of its genesis to absurdity, because it could not justify that the reflection of objective development necessarily grasps it correctly. Moreover, if historical development is posited as merely objective, then the forces driving it, as ground, contain nothing that is not in this development itself, the reasoned, et vice versa. The reasons for historical development filtered out of social history always only yield social history, augmented by the appearance of necessity. Thus, positivism and idealism become synonymous. If the sentence, "the hand mill yields a society with feudal lords, the steam mill a society with industrial capitalists," is interpreted to mean that the relations of production are always unambiguously determined by the productive forces, then the latter would become the unconditional, and the critique of political economy would be reduced to an anthropological theory of development, in which the productive forces, as the independently developing, would be another name for the absolute spirit unfolding of its own accord in history. The productive forces were brought forth in history in the course of man's engagement with nature. They are emancipated from nature, not necessarily derived from it. Nor are needs alone a sufficient reason for the genesis of the means by which the objects that serve to satisfy these needs are produced. It is not hunger, but craftsmanship and industry that produce the instruments of agricultural production. The development of instruments of production that change the respective state of reproduction presupposes a distinct, independent moment that, when absolutized, creates the appearance of the unconditionality of the development of the productive forces, and thus of the continuity of the development of the species. The invention of new means of production is a reaction to a constellation of needs and already existing means that may be insufficient to satisfy them, but it is neither necessarily derived from this constellation as a reaction to it. That would only be the same constellation again, nor can it transcend it, because the assertion of a transcendent instance that produces one constellation from another, more highly developed one, is, regardless of the title, the attempt to pass off the designation of the problem as its solution. The question of the reason for historical development provokes the question of the reason for the reason, and thus the regressus in infinitum, which could only be interrupted by dogmatic positing, or it runs into a circular relationship of justification, in which the reason for the reason is that which is to be justified. The latter corresponds to the self-reproducing relationship between wage labor and capital in the capitalist mode of production. Capital thus presupposes wage labor presupposes capital. They reciprocally condition each other. They reciprocally engender each other. The natural law posited by this relationship is only that of the capitalist mode of production. It is not a natural law of production in general that is indifferent to historical differences. If we are to dispense with teleological constructions, the ground that gave rise to the relationship between wage labor and capitalism, cannot be capitalism itself. The historical sequence is not in itself a cause and effect relationship, but the mere existence of money wealth, and even the attainment of a kind of supremacy, is by no means in itself sufficient to bring about this dissolution into capital. The real subsumption of labor under capital does not necessarily follow from the formal subsumption. The quantitative relation in which products exchange is at first quite accidental. They assume the form of commodities to the extent that they are interchangeable, i.e., expressions of the same third party. The mere exchange relationship does not yet posit exchange value as a general equivalent, the measure of which, the socially necessary labor time expended for the production of the objects of exchange, only becomes a general one when a considerable part of the population consists of workers bereft of the objective conditions of production. The constitution of the unified measure presupposes the systematic unity of the capitalist mode of production, which appears as the result of the pre-capitalist mode of production, which itself was not organized to the same extent. Marx's reference, "World history did not always exist. History as world history is the result of the systematic unity of the social process of reproduction, which could not be organized solely through the dependence of labor on commercial capital, but this dependence could only be established when exchange value as a general equivalent had also become the result of changes in the technology of production." Exchange value as general equivalent implies the reduction of labor to the application of abstract labor power and thus presupposes the standardization of production processes and materials. The exchange relationship can organize production, but cannot itself immediately produce new production processes. The labor process, technologically speaking, proceeds in the manufactory just as before, only posited as a process subordinate to capital. The manufactory created new production needs, but not the means to satisfy them. Explaining the determination of the material of production as the consequence of identical natural forces in circulation implies a metabasis eis allo genos. It is even more problematic to derive the emancipation of natural science from theology, which is decisive for the bourgeois worldview, from the social dynamics of the transition period than it is to deduce the development of capitalism from feudalism, especially since the object of natural science is given, and thus the adequate understanding of particular natural connections has the side of certainty against mere ideological projections and interpretations of cosmic connections. This certainty, objectivity, served the bourgeois Enlightenment to destroy transcendence, the still mythical legitimation of traditional power relations, and later it brought the isolated natural processes under the control of the human species. Bourquenau's program of explaining why a mechanistic worldview prevailed from the social upheaval of the 16th and 17th centuries fails, because he attempts to link the dynamics of social upheaval with the new worldview only by merely pointing out that the dynamics of social upheaval are connected with the new worldview, and, in addition, because his derivation of the contents of the mechanistic worldview from the organization of labor in the manufactory does not adequately reflect either that or the latter. For the claim that in the manufactory labor process, people become for the first time the bearers of labor par excellence in their relation to nature, which is thereby mechanized, contradicts the complaints about the rebelliousness of the manufactory workers, which Marx extensively cites, which show that they were not merely interchangeable bearers of the commodity labor power, but that their labor corresponded to an artistic handling of the objects of labor, as in the crafts, and that their labor power could therefore not be produced at will, and thus could not have its price reduced to the cost of reproduction. Early mechanics had special conservation laws. The formulation of the general conservation of energy belongs to the 19th century, as does the measurability of the work output of steam engines. This was the epoch of the real subsumption of labor under capital, in which labor was reduced to the application of labor power through the mechanization of production. Grossman's criticism of Bourquenau is correct so far. His own derivation of theoretical mechanics as a theory of the elements of existing machines is questionable, since the elements he cites have been known at least since Hero of Alexandria, and machines constructed from them were already working in ancient times, without this having resulted in the development of theoretical mechanics. The technologies, i.e., craft skills, that emerged in the 18th century are the result of reflection on craft production techniques, and, as such, a prerequisite for the construction of machine tools. The systematic interweaving of technology and science is itself only the result of the capitalist mode of production. It has its material basis in the analogy of the processes indicated on pages 46f. Nothing can be inferred about the genesis of science from technology if there was no systematic connection between science and technology at the time of the emergence of modern science. Regardless of the fact that Bourquenau had already pointed out that in the Enlightenment, the practical intention of pursuing natural science remained a declaration of intention, Grossman takes this intention for its execution and uses it to support his thesis that theoretical mechanics is the theory of mechanical machines. The development of science initially only virtually emancipated people from the immediacy of the natural context. It was only later, in the era of the Industrial Revolution, that the production process became independent of the natural process with its help. The artistic mastery of material, which had previously been largely determined by the natural object, only became a systematic mastery of natural forces during this period. The latter, although a result, cannot necessarily be deduced from the preceding techniques. The anatomy of man is a key to the anatomy of the ape. The hints of the higher in the subordinate animal species, on the other hand, can only be understood if the higher is already known. In this way, bourgeois economics provides the key to ancient etc., but by no means in the way of economists who blur all historical differences and see bourgeois forms in all social forms. But this also means that the realm of freedom does not follow from necessity, with the inevitability of natural law. Grossman's objectivism, oriented as it is toward the independence of the development of the productive forces, is to be understood more as an apology for Stalinist politics than as an interpretation of the material he extensively cites, among which, significantly, the controversy over the Copernican worldview, significant for the transitional period, is missing. This critique of idealist explanations masked as positivist or objectivist is sometimes formulated in the form of theses, in contrast to the prevailing fashion of stifling any thought in the social historical material, as well as against the mere accumulation of self-aggrandizing speculation with evidence arbitrarily drawn from history. But it need not resign itself to the task of a materialist explanation of historical connections just because these cannot be pressed into an identical concept. How historical processes can be grasped as changing constellations of moments of social development will be sketched out in a model that is initially hypothetical, the stationary reproduction of feudal society, represented in the Platonist version of universal realism. Prima vista contains no dynamic moment that pushes for the dissolution of the feudal structure. The criticism of the feudal structure was not possible within the consciousness determined by universal realism. The scholastic method, which started from the Sententiae Auctorum and oriented the argument towards the Concordantia Catholica, fixed the dynamic moments of the ancient basic texts to static ones and banished criticism to irrationality. Within the feudal structure, circulation was irrelevant to the process of reproduction. Commercial capital remained accidental. It was only when the objective conditions of production, land, became commodities, tending to become commodities, and the universals became counting pennies, did the hierarchy of essentia, conceived as objective, disintegrate into the disorderly multiplicity of individual things, a notion that, in addition to criticizing existing power relations, also made it possible to change the position of consciousness to objectivity. It seems paradoxical that the peripheral aspect of trade in the feudal mode of production should have been the cause of the disintegration of feudalism. But once upon a time, feudalism, the violence of a few over many, was dependent on the anchoring of power in the ruled through faith. The particular individual dominations required the universal, Catholic principle of domination, as the agency of which the institution of the central church, detached from the process of reproduction, became independent. On the other hand, the immediate relationship of force between the feudal and the serfs continued as a relationship of force between the feudals themselves. Although lives were inalienable, they were given as bonuses for successful raids. To win or maintain them required armies that were also detached from the immediate process of reproduction. The clergy and the army, as independent guarantors of the relations of production, pushed the development of commercial capital so far that it finally lost its merely accidental character, was able to appropriate the means of production itself, and thus brought about the disintegration of feudalism without too much change in agrarian production technology. Just as little does bourgeois society follow from decaying feudalism as nature organized according to laws follows from chaotic diversity. To present the transition from potentiality to reality as inevitable is an idealistic trick. How the old, immediate relations of violence of feudalism continued, how they became a condition for the emergence of wage labor, and thus of the economically mediated relations of violence of capitalism, is presented by Marx in the chapter on so-called primitive accumulation at the end of the analysis of the capitalist production process. The systematic place of this chapter is determined by the fact that violence is examined as a precondition for the emergence of the capitalist mode of production, which is not to be deduced from the conditions of its development in reverse. Thus, the transition period from feudalism to capitalism also remains the side of indeterminacy on which the emancipative tendencies pointing beyond capitalism are constituted. Only in the times of the demise of the feudal system, but when it is still struggling, is the golden age of emancipating labor. The collapse of hierarchy also abolished the previously sharp distinction between scientific and systematic reflection and practical and objective activity in experimental science, the natural sciences emancipating themselves from theology, in which the separation of mental and physical labor in the execution of the experiment was at least partially abolished. With the fact that, since the 15th century, national languages had been slowly prevailing in the sciences and the educational privilege of the church had fallen, not only did the third estate, the bourgeoisie, assert its claim to education, but through it the practical activity in the experiment, previously devalued as banausish, was elevated to the rank of a scientific discipline. It is no coincidence that the purely practical intention of science is represented by Francis Bacon, who, with his father, was among the first to rise from a lower class to hold high state offices, and who owed his wealth to his service, not his birth. But at first it remained a practical intention. Only since labor as a means of production has been systematically produced through labor has the natural law dynamic of capitalism prevailed, in which the changing organic composition of capital is the economic expression of the increasing domination of objectified labor over living labor and nature. Only since then has there been a necessary connection between the relations of production and the development of the productive forces. To impute this connection to the whole of history in retrospect would be to reduce dialectical materialism to a mechanical one, however historically interpreted, and to deny the possibility of freedom. A science whose subject was supposed to be the history of humanity would have to account for whether this subject could even be conceived. Histography, which has taken the place of historical science in academia, is not the subject here. Prima facie, history appears to be a sequence of different events. Neither the elements of the sequence nor their structure seem to be determinable by a general law. With the theoretical insight into the determination of the freedom of arbitrariness, to do or to leave at will, Kant, the connection of different actions from history as being under a law that precedes them seems to be ruled out, so that the discovery and development of the concept of will since Augustine determined the distinction of the history of man from the order of nature, which it made possible to be the first and only result of every scientific consideration of history. If historical developments could not be determined, however, people could neither explain their present condition nor conceive of overcoming it. Due to the historical peculiarity of the epoch determined by the reflexive capitalist production relationship, which precludes substantial progress in human history, capital seems to satisfy the structure of the absolute. Marx can clear up this appearance by showing that, from the developed state of history, it is indeed possible to make objectively valid statements about historical developments in retrospect by fixing historical conditions of the circulation of capital in primitive accumulation, which, of course, cannot be combined to form a reason. This determination of the historical contingency of capital and its continuation in the domination of capital over the material conditions of the production process leads to the possibility of insight that capital can come to an end. The demand that it come to an end must be the result of critique, and this does not come only from determinations of capital, because it itself is determined by historical progress. The relationship between presupposition and established determination in the concept of progress is mimetic. As a concept of something better, progress is defined negatively in opposition to what exists, but this negation cannot be abstract. In terms of content, it is related to the specific purposes of capital, the critique of which cannot be fully derived from capital itself. Freedom of will, the site of critique, must anticipate the result of critique and intend liberation from a state of unfreedom. However, any attempt to resolve this aporia in favor of an affirmatively conceived idea of better must fail due to the aporetic form of this idea itself. It remains dependent on that which it is supposed to determine, analogous to the ontological proof of God's existence, in which the determination of God, which is to surpass the created being not merely as a negation of its deficiencies, not merely as an expression of reflection, but to be in it itself something greater than can be thought, Anselm of Canterbury, is a subreption. The determination to have the result for its own premise characterizes the concept of history as well as that of God as an absolute contradiction, whose hypostasis becomes the source of the world's emanation. That this is the logical consequence is shown in the section C. The contradiction in Hegel's Science of Logic. A theory that clings to the concept of historical progress without reflecting on its fundamental aporia ends up affirming a subjectively self-realizing redemption, because once the notion of something better is ontologically removed from the context of human reflection, it can no longer be said why its realization should depend on human activity. A particular way of acquiring such an affirmative concept of history is the historical tendency of capitalist accumulation in Marx. MEW 23, page 789 ff. The mistake of reversing the contradiction of the law of motion, which is inferred as a reflection of the concept of history, makes history the absolute subject. If the aporia could be rationally resolved or even resolved itself, the course of human history would be logically determined. However, the aporia can be illustrated using the model of the myth of the decline of the world ages. Quote from Ovid's Metamorphoses, All the horrors suddenly broke into the time of the worst era. Shame and loyalty and truth fled, instead of which deceit and treacherous falsehood took hold, as did guile and violence and infamous greed. The helmsman unfurled the sails of the little-known winds, and keels that had long stood on high mountains now plunged into the seas that had previously seemed inaccessible. Horrors, previously as common as the air and the light of the sun, were now carefully marked with a defining line by the knife. Not only seed and food owed was demanded from the fields, but the interior of the earth was also invaded. Treasures hidden in those dark and Stygian shadows were brought to light, tempting people into evil desires. Iron and gold already emerged, and even more evil than iron, war, rose up, fighting with both and beating clashing weapons with a bloody fist. End of quote. What Ovid describes as pure horror is the time when people are indirectly related to the material conditions of their reproduction. The individual does not relate to nature directly, but through labor. However, mediation by his peers, who thus became others to him, takes on particular weight. He acquires the means for his livelihood through the negative relationship to his fellow human beings. By this, Ovid includes trade as well as war, without, however, explicitly mentioning power relations. In Ovid's account, the Iron Age represents the result of a history of decline, at the historical origin of which there was a golden age. Quote, "First arose the golden age, which, without guarding, willingly and without law, preserved justice and loyalty. No steep and gaping trenches yet surrounded any of the cities. There was no straight trumpet, nor the curved horn, nor the helmet, nor the sword. The days passed in comfortable leisure, without the need for warriors, for the safe peoples. Undeveloped and untouched by the rake and never injured by the cutting plowshare, everything gave the blessed earth by itself." End of quote. The Golden Age is depicted through the negation of all the evils of the Iron Age, where human reproduction is not mediated through externalization, but in immediate relation to the conditions of reproduction. In that the description of this relationship even abstracts from the mediation through labor, what is only conceivable as a negation of the lack of it, appears in Ovid as the affirmation of a paradisiacal beginning of history. What in reality can only be the result of the accumulative expansion of reproduction and a fundamental change in the conditions in which people are forced to live, up to and including capital, is thus transformed into an affirmative idol of origin, and yet the negation of scarcity can only be demanded in practice if it itself is recognized as negative. The alternative fashion, against the claim to counteract scarcity, asserts that historically the realization of this claim was a privilege of the ruling few, condemning it along with the also coincidental results of history, namely the very idea of progress and its realization. The affirmation of the Golden Age, whether as the origin of decay or as a hoped-for goal, has a basis in the matter insofar as the idea of something better cannot be deduced from its apparatic form, and the attempt to provide it with a justification evokes its affirmation. The concept of historical progress must be conceived as a precondition of critique and can only be conceived as a result of critique. The circle, which arises as an expression of the aporia of the mutually dependent conceptual determination of precondition and result, must be thought of as being broken through by an act of freedom of reflection, which admittedly stands under the conditions of unfreedom. It does not abstractly hypostatize a paradisiacal state, but must, as insight into the criticizable state of the world, always think the idea of the better together with the critique of the bad. In the Critique of Practical Reason, this problem appears in the first postulate. The assumption of the immortality of the soul does not free from the demand of the rational determination of the will, but is the attempt of an affirmative determination of the possibility of the conviction of the highest good in the world. Through the resolution of the aporia of rational purpose under unreasonable conditions, a concept of hypostatically determined history arises, in which freedom cannot be spoken of. However, liberation as the negation of the negative must not be understood in the abstract as the restoration of the past, since the past, in its specific form, is not worth restoring. Moreover, the new should arise from the critique of the old, which is thus the basis of progress, but not its content. In capital, pre-capitalist forms of the organization of reproduction are overcome by their expansion. In order not to be economically reactionary, a possible form of reproduction that has been led beyond capitalism must also build on the level of development of productive forces achieved by capital, without, of course, continuing its power relations. Marx himself uses this argument when it comes to explaining the development of the modes of production economically and to deducing and documenting their historical conditions from the result. The central place for this is the first 6 subchapters of the chapter on the so-called primitive accumulation, MEW 23, pages 741 ff. However, as soon as the future course of the development of the mode of production is the subject, the emergence of a new mode of production on the basis of the achievements of the capitalist era, MEW 23, page 791, is subordinated to the reverse line of argument. The form of capitalist production is not understood as a precondition, but tendencies are shown to be sufficient conditions for an expected development. Capitalist production produces its own negation with the necessity of a natural process. This is the result of an argument that divests its object, the historical tendency of capitalist accumulation, of its determination to be historical. The critique of Marx's substitution of history with a rule of natural necessity, whose primary characteristic is blindness, is only able to wrest from the flawed argument the attempt to grasp historical progress as a condition of human existence. The associated claim to define progress, not only in terms of problems, must, due to the ignorance of the apparatic form of the concept of historical progress, lead to an affirmative concept of history. The fact that it has a reason in the matter does not make the argument better. It is not to be saved here, nor corrected. It is only necessary to point out the underlying problem of DM, the presentation of which is necessarily apparatic, in the twofold sense that the form of the presentation must be apparatic and that the presentation itself must not be left out. The logical deadlock is the only way to show DM the historical way out. The analysis of the concept of reproduction had shown that the production of surplus product in the form of surplus value transforms the advanced capital into accumulated capital or capitalized surplus value. The prerequisite for this was the existence of labor power as a commodity, the distinction between the product of labor and labor itself, between the objective conditions of labor and the subjective labor power, was thus the actually given basis, the starting point of the capitalist production process. MEW 23, page 595. Under the condition of the commodity form of the means of production and labor power, the product, including surplus value, is a form of capital. The bearer of the commodity labor power retains its equivalent for individual consumption, which, of course, is only a special form of productive consumption for capital. Thus, what initially was only the starting point is, by means of the mere continuity of the process, constantly reproduced and perpetuated as a separate result of capitalist production. MEW 23, page 595. What was the historical precondition of capital, the separation of the owners of the means of production and the non-owners, is now a precondition of itself, reproduced by the capitalist production process itself. The reproduction on an expanded scale corresponds to the determination of capital as an excessive increase in value. This can only be realized socially as production for the sake of production if accumulable surplus value is produced, if the surplus product, the value of which it is, already contains the material components of a new capital. MEW 23, page 607. This surplus value, therefore, takes the form of means of production and towers above the merely renewable or replaceable machinery as an accumulable volume and stage of development. Through the production of the reciprocally needed means of production, accumulation, and with it the reflexive reproduction of capital becomes the determination of the reproduction of society. It is not just a quantitative difference that more capital on the one hand is confronted with more wage laborers on the other. Here the determination of the capitalist production process is fulfilled to produce and reproduce capital not only as a commodity, not only as value, but as capital relation itself, on the one hand the capitalist, on the other the wage laborer, to perpetuate this relation. See MEW 23, page 604. Eternity has no time for history. From the analysis of the structure of capital, its contingency is not immediately apparent. This is the result of absolute reflection, which, in relation to itself, supposedly still produces its precondition. The only thing that exposes this reflexivity as a faulty cycle is the realization that the reproduction of capital requires capital united with the observation that production has not always been capitalist. When the doubly free wage laborer, provider of the commodity labor power, is the decisive condition of capitalist production. Historical events that led to the separation of the producers from the means of production can be recognized as the historical prerequisites of capital. In this story, conquest, subjugation, robbery, murder, and brute force play the major role. MEW 23, page 742. As violence, the aforementioned is also subject to the freedom of arbitrariness and therefore does not obey any rational organization. Thus, the emergence of capital is determined as contingent by recourse to the conditions of its possibility, but the laws of accumulation seem to belie the idea that something that has come into being must also be transient. In the chapter on so-called primitive accumulation, it is stated that the production conditions themselves not only give rise to the dependence of the worker on capital, but that they are also guaranteed and perpetuated by them. A psychological phenomenon becomes an ideology to determine capital. In the course of capitalist production, a working class develops that recognizes the demands of that mode of production as self-evident laws of nature through education, tradition, and custom. MEW 23, page 765. Under these conditions, the idea of abolishing the capitalist mode of production is not necessarily accompanied by the idea of humane conditions, but initially by the fear of the destruction of one's own existence. Within the capitalist mode of production, the interest of the ruled in the functioning of the economic conditions that dominate them arises from their interest in their own existence. Nevertheless, according to Marx, capitalist accumulation itself has a historical tendency. Just as capital emerged through the negation of production by small businesses, so it will disappear through the negation of the negation. It should be noted here that this idea of the negation has little in common with Hegel's definitions. In terms of content, this law of dialectics is to be applied to the concept of property. Elsewhere, Marx also fails to retract the historical mechanism without adding fuel to the fire. The entire chapter is not intended to be a historical philosophical theory. The presentation of the transition from feudalism to capital in the first 6 subchapters, as well as its determination in the 7th, is only meant to be a description of the historical reality of Western Europe. But Marx also explicitly and strictly formulates there, with regard to reflexive negation, that capitalist property can only transform itself into social property. This does not mean, of course, that this idea of negation has only the name in common with the determinations in Hegel. This assertion is nothing more than the summary of the determinations of capitalist production. In the draft letters to Sassolich, Marx almost spreads an economic sense of the end times. Capital is in a crisis that will end with a return to common property. It is fading away. The familiar argument that Marx was unable to grasp the full scope of the development possibilities of capital during his lifetime is considerably limited by the fact that until the second edition of Das Kapital in 1874, the 24th chapter still speaks of the concentration of capitals, and the reference to the world market is missing. This reference can be found in the French edition onwards, and in the third German edition, the word concentration is replaced throughout by the word centralization, without these changes having any influence on the argument. The contradiction to the laws of accumulation is striking. The variant that the crisis could only end with a higher form of common ownership can still be understood to mean that the only progress of society would be this, whereas the Russian agrarian communities, which are the subject of the letters, could either be capitalized or develop into communism. Such alternatives in history have always been decided by the historical milieu, but Marx does not offer any alternative for the development of capital, in contrast to barbarism, for example, whether as a relapse or a continuation. The attribution of the power of history to property is open to criticism on a number of counts. In order to maintain property as such throughout history, Marx has to reduce the concept to the relationship of the producers to the means of production. A concept that can only be systematically defined in bourgeois society is thus detached from this historical condition and made the general basis of historical change. But before the emergence of bourgeois society, the relationship of the producers to the means of production is not only subject to different economic determinations, it is legally distinct in that there is no universally guaranteed property, only possession secured by accidental or no legal institutions at all. Property as a concept can only be systematically defined in bourgeois conditions. Now the one-sided will in view of your external, and therefore accidental, possession cannot serve as a law of compulsion for everyone, because that would detract from freedom according to general laws. Therefore, the will that can provide everyone with that security is one that unites everyone, is collectively general, common, and dominant. Therefore, it can only exist in the civil state as an external mine and yours.
Kant, Metaphysik der Sitten, ab 73.
Similarly, an organization of the relationship of the producers to the means of production in an association of free people would not be covered by the concept of ownership, because the property title imposes on the non-ownership an obligation to abstain from the use of the same object that they would not otherwise have.
Kant, Metaphysik der Sitten, ab 73.
But it is not a question of excluding the use of the means of production, but of organizing production in a way that does not aim at the production of accumulable surplus value. Kant's attempt to define property as rational fails because of the systematic position of the original appropriation, which is an arbitrary act. However, the argument at the end of the chapter on primitive accumulation is based on a concept of property that is itself ahistorical and varies from one social form to the next, as Marx also uses it in the outlines of the Critique of Political Economy. Property is the natural unity of labor with its material conditions. MEW 42, page 383. On this false basis, the development of human history can be constructed as a negation of the negation. The pre-capitalist affirmative relationship of the producers to the means of production would become a negative one under capitalism, which, with its negation, would produce a reaffirmative one. Although Hegel himself undermines the explanation of the negation as minus times minus gives plus, or cites examples from living nature, in Engels it collapses in a persistently idealistic manner into the everyday life of butterflies as the living expression of a dialectical method. This perverse perversion of a perverse, which produces anything but a materialistic dialectic, occasionally asserts itself in capital as well. It is wrong in itself to reduce all natural processes to the negation of a state, and then to raise this negation to a higher level of quality through renewed negation. But to transfer such a conception of natural processes to human history is intellectual self-abandonment. The determination of ownership, which varies according to the relationship of the producers to the means of production, may be expressed in terms of reflective negation, but this is not enough to determine the purpose of the mode of production. The production of accumulable surplus value is only a negation of production for the sake of subsistence to the extent that it is simply something else. There is no logical basis for moving from one to the other. Nor is there any such basis for arriving at this socialist constitution of mankind from capital. This can only be achieved through the activity of people determined by insight, which is always first and foremost an act of the freedom of arbitrary choice. This general determination of maxims has a moral side to necessity, as the positive determination of free arbitrariness by the will, pure practical reason. However, the progress in history thus determined as an act of freedom is subject to the condition of unfreedom. An asserted economic necessity of the negation of negation, which would produce freedom from the conditions of unfreedom itself, therefore does not anticipate the liberated society, because its genesis would not come about out of freedom, but would be determined. The consideration in the seventh part of Chapter 24 in Capital proceeds from the formal basis of the capitalist mode of production, capitalist private property. With this starting point, private property appears as the essential determination of the subject under consideration, the production of accumulable surplus value merely as a secondary determination. The term, individual property, itself can hardly be given any meaning. In terminological terms, property is a social relationship. Now the omission or the disregard abstraction of these sensual conditions of possession as a relationship of persons to objects which have no binding force is nothing other than the relationship of a person to persons, to connect all of them through the will of the former in view of the use of the things.
Kant, Metaphysik der Sitten, ab 93.
But the relationship of the producers to the means of production would also have to be socially determined in a union of free people. Engels now claims that anyone who understands German knows that individual property refers only to the means of consumption. However, knowledge of the German language is often insufficient to solve scientific problems. But it would suffice to note that Marx explicitly refers individual property to the means of production. Apart from that, for Marx, Individual property is the result of the negation of the property relations characterizing the capitalist mode of production, and this is not about the distribution of means of consumption. In such a determination of the liberated society through individual property, the purpose of production is no longer an issue. What is decisive for capitalist private property is not that in capital people are used for the productive use of objects over which they do not have free disposition, but rather with what intention this happens. The intention, the purpose of production, is closely related to private property because it is the form adequate to the developed capitalist mode of production for mediating man with the initially objective conditions of his reproduction, but the concept of property does not serve to derive the concept of the mode of production, because the latter is already a presupposition for having the former as a specific one. In pre-bourgeois, as well as in bourgeois conditions, there can be no self-acquired private property that could be denied. The small peasant's field is not the result of labor, and even the peasant's tools, laboriously saved, cannot be meant, since in the conditions developing out of the so-called primitive accumulation they are not transformed into a different form of property, nor into different property relations, but technically revolutionized, i.e., abolished in the old form. If it were otherwise, the technical level of the capitalist mode of production would not differ from that of handicraft production. Apart from this, property would have to be determined independently of its respective objects. However, this is only the case in bourgeois relations, where the relationship of the person to things is transformed into a negative relationship of persons. The description of wars of appropriation as one of the most original works of each of these natural communities, both for the assertion of property and for the acquisition of new property, can explain the strange formulation of self-acquired private property from capital, but it cannot be considered an explanation of the matter, because war may be an occupation for some, but it is not work. The activity of soldiers is not work. Work is defined as the production of commodities of some kind through the expenditure of brain, muscle, nerve, and hand. War produces corpses. However, people who mistake corpses for commodities cannot be understood in economic terms, but rather in psychiatric ones. Whether the wars of these natural communities have historical reality is beside the point. In any case, this form of appropriation is a systematic precondition and imminent determination of the concept of property. Compare Kant's distinction between the historical, primordial common possession and the systematic, original common possession. The form in which these disputes took place is unimportant, however, since the concept of property is impossible to conceive of without the reference to the violent appropriation. This logical basis appears transformed as the violence of exclusion from use, even when it is administered monopolistically by the police apparatus. The fulfillment of the schema of the negation of negation through property, however it is determined, must fail because the positive basis of the movement, which is implied in the expression self-acquired property, has never been historically realized. The affirmation of simple, pre-capitalist commodity production presents problems that can only be pointed out here. It is a systematic precondition for the development of capital determinations, to which, however, historically no reality can be ascribed. Non-capitalist commodity production is inherently contradictory because the production of commodities, that is, of products intended for exchange, was isolated before capital, and therefore was not a determination of social reproduction. As soon as it is this, capitalist production prevails. The execution of this, as well as the further critique of the ideological consequences that this has, propaganda for a return to unalienated private labor, hostility towards technology, is not the place here. However, if this basis is abolished, the three forms of the relationship between producers and the means of production are merely different. A dialectical historical process cannot be conceived. However, the relation of the producers to the means of production is a determination of the mode of production, but this is not determined by a dialectic of that relation, much less produced by it. The history of the modes of production can be explained neither by that relation nor by the form of the means of production, because both can only be determined systematically under developed capitalist conditions. See MEW 4, page 130. The hand mill produces a society with feudal lords, the steam mill a society with industrial capitalists. Within the capitalist mode of production, there is a progressive development of the productive power of labor, which stands in a necessary relation to the mode of production and the production relations characterizing it. But precisely for this reason, there is no history under capital. The connection between the mode of production and productive power is expressed in the faulty circuit, in that the material and social conditions of capitalist production are themselves its products. In this circuit, capital appears self-sufficient in terms of its origin, but also in terms of its future. It is certain that the mode of production cannot bring about a historical change in the conditions in which people live if such a change is not a development within the capitalist mode of production. For the affirmative citations of a golden age of the working class, there is no argument in the critique of political economy and no reason to interpret it as irony. In terms of their systematic position in the capitalist mode of production, of being subject to purposes that cannot be conceived as self-imposed, the situation of people can never be described as advantageous, not even in retrospect. A tendency for it to develop into a fundamentally different mode of production is excluded. Moreover, with the transfer of the systematic determination of the relationship between producers, productive forces, and mode of production to all modes of production, the resulting ahistorical character was also transferred. The historical contingency of capital would have mutated into the momentum of world history, which is not supposed to be as poorly known and as likely to find a good end as a horse is to a waterhole. Although Marx's attempt to determine a history after capital, despite the perpetuation of the capital relationship, fails, such a history must be conceivable as necessary. Otherwise, capital could not be criticized. However, the state of liberation can only be conceived as a negation of capital as a result of critique. And yet the thought of liberation is also presupposed by critique. The contradiction between presupposition and result in the concept of historical progress cannot be resolved in the construction of the negation of negation. The formalism of the dialectical law of motion compels the illustrated sideline interpretations as soon as the template is applied to a material, such as property here. The incompatibility of capitalist production with social production cannot result from purely economic considerations, because the concept of truly social production as an anticipation of humane conditions already includes elements of historical and moral philosophy. Capital contradicts this concept, since the general is mediated with the particular, but this mediation is not subject to purposes that would be determined by reasonable insight. Insight into the concept of humane conditions does not fall under the compulsion of economic development, but is a condition of critique, which cannot be immanent to the conditions it criticizes, but is only possible as a reflection on them. Likewise, the realization of humane conditions does not fall within the realm of economics, but must be achieved through the act of will in setting reasonable goals for economic conditions. The content of the reasonably determined will cannot be derived from what exists, nor can it be conceived as an ideal given in any way. And yet both are determining elements of reflection, the result of which is the determination of the will. Any further step would be an affirmation that sees either a hypostatic ideal or the existing itself as the sufficient reason for its abolition. What must therefore be thought is the aporia of historical progress, insofar as this thought is presupposed for the critique of capital. Only from the most extreme insistence on the necessity of overcoming capital does the critique of political economy make sense, and is it possible in the first place. This idea is also necessary in an eminent sense, because abandoning it would mean abandoning the content of the possible autonomy of the will. If such a content could not be thought, the subject itself would be finally surrendered to heteronomy. Both the assertion that it cannot be thought at all and that its aporia can be solved are forms of the subject's self-surrender. The enforcement of purposes, on the other hand, which would be determined by reasonable insight, and this reasonable determination of the will itself, which is a prerequisite for enforcement, would be acts of freedom that are subject to the conditions of unfreedom. Therefore, the demand for humane conditions does not lead to their own realization, but only by insisting on demanding the morally necessary, the realization of the concept of humanity, can the moral subject maintain itself, even if it is not powerful as an individual. Humanity here does not mean the special collection of individuals, but the essential, i.e., humane, social organization of people. In this way, the free self-determination of the individual would have to be mediated through the freedom of the others. Only in this way would humanity be real. However, the fact that an emphatic concept of humanity can only be used in the subjunctive in earnest does not mean that it itself is questionable, because with it, the humanity of the questioning subject itself would always be called into question as well. The development of self-awareness as a condition of the existence of the thinking subject, as that which it is, depends on the realization of the human, if this subject is to be able to define itself as a human. This is admittedly a merely necessary condition that does not carry with it the sufficient reason for its realization, and the objection could be raised that the contradictory nature of a maxim that questions the existence of humanity is only formal and is based on the subruption of the necessary existence of humanity. However, the argument that liberation is not necessary if there are no people who could be liberated is banal. But since they do exist, they are the reason for the necessity of the negation of social practice. If one were to renounce this imperative of the necessary, the result of every critique, and with it humanity, would remain a decision in the subjunctive.